This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 150 Ancient Snake. Asleep? Without paying attention to anything else, Zeus directly grasped the key points of the other party's words. Are you saying that the respected Mother Earth has now returned to her true form and no longer cares about the troubles of this world? Yes. Moanda lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, but this is just a short sleep. Perhaps in a few hundred years, maybe in 1,000 years, His Highness will wake up from his slumber. She did not give a specific time limit, but during this time, she ordered me and several sisters to take care of things near Delphi. I see. It seems that I have no chance to meet the Earth Mother during this trip. His expression softened, and he understood the whole story, and Zeus figured out why his arrival was ignored. Although a little disappointed that this grandmother could not escape from the world like the mountain god and the sea god, it would be good to have a few hundred years. Hundreds of years are enough time for him to do a lot of things. Your name is Moanda, right? I've heard of you. You once sent golden apples to the mother goddess. With a calm demeanor, the god-king nodded to Nymph, and then continued to ask, since you are responsible for managing the oracle, what about the statues of the previous god-kings? Just a few days ago, it disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, under the gaze of the god-king, Nymph finally told the truth. Disappeared? There was some hesitation. A few days ago was undoubtedly the day when the battle between gods took place. But the truth is not that important. Maybe it was eliminated by Cronus himself, or maybe it was destroyed because of his disappearance. No matter what the reason was, Zeus was quite satisfied with the result. After what had happened before, if he were asked to remove the statue of the previous god-king with his own hands, he would be somewhat hesitant to do so. I understand that since this is the case, just step back. You are no longer needed here. If Mother Earth wakes up in the future, remember to convey my regards to her. After waving his hand, Zeus ignored the little nymph. After the other party exited the temple, he stepped forward and took out the stone that he called the Holy Stone. No offense intended, but as the new god-king, the lord of the earth and sky, I deserve a place here. Placing the Holy Stone on the stone platform that originally belonged to the second-generation god-king, Zeus held his breath and stared, trying his best to perceive the surroundings, especially the other layer of the world that overlapped with the current world. At first, nothing changes. But when the rhythm of life in the Holy Stone vibrated 7 times, the interface opened by the ancient creation god finally responded. That really? Silently, in Zeus's perception, an invisible portal opened. Although no existence came to greet him, the god-king had already anticipated this outcome. After all, this ancient god didn't seem to have a friendly attitude before. Behind the invisible portal, the aura called spirituality seeped out 1,000 times, making the god-king's spirit clear. He just didn't know why, but besides that, he also vaguely noticed a familiar, yet unfamiliar burning breath. Is this feeling Helios? He shook his head slightly, not very sure because this aura was still somewhat different from that of the sun god. Somewhat confused, with one step, Zeus passed through the portal and disappeared silently into the oracle. When the god-king left, silence returned to the Delphi oracle. But what no one noticed was that when Zeus walked through the door, wisps of black and white mist floated out from behind the door and fell to the ground beside him. They gradually gathered together and turned into a long snake, holding a branch in its mouth and winding its way after landing on the ground. It seems slow, but in fact it seems to have no body, and matter cannot hinder it. When the snake passed through the wall and left the temple, the first thing it saw was the nymph that had just left. God-king. Is this the true god? Standing under a green lawn, fairy nymph, who was ignored after answering the question, stared blankly in the direction of the temple. This is not the first time she has experienced the difference between gods and non-gods. In fact, this is the second time she has communicated with a true god other than Mother Earth. Once upon a time, She stood beside Gaia and witnessed the birth of children between her and the original sea god. However, until the two separated, no one, neither Pontos nor his 5 children, even glanced at her. In the past, when she participated in the banquet of the gods as the messenger of the Earth Mother, Moanda felt the feeling of being noticed by the gods for the first time, but it was only for a short moment, and it was because of the master behind her. Just now, when the God King said, "You once sent golden apples to the Mother Goddess," she thought she was going to receive a reward. But the result was that Zeus, who was busy with business, had no other thoughts in his mind, and he didn't even plan to say one more word to this beautiful elf. After all, this is just a nymph, not a real god. It's time to go back. I think the God King didn't want to see me when he came out. Shaking his head slightly, no matter whether the outcome was good or bad, since the new God King came here alone, he did not want others to know his whereabouts, so Moanda did not intend to stay here any longer. The true god is really enviable, isn't he? Yes. Moanda responded casually and walked towards Mother Earth's old residence. However, as soon as she took a step, she suddenly froze in place. This was not another nymph talking to her, and there shouldn't be anyone else here. The God King had just passed by, and what appeared here was a strange voice that she had never heard before. Hiss. Recalling the neighing sound, Moanda didn't dare to move. She felt something crawling past her frozen feet. It was a snake. Nymph had seen similar beings, but none were as intelligent as it. In front of her, the snake turned its head, holding the branch in its mouth, and looked at the elf behind it. It seems you think so too. If we can reach a consensus, that would be great. Intelligent, lustful, and allowed into her garden by the Earth Mother. Such an existence couldn't be more suitable. Who are you? His voice was trembling, but Moanda still tried to think calmly. She didn't know which god was the work of the other party, but he dared to hide himself in the Earth Mother sanctuary in the world in front of the new God King, with evil intentions. Hiss. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is who you are. Without answering the elf in front of him, the snake's body gradually coiled up. Its neck is raised high, its head is level with the opponent's, and its small eyes stare straight at the being in front of it. An elf, a waiter ignored by the gods, a nymph who longs to be as noble as the true god, that's it. What does this have to do with you? Somewhat lost his composure, Moanda clenched his fists tightly. This is not because the other party has revealed his thoughts. All living things long for eternity. This is no big deal. Even if the gods heard about it, they would only laugh and think it was the delusion of mortals. In fact, she was only vaguely aware of something. And sure enough, the snake's face clearly showed no expression, but Moanda always felt that the other party smiled. Of course it does matter. As an elf born from Erica, I can help you do it after all. Answer my questions seriously. Do you want to be a god? Do you want to be immortal? Do you want to be respected as a king by all your kind in the world? Heart-pounding, Moanda said nothing. Everything today was beyond her understanding. She didn't know who would dare to say such bewitching words openly in the holy land of Mother Earth. So, what do you mean? What I mean is that you can choose to betray your old master and eat the forbidden fruit against her will, but from now on, you will be free and reborn. It's worth it, isn't it? It's exactly what you've always wanted. Her lips were a little dry, thinking about the God King who had just disappeared into the temple. The elf in the form of the oak tree seemed to know who she was facing, but this only intensified her inner struggle. The other party has the ability to do this, so now, it's her turn to make the decision. Yesterday, I was still thinking about +9, but I didn't expect that there would be +10 now. These 2 updates will be added within a week. It depends on the time. I feel that too many updates have been added in the past few days, which has caused some problems in handling some details. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 150, One Memory. Not knowing what was happening behind him, the black and white mist just passed by silently. Zeus took one step forward, passed through the invisible portal, and entered the spiritual world again. Vaguely, he felt as if he had passed through 3 layers of barriers, 2 of which were the ones he accidentally broke last time. Finally, when the chaotic light and shadow returned to normal, he stepped on the ground that looked like bluestone. Looking around, this is an open space without cover. In the distance, a large group of buildings of various shapes stretches endlessly. In the center of them, there is an ancient well that looks like it has been magnified countless times. Zeus didn't feel any sense of danger from it, but there was an extremely heavy pressure on his heart. Just like when he once faced his father, this had nothing to do with the strength of his power, but that there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between him and the other party, making it difficult for him to have the desire to fight. That's the well of reincarnation. It's what I was painstakingly building when you broke into the spiritual world a few days ago. Throughout the end of the Second Era, I spent a lot of time on it. The plain and casual voice came, instantly breaking the strong sense of presence of the ancient well in the distance. Zeus turned around, and there, a very young-looking god was sitting on a blue stone. His face is not very clear, or in other words, it is difficult to remember. Beside him, the beautiful black-haired goddess stood quietly, with a lavender halo lingering around her. That was the goddess of the dark moon, and the god-king recognized her at a glance. Although she rarely walked in the world, there were records of her. "I have taken the liberty to visit you, Lord of the Spirit World. I apologize to you for my previous intrusion into your domain." Although he apologized, Zeus did not put himself in the lower position. There may be a gap in strength between the two sides, but the status of the god-king is granted by the world. At least in terms of attitude, he will pretend to communicate as equals. It doesn't matter. It's just a little thing. After all, you have learned a lesson. Speaking of which, the little guy who inherited part of the golden human memory does have prejudices against the gods. After all, when the gods created them, they originally regarded them as dust. The tone is calm. Unlike the previous generation, if you look at it from the perspective of the God King, Ryan actually has nothing to say to him. Most of the power that can be divided up in the world already has its owner, and he no longer sleeps in the core of the world most of the time like in the last era, assisting the spiritual world in digesting the source power. The current God King has no value to him. If the god in front of him is not called Zeus, Ryan would not even have the idea of meeting him. Perhaps in the original trajectory, the two gods of the Dark Night had such a mentality. It's just that Ryan can somewhat glimpse the corners from the records of later generations and knows that Zeus can still turn over with faith. But it's hard to say what the specific strength is. Excluding the adulation and deification of rulers by later generations, there were conflicts between Zeus and Nyx twice, but in the end there was no real confrontation, and it is not known who is better. Golden human, no wonder he is so repulsive to gods. I thought this was what you meant. Perhaps it was because Ryan's attitude seemed more peaceful, which made Zeus feel more relaxed. Now the spirit world covers the entire world, and all the gods can detect its existence. Don't you know that there are many lives like before in the spirit world? Quite a few, after all. Many years have passed. Some of them are hostile to gods, but most of them have no opinions. As if he didn't hear the implication of Zeus' words, Ryan said calmly, "Of course, I don't really care what they think, just as I don't care what they do. Following the rules I set, the spirit world will not reject any visitors. You can come and go freely. Facing the malicious creatures here, it doesn't matter if you want to kill them. Everything you encounter here is your own business." That couldn't be better. The God King nodded. After understanding the attitude of the Lord of the Spirit World towards the gods in this world, strictly speaking, this trip has ended successfully. But for Zeus, who had just been born for less than a century, he still had many questions he wanted to know. Speaking of which, not long ago, the sun was severely damaged because of my father, and the whereabouts of the ancient sun god are unknown. I heard that the Titan god once had a conflict with the spiritual world. Raising his head slightly, Ryan could see what the other party was thinking. In fact, what he cares about is not the sun, but the true whereabouts of the former God King who disappeared inexplicably. However, Ryan had no intention of revealing what happened in the abyss. Since the other person openly asked about the sun, respond to him with the sun. That's what happened. Standing up, Ryan showed a smile that puzzled Zeus. Since you're so interested in this, come with me. It just so happens that no matter what, you are at least a god king. Since you are here, I will give you a gift.
Okay.
Walking on the bluestone-paved avenue, the three of them moved forward slowly. In the Eastern myths of later generations, reincarnation is the most important place in the world and the hub of all spirits, but this is not the case in Khaos. The world instinctively knows that this is a good thing, but just like the magic network, it does not actually give any extra preferential treatment to this thing that does not exist in Destiny. Even because it is an artifact rather than a corresponding god, no one knows that there is such a thing as reincarnation in the world. It doesn't matter whether others know it or not. Ryan simply distorts the time in the world of spirits and stretches one day into a week. Today, preliminary operations have begun here. So, as he got closer to the well of reincarnation, what caught Zeus's eyes was the sightless sight of tens of thousands of souls, slowly moving forward like puppets and leaping into the huge stone well at the end of his sight. Looking at the stiff movements of these souls, for some reason, a silent feeling arose in the heart of the God King. His intuition told him that he would never become like this, but this did not prevent the inexplicable atmosphere from infecting him. What's going on? They seem a little less active, Zeus asked in a low voice, trying to sound as normal as possible. Because they have already passed several levels. In fact, this is already the core of reincarnation. Ryan did not respond, but Lyanna explained aloud. In the outer areas, except for those spiritual bodies with strong thoughts that remain on the surface of the spiritual world, those souls that have been absorbed by reincarnation are managed by one of the three custodians of the world of all spirits, Chio and Momo. The goddess Erinai washed away the memory. Although the well of reincarnation can also do this, those memories will be erased by the power of reincarnation into the most primitive energy and integrated into the spiritual world itself. Compared with some energy, obviously the memory of the living being itself is more valuable. Eradicate memory? Zeus was shocked. In the past, the world only knew that souls would return to the spirit world after death, but except for the heroic spirits in the sky who acted as star gods, few gods knew the fate of other souls. Most of them think that the soul will continue to exist in the spiritual world until it exhausts everything and returns to nothingness. But today, Zeus felt that he had discovered a big secret. It turned out that after death, living beings would be deprived of their memories and put into this artifact called the Well of Reincarnation. In the simple cultural value of Khaos, memory is very noble and mysterious, which is also reflected in the myths of later generations and even caused exploration by many sages. Depriving them of their memory is an unimaginable punishment for them. So, did they make a mistake? Although they were just some mortal objects, Zeus couldn't help but ask. He didn't care about the fate of mortal beings. He just wanted to know whether the master of the spirit world took pleasure in torturing living beings. No, it's just that they will be reborn. Lyanna's calm voice continued, which was why she was unwilling to communicate with outside gods. There are few secrets in the outside world to the spirit world, but everything in the spirit world is difficult for them to understand. We judge their achievements during their lifetime. Of course, because of different races, different statuses, and different locations, it is difficult to evaluate them as good or evil. In short, with a few exceptions, those who have made extraordinary achievements among their own kind during their lifetime, or whose souls are stronger, will receive higher evaluations and vice versa. According to the evaluation criteria, the other two custodians of All Souls' realm will give them different endowments and determine the place where they will be born in the next life. In the end, they just walked into the well of reincarnation, as you can see. Pointing to the souls, Lyanna said, they will be separated from their previous lives, reborn from death, and start a new life. In order to ensure the gap between the two lives, the memory cannot be retained. Otherwise, the hatred will last for life after life, and it will be difficult for all living beings to be freed. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 150, To the Sunset of the Sun. I see. Nodding, the God King felt that this trip was indeed valuable. Reincarnation, the life and death of all things are determined here. Creations no longer need to be manually endowed with souls, but instead derive themselves from reincarnation. Before today, he had no idea that such a place existed in the world, let alone that there were 3 unknown true gods here. Huh? This is... Suddenly feeling the surrounding temperature rise a little, Zeus came back to his senses. He had almost forgotten the burning breath he felt before entering the 4th spiritual world. It was a power similar to that of the sun god Helios, but completely different.
Arrive.
Stopping, Ryan looked down at the well of reincarnation and gestured slightly. Below, indeed. The predecessor of the well of samsara was similar in size to the ordinary wells of later generations, but after being embedded in the 4th spiritual world, it can no longer be simply described as a well. It's not so much a well, but when you look at it from a close distance, the walls of the well look like a towering wall, and it's hard to even see its curvature. Even when flying in the air, the inside of the wellhead is more like a lake or even a sea. Souls are constantly floating into it, but the position they occupy is just the edge of this well. Obviously, even if there were tens of thousands of times more life on the continent, it would still be far from possible for reincarnation to be congested. However, for the God King at this time, this vast and boundless artifact did not attract his attention at all. At the end of his sight, a ball of golden light was locked by invisible chains, and hazy fog snakes walked up and down, hovering around it. If you are a god who has witnessed legislation, you may be able to recognize that it is the chaos that has separated from the order of the world. The golden light itself is not afraid of the black mist. The 2 parties are actually the same existence, with different consciousnesses that can dominate the golden light. Yes, Zeus could sense that the golden light had its own will. It was dodging and avoiding, but unfortunately everything was in vain. Under the chain formed by the order of the spiritual world, it has nowhere to escape, not to mention that its current consciousness is more like an instinctive reaction. This is a god. Somewhat unsure, the God King carefully observed the golden light group. The power of the sun, the same bloodline as Helios, the nature of the powerful divine power, and the question he just raised. When these are added together, there is no need to guess the identity of the golden light group. He is the Titan god Hyperion, the son of Father Heaven and Mother Earth, the ancient sun god whose whereabouts are unknown. Of course, he is nothing now. His divine body has been destroyed, and only part of the divinity associated with the priesthood remains, appearing in the world in the form of the original priesthood. However, compared to the ancient Titan god itself, this divine power that symbolizes the sun is very stable. Although its owner has lost his subjective consciousness and fell into a state similar to a coma, it is still constant and immortal. The power of the gods is inalienable, and only the world can sever it apart from themselves. So, even though the fog snake kept wandering around the golden light, it couldn't do anything about it. It seems that the ancient sun god finally fell into your hands after the previous disaster. Trying to show that he didn't care, Zeus had a lot of thoughts in his mind. The great sun was suppressed by the former God King, but the gods within it appeared in the spirit world and met such a miserable end. This is really meaningful. In addition, when the God King conquered the starry sky, the master of the spiritual world seemed to be involved. For a while, Zeus did not know what kind of inside story it contained. Are you warning me about the fate of this ancient titan? Warning. Didn't you just ask me about his whereabouts? Without looking back, Ryan asked. Zeus was a little speechless. After all, he was the one who had planned this in advance. But he never expected that the previously missing Titan god would appear here in such a posture. Looking at another collision between the golden light group and the fog snake in front of him, Ryan was not satisfied with the changes in front of him. Around the well of reincarnation, the priesthood of Sun was indeed affected, but not much. Therefore, the power of Khaos can't even find the slightest gap, allowing it to merge with the other party. I said I would give you a gift, Zeus, and I will not break my promise. But now, I still need to deal with it. After all, you came too early. Said lightly, Ryan carefully observed the golden light in front of him. The outermost periphery is the remaining divinity and consciousness of the sun god, and the inner part is the foundation of authority, the origin of the sun, and the rules of the world firmly lock it, manifesting it in the form of priesthood. Ryan doesn't intend to break this rule, and it's hard for him to do so. Tartarus spent an entire era in the outside world in order to digest the former Titan god Mnemosyne, and Hyperion was several times stronger than that goddess. So he had no intention of taking anything away from the beginning, even if he could summon the Sun Eater to assist. On the contrary, he wanted to put something more in it. It seems that the power escaping around has limited effect. It would be better to be more direct. He stretched out his hand as if there was no one around, and in the artifact in front of him, a wonderful breath was extracted from the clear and deep well water. It floated in midair, scattered, and finally merged with the fog snakes surrounding the golden light. So the next moment, the fog snake, which seemed to have changed something, bumped forward and fell straight into the golden light. But this time, it was not severely blocked. Some kind of change occurred. In the eyes of the God King, the golden light suddenly flickered for a moment, and then a hole opened in the core of it. The golden liquid flowed out a little, which is the origin of a little sun. It is still protected by the power of this world and refuses any contact other than its owner, but this time, it has lost the framework called priesthood. In other words, it's not completely lost, it's just deformed. Taking a deep breath, Zeus looked at the black-clothed master in front of him and said with certainty, "What have you done, that you have destroyed the structure of the priesthood that the world has given to its gods?" "Yes, as you can see." Nodding, Ryan admitted. "But this is a violation of the laws of the world. No god can fight against the world, because we are his descendants."
Zeus was right.
As early as the first age, the saints who were born to know each other used "Your Highness" as a title for each other, whose highness is of course the world's. But just like God created man, man is unwilling to be killed or taken away by God. Lion may have been the first god to rebel against the world, but he was never the last. So Ryan asked with a smile, "Against the world? Maybe so." "So, is this hard? If you have nothing to do, you can go to the book club and like it. The management has opened an event. If you are active enough every day, you can get some coins or something. You can get it by checking in the upper right corner. Finally, don't ask me where the updates are, they will be added this week. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 153, The Origin of Sequence. Regardless of the priesthood or the world that Zeus is talking about, of course he is referring to the incarnation of the order of Khaos. So Ryan didn't mean to say this, but before Zeus, all the previous god kings and primitive gods had indeed more or less violated the will of the world. But opposite him, Zeus was speechless again. He didn't know if it was difficult, and he had no experience trying it. But as far as the incident itself was concerned, because he had not been exposed to the core of Tartarus and the mysteries of the world, in his impression, the priesthood could not be affected. Gods are immortal and divine power is eternal. This is a truth in Khaos, just as 1 + 1 = 2 is as difficult to change. Apart from the world itself, he had never seen a priesthood taken away by an external force. Of course, the authority of the ancient sun god in front of him still belongs to him. What is really destroyed is only the structure of the priesthood, not its existence itself, but that is even more terrifying for the god. After all, any god with medium divine power or above who can detect the existence of Yuan-Hai knows what Yuan-Li is. When they exist in the form of priesthoods or artifacts, they are the most precious treasures of any god. But when they come into direct contact with the gods themselves, they are the most terrifying poison in the world. It can erode God's will, causing him to lose himself and become consistent with the laws of the world. It's good to comply with the Tao, but to comply with the Tao in advance is another matter. If the cost of getting closer to the rules and becoming stronger is the loss of wisdom and personality, then no god can accept it. At this moment, although the three gods present were just watching, they could already see that as the source power flowed out, the golden light gradually began to distort and deform. The ancient sun god's dim will seem to have discovered something in his instinct. He began to rush left and right, trying to avoid the approaching crisis, but this was in vain. Not to mention that he is being restricted by the power of the spirit world itself and has no way out. Even if he is not restricted, this is a meaningless act. After all, authority and gods are one. Even if the structure of the sun priesthood is slightly damaged, it is still bound to Hyperion. Except for the present world, no one can deprive the gods of their control over their own divine rights. This was originally a guarantee that the innate gods were born noble, but at this moment, it has become a shackles. No matter how the ancient sun god avoided it, the flowing out source of the sun always followed him, clinging to his will. Is this what you call a gift, allowing me to watch the death of a god? I felt deep malice again. Although the ancient gods in front of me said that they had no thoughts against me, in fact this was not the case. If you don't take action sooner or later, you have to wait for him to come before dealing with the ancient sun god. This is not for him, and who else to see? Of course not. The gift must be valuable, otherwise how can I get it? Shaking his head slightly, Ryan said slowly, "Keep reading, life will always find a way out, especially since I left a hole for him." Squinting his eyes slightly, seeing that Ryan had no intention of saying more, Zeus continued to watch the changes in the golden light in front of him. In front of the three gods, the changes in the golden light group became more intense. When the consciousness comes into contact with the source power, the concepts and laws belonging to the sun also begin to be directly poured into Hyperion's already comatose consciousness. There are no rules and no logic. If this information is a sea, then the consciousness of the sun god is a drowning person. He could only drink seawater passively, regardless of whether he could digest it or whether he could continue to swallow it. Even this information is not all valuable, it is more useless stuff. Just like a person's memory, knowledge only occupies a small part of it. Although the various daily experiences are complicated and useless, they occupy the vast majority. In this case, the flash of golden light became more and more urgent. It tried desperately to avoid it, but everything was in vain. However, just when the god's will was about to be completely assimilated, it suddenly stopped. Then, right in front of the three people, the ball of light trembled violently and exploded immediately. Really? Looking at the exploding light group, countless golden lights, large and small, scattered in all directions. Turning a blind eye to the small ones, Ryan directly grabbed the largest one and the three smaller ones. The three smaller ones are the three aspects of the sun god himself, and part of the authority flowing out. The largest one is the relatively complete sun priesthood. This part looks safer, but that's just what it looks like. After all, the source of chaos that had been integrated into it before was now inside. This is the way out, you said? Except for the four large parts, some of the remaining fragments disappeared due to the power of time and space that vibrated when the light group exploded, while others rushed directly towards the three gods. Lina turned a blind eye to this, but Zeus reached out to intercept some. Looking at the light spot in his hand, the god king, who had watched the whole process, roughly understood the principle. Ryan used the breath of reincarnation to disguise chaos into an opposing order, thereby contacting and destroying the structure of the clergy, causing a small amount of origin to overflow from it and come into contact with Hyperion's consciousness based on the immortal essence. In the end, the instinctive consciousness of the ancient sun god in the coma directly disintegrated itself in order to prevent it from being assimilated by the source power. As a result, his consciousness was divided into countless fragments, and they were torn apart under the support of divinity. The overflowing source power was also divided into fragments, and then gradually fell silent. Yes, this is his only way out, and of course, it is also my gift to you. Nodding, Ryan turned his hand, and the largest light spot he intercepted disappeared, leaving only 3 small circles. The remaining clergy subjects cannot be given to you, but these 3 can. They are not like the others. They are just tools used by Hyperion's instinct to share pressure. These 3 contain some of the divine power of the sun. I think they should be very valuable to you. Valuable indeed, but also dangerous. Frowning slightly, Zeus knew that these were good things, but he couldn't figure out how to use them. As for Hyperion, the god king actually didn't care about this titan god he had never seen before. Compared to him, Helios, who drove the sun car, was easier to handle. But I can't use them. Any life that tries to integrate it will inevitably face the assimilation that the sun god once accepted, and even the resistance of its original owner's will. That's your business. Use your ingenuity, and there will always be a way. The tone of intelligence is deepened. Although priesthood and ability are not necessarily equal, it at least represents a lower limit. But you have to remember not to let too many fragments that originally belonged to the sun god come together. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 154 Aggregation and Separation. Zeus knew what Ryan meant. Out of instinct, Hyperion's comatose personality and will actively split before being. He turned around and looked at the nymph with a scary look on his face. Did you just say that she went to the end of the west? Yes, your majesty. Never daring to raise her head, the nymph who was born among the waves replied. His face was ashen. Poseidon didn't have the ability to hide his emotions and anger like his brother. He immediately realized what the stupid woman was thinking. She probably heard about the name of the Titan god Atlas who was good at fighting, so she hid there. She probably thought that she would go there openly and drink away, the gods holding the sky, and then she reluctantly accepted her pursuit. But that fool probably never thought about what would happen if the 300-armed giants and the god they had just captured were unwilling to act in this drama, but instead felt insulted and broke out into a fight. The most important thing is that as long as the current sky holder supports the sky for one day, he is the only being who can exert divine power on the earth. Just let her stay there, damn idiot, said word by word. Poseidon was about to leave, but he noticed the trembling body of Nymph out of the corner of his eye. So he casually killed the unlucky guy, then turned around and left. He gives Amphitrite one last chance. After 3 months, he would pick something at random and pick her back up. If she is willing, then tolerate it this time and talk about it later. If she wasn't satisfied, then Poseidon felt like he couldn't stand it anymore. In fact, he now wants to obey the influence of his clergy and act unscrupulously. Come over. Scanning the surroundings, Poseidon caught a fish of unknown type, but it looked pretty good anyway. After a while, Poseidon finally calmed down. Go to Nereus first and see the good daughter he gave birth to. Such a fool will stay in my palace as a decoration from now on. With a cold snort, Poseidon flew into the sky and flew towards the South China Sea. If you make a mistake, you have to pay a price. It just so happens that he can use this to reasonably claim a piece of sea area from the other party. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 157 The Human King. You mean, Poseidon claimed the ocean in the south near the mainland? On Mount Olympus, Zeus felt somewhat amused when he listened to the reply of the rainbow goddess Iris. It was obviously used to fight against the assistance of the oceanic gods, but in the end, Poseidon actually thought about how to turn his allies' own into his own. That is to say, the other party has no way to go. Otherwise, if there is a chance, the first ones to stab him in the back will be the children of the original Poseidon. Yes, your majesty. But later I heard that the Poseidon sent a dolphin to find His Highness Amphitrite, and eventually the two came back together. They held a wedding feast and announced their presence to the sea. Oh, The two of them got together. The words in the middle were not spoken, and the God King felt that his previous worries were unnecessary. 3 months ago, when Amphitrite came to the west of the world and took shelter at the feet of Atlas, many gods already started to see the joke. Zeus was a little angry, even on Mount Olympus. He had only been at peace for a few months, and he didn't want his irritable brother to do anything irrational, so he quickly ordered the rainbow goddess to go and send a message. But now it seems that although the future king and queen of the sea are not very smart, Poseidon still understands some things, which reassures the God King a lot. It's none of your business. With a wave of his hand, Zeus signaled to Iris that she could retreat. The God King was somewhat relieved after receiving the reply, and he quickly focused more of his energy on other places, such as the ocean goddess Eurynome. It is difficult to hide the matter of Métis forever, and as her sister, Eurynome is very suitable to temporarily replace her and become the bridge of communication with the oceanic god system. What's more, the other party's own clergy is very weak, and it is difficult to give birth to a god that is too powerful. Not only are less powerful descendants not a threat, they can also help him expand the divine court. So, under this situation, time passed day by day, and the trauma caused by the handover of the era was slowly healed. Until this day, in a place where many gods had not noticed, an existence that even Ryan had almost forgotten, accidentally came into contact with a power that did not belong to him.
Boomstreepje.
Throwing the behemoth several meters tall into the open space, Cohen wiped away the non-existent sweat. There were several burnt black marks on his body, which were the injuries caused to him by this giant beast. It is very special. It has the ability to control light and some elements. It can heal itself and hurt others. Cohen was accidentally hit by it, leaving scars on his body. Fortunately, Cohen is not the same person he was in the past. Over the years, he has gradually mastered some special abilities. I don't remember how long ago it was, maybe decades, maybe hundreds of years. In short, after he personally buried the last golden human besides himself, Cohen found that a kind of warmth was born in his body. In the beginning, it just exists, and later on it can move around the body, increasing its physique and strength. Until this stage, Cohen had paid no attention to it. After all, compared to the first-generation human king, who was born with a physique that was close to extraordinary, this kind of increase is better than nothing. However, as time goes by, this energy can gradually extend outside the body and be blessed on handheld tools, which makes many of Cohen's actions easier and more convenient. After some years, this energy can finally leave the body and possess extraordinary destructive power. However, when it reaches the step, it seems to have reached a bottleneck, and it has not changed for a long time. But Cohen didn't care, and he had no reason to need power. This golden man king just cleaned the temple, carved stone tablets as usual, and stayed alone in the Corolla temple under Mount Odeals, with the incorruptible corpses of the golden humans buried underground. Until that day, many gods flew around the sacred mountain, and he saw a god calling himself Zeus, challenging the God King. Then he witnessed the thunder, the waves, the illusion connecting the heaven and the earth, and the sudden breaking of the sacred mountain. Fortunately, the sacred mountain fell to the northwest, and the old residence of the golden humans was built on the east side. After all, they were brought from Delphi in the east. Only the biggest disaster was avoided, but the debris and dust brought by earthquakes and landslides still buried everything nearby. The earth cracked, and everything sank into the cracks. Even Cohen himself only crawled out of the ruins after several days of fighting. At that time, when I looked around, there was nothing familiar. It's time to eat. Setting up a fire, Cohen cut some meat from the giant beast. Making fire was also something he had learned from dreams, but he had rarely used it before. After all, with God's blessing at that time, human settlements were surrounded by evergreen fruit trees, but now everything is gone. Sometimes when looking at the old soil that had long been buried underground, Cohen would have one or two somewhat disrespectful thoughts. He didn't understand why God did this, why he wanted to fight each other, and why he wanted to create disasters. But in the end, perhaps out of inertia, He convinced himself. The gods can't be wrong, it can only be that his understanding is not adequate. I have to go to work, and I don't know how long it will take to dig. After finishing the last bite of the roast, Cohen put out the fire. Recently, the Golden Man King has been busy excavating the ruins. Although this is destined to be a long and big project, his life is also long. Especially since the end of that divine battle, he felt that under the huge stimulation, he finally broke that barrier. The energy in the body seems to have undergone some strange changes. Although it is not yet known what the specific use is, it is undoubtedly very effective in digging holes. Huh? What is this? After walking around the giant beast's body, Cohen was about to leave when his peripheral vision suddenly noticed something. It was a dark golden gelatinous substance that should not have existed originally, but now it slowly precipitated from the chest of the giant beast. Cohen had never seen this thing before, but for some reason, his transformed body and energy vaguely told him that it was a very good and dangerous thing. After hesitating for a moment, Cohen finally stepped forward, intending to see what it was. As for danger, golden humans never fear death. Stretching out his hand, Cohen touched the mysterious gel. However, the next moment, before he could react, the unknown colloid blended directly into Cohen's body along the skin. A burning sensation and mixed information acted on the body and spirit of the Golden Man King at the same time, and golden flames ignited directly on his body.
Ah. Boomstreepje.
Covering his head with both hands, he only had time to scream before Cohen fell to the ground. But looking at his frown, it seemed that he was still conscious, but he just lost control of his body. In the spiritual realm, he began to collide and confront the flow of information that came from nowhere. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 158, Son of Light. In the center of the continent, next to the ruins around Odil's mountain, amazing changes are taking place in Cohen. On his body, the flames were burning his flesh and blood inch by inch, but they did not cause any damage. On the contrary, after the flames flashed through, Cohen gained an affinity for positive energy and resistance to high temperatures. Even if his extraordinary body wasn't inherently powerful, he would still have an extraordinary physique because of it. Even the lifespan is the same. If it weren't for the lifespan of the Golden Human King, which is already tens of thousands of years, if replaced by ordinary mortals, it would be able to increase its lifespan by at least hundreds of years. Unlike the purely external physical enhancements, in the mental realm, Cohen faced real trouble. He felt as if he was transforming into the sun, wandering in the sky, and everything in the starry sky gave way in front of him. But from the perspective of the sun, everything he saw was firmly imprinted in his mind. Every minute, every second, the changes in everything that could be observed by the sun forced Cohen to remember, and he felt like he was about to forget who he was. Human memory is insignificant in the face of nature, and there is no possibility of comparison between the two sides. However, at a certain moment, when he was about to lose himself completely, in the depths of Cohen's mind, the image of the stone slab he had seen in his dreams slowly emerged. It was like an anchor, firmly nailing his past memories and personality. The torrent of information brought by the incarnate sun cannot shake it at all. Even if it is just an image, it can still show its power. Finally, when the shock gradually subsided, Cohen woke up from this dreamlike scene, and the hem of Lady Night's clothes had covered the sky. The Hodot Eye. Confused for a moment, Cohen felt like he understood something in the next moment. In addition to the useless parts, there are also many useful things in the information that was instilled before. Lying on the ground, he stretched out his hand, and as if instinctively, the starlight gathered over him, and a light group floated up, illuminating everything around him. Manipulation of light. In Cohen's perception, the light in nature is like a part of him, controllable like a finger and arm. Even these lights have different abilities. Some starlights have special effects, while other lights can combine with particles everywhere in the air to become more violent or heal wounds. that it looks like an amazing thing. No wonder the beast from before became so much stronger. After calming down a little, Cohen could feel that he had a lot more abilities, but these were not the most important things. Now he needed to rest. He had just experienced such a mental shock. Although he had managed to survive, he was still extremely exhausted. What's more, even after passing the most critical level, the power that affected his spirit has become silent a lot, but it has not disappeared, but still exists. Thank you to the Lord for your protection, and thank you to Her Highness Iwenjia Lin for your kindness and power. Chanting silently in his heart, Cohen knew that if it weren't for the shadow of the stone slab deep in his memory, he would probably have lost himself and become an existence like this giant beast. It's a pity that he didn't know which god Yuan Jelin mentioned as Lord, so he simply prayed accordingly. Standing up, Cohen looked at the corpse of the giant beast again. When he was hunting it before, Cohen was still wondering when this kind of ancient monster that attacked everything indiscriminately and could manipulate light appeared around him, but now he knew it all. It was probably also because of the unknown gelatinous substance, but this giant beast failed to hold on. It lost itself in the madness, but it also became powerful under the transformation of the mysterious substance. It's more suitable over there. The night was dark, and Cohen looked at the stars to identify the direction and walked toward the distance. The next day, leaning against a broken circular column, Cohen woke up from his deep sleep. The sun is at the midheaven, but it is actually morning because the sun has not moved in recent years. In Khaos, the outer edges of the realms of the two ancient gods Eternal Night and Lightless actually move like tides. When their power rises from the earth, the sun is blocked and night comes. The original day and night were divided like this. After all, there was no sun at the beginning of creation. Therefore, there have been no dawn and dusk for a long time recently. Just like when Hyperion was still there, when daytime came, the sun directly illuminated the earth with its strongest light. Fortunately, the sun is still a little weak now, so it has not put any heavier burden on the already troubled climate. But unlike before, now when looking at the big sun in the sky, Cohen felt a sense of intimacy and disgust. The former comes from the newly acquired power, while the latter comes from the mental impact of being under the sun. It seems that this kind of thing is suitable for fusion at night, and even needs to find a way to isolate the light. If I had been exposed to it at night, maybe I could have persisted through it on my own will. Although he still had a headache, after a night's rest, Cohen also recovered a lot. Relying on the inexplicably acquired complex knowledge, he roughly figured out the ability that the gelatinous substance brought to him. Not afraid of high temperatures, manipulation of light, special overlooking vision, and the impact on certain emotions. Even for Cohen today, this is a big help. He even vaguely felt that he could transform into a little sun for a short time, but his intuition prevented Cohen from trying. He had a hunch that if he dared to do this now, he might once again experience the feeling of losing himself. Try other ones. Maybe these abilities can help me dig up ruins. Following the information in his mind, Cohen raised his hand and pointed toward the distance. As the light floated, a beam of light cut through the air and directly penetrated a hill more than 10 meters high. It's really powerful. Nodding, in fact, Cohen himself can have the same effect by using the energy inspired from his body. However, this newly acquired special ability does not seem to consume physical strength, which makes Cohen very satisfied. The excavation progress can be accelerated again. I wonder how deep the Corolla Temple is buried. Fortunately, with the protection of the God King, everything will be safe there. With a smile, Cohen walked away. It's hard to say why. Although he kept telling himself that the temple was excavated for God, he couldn't deceive himself in his heart. In fact, Cohen felt that he was doing it more for those guys buried in the ground, and also for those who were buried in the ground. Tablets that record their lives. But no matter what the reason is, there is nothing wrong with finding the place first. So, after eating a little something, the Golden Man King continued to start his work. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Chapter 159 Answer. With the help of light, Cohen's work became faster. Not only did his digging speed double, but he also had a sense of direction underground. This brought great help to his work, allowing him to dig out a sloping corridor thousands of meters long without constantly calibrating the orientation. Theoretically, this kind of unsupported pit can easily collapse, but this is a mythical world after all, and the former site of the sacred mountain is extraordinary. So Cohen dug all the way down without encountering any surprises along the way. During the excavation process, Cohen also hunted animals many times in order to obtain food. Gradually, he discovered that existences like the previous giant beast were not uncommon. There's not just one beast that suddenly gains power, there are even plants among them. Some of them are strong, some are weak, and their abilities are not exactly the same. A few are sensible and know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, while the greater number seem to have their minds destroyed and become very crazy. When Cohen hunted them one by one, he dug out similar special substances from the animal carcasses. Undoubtedly, this magical thing is the source of all changes. But Cohen did not continue to fuse, even though these seemed much weaker than what he had obtained before. He kept them separately in gold boxes because Cohen discovered that the substance was highly fusion-friendly but seemed unresponsive to gold. What a source of trouble! Shaking his head slightly, even though he hadn't climbed out of the ground at that time, Cohen probably figured it out. About one day after the Divine War, many streams of light fell from the sky and landed on the earth. Since then, there have been more of these things in the world. These were told to him by a flower elf he met by chance. Her home was destroyed in a previous disaster, but she used her own power to protect her body. But according to what she said, those spring elves were not so lucky. They were both nymph fairies, but their bodies could not move. Cohen rescued this flower elf from a crazy giant eagle. In order to kill this strange beast, he suffered a small injury. Fire coming from the sky. I hope the world can restore peace as soon as possible. Sighing, Cohen stood at the bottom of the tunnel, raised the stone shovel, wrapped it with his own energy, and struck down again. He had done this every day before, and today was no exception. But what he didn't expect was that this blow actually missed the target, causing him to almost lose his balance. In front of him, through the chiseled gap, a huge hole appeared in front of him. Is this it? Is it here? There was some surprise. Facing the dark and lightless underground space, Cohen's eyes turned golden. Under that special power, he seemed to have changed his perspective, observing his surroundings from a bird's-eye view. Soon, through the gap, Cohen saw the scene in the hollow beneath his feet. This is a cavity naturally formed by the subsidence of the earth, or it may be the effect of divine protection. In short, there are collapsed houses and broken trees there, but these are not what he pays attention to. Until at the very center, Cohen found his target. That is the Temple of Korora. It's a bit far away, and even the extraordinary abilities are hard to see clearly. But vaguely, Cohen felt that the shape of the temple was a bit strange. It doesn't look like it's intact.
Impossible.
He whispered to himself, unconsciously exerting force with his right hand, and the stone shovel was deformed and made a crunching sound. It's probably just a matter of light. Convincing himself in a low voice that he couldn't see clearly from here, Cohen hammered away the remaining earth and rocks with his hands and jumped down. After more than 10 seconds, Cohen fell to the ground. This underground cavity is hundreds of meters high, so much so that a large pothole was created. The surrounding environment is familiar yet unfamiliar, and the scenery in the past is beyond recognition. After landing, Cohen followed the cracked road. The scattered scenes on both sides seemed to tell the visitor what had happened here, which gave him some more ominous premonitions in his heart. The further forward, the slower it becomes. It took half a day for Cohen to finally overcome the last obstacle and arrive not far from the once tall and majestic Kalola Temple. There is no longer any obstruction here, and the whole view of the temple can be seen directly. However, when they climbed over the collapsed boulder, Cohen just stood there, staring at the scene in the distance.
Why?
Why is this happening? Where's the power of God? Some people lost their voices. Although a war broke out between the gods before, shaking the nearby area into the ground, Cohen never doubted the safety of this place. Since the day the temple was built, it has been blessed by the power of the God King. The great Cronus himself declared that as long as he was in this world, nothing could harm it. The Temple of Corolla will live on forever. But now it collapsed. Although the main body is still there, anyone can see its dilapidation. All the promises made in the past seem to be in vain, and the broken pillars seem to be telling something silently. No. What about the Forest of Steels? Suddenly he realized something. If even the temple had collapsed, how could the place where the golden human was buried be safe and sound? Cohen immediately ran towards the open space in front of the temple, as if he had forgotten that he could actually see there directly. Finally, when he came to the door of this majestic building, what appeared before him were only ruined walls, collapsed inscriptions, and a few cracked but empty tombs. There is nothing. Everything is like a dream. They're all gone.
Why?
But where are their bodies? Where have they gone? Invisible air waves exploded around him, and Cohen clenched his fists. The golden human body does not decay for thousands of years after death, so how can it disappear inexplicably? He frantically opened every place where the body was supposed to be buried, and one tomb after another was opened, but he was only disappointed again and again. It's like they never existed, and everything in the past is an illusion. The human king did not know that when the Earth Mother exerted all her strength to exert her authority, all the objects with energy in the earth around the sacred mountain had their power drained. The divine blood and life liquid contained in the golden human body are undoubtedly excellent nutrients. Without strength, the body is just an empty shell. Just a slight vibration caused the golden human's body to turn into dust and return to its original appearance. After all, human beings are originally made of earth and stone. There is also a temple. Yes, God will respond to me. Opening the last tomb, it belonged to his former friend Hua. Looking at the empty tomb, Cohen was stunned for a long time, and then finally remembered the dilapidated building in the distance. He ran towards the temple, roughly pushed open the half-decayed door, and rushed into the inner hall used to worship the God King. Cohen looked towards the center. There should have been a towering giant statue holding a scepter 100 meters high, which was intimidating. But now there is nothing there. Snap. There was silence for a long time, and he fell to the ground as if he had lost his strength. Cohen was stunned for a while. He didn't know what to do and felt that everything he did was meaningless. Although in the past, when the golden humans were still there, he often told others that God did not care about human belief, but even if God chose to ignore them, it was natural. They should still regard God as everything, but in fact Cohen never doubted it, but he quickly gave it up. He is more complete, so he is the only one who questions. The reason why he said this was just because everyone thought so. If it were other golden humans, there would be no need to convince themselves that they just don't understand God well enough because they have no doubts at all. But now, Cohen feels he was wrong. So God is no longer here? It's still God who has abandoned us.
Or
they were never there. The voice was very soft. Looking at the empty altar, Cohen couldn't help but doubt many things before. Will golden humans really ascend to the sky and become heroic spirits after death? This is what Prometheus told them, but Cohen has never witnessed it with his own eyes. Are gods really omnipotent? If so, where is the God King now? God had promised that as long as he worshipped them, he would enjoy eternal happiness and peace, but why was he so pious yet unable to feel any happiness at all? Cohen doesn't know. After all, he was just a mortal in the past, and everything he knew was given to him by God. Naturally, he wouldn't know things he should know. In the past, he had always believed in the greatness of God, but now, the great image in his heart had quietly collapsed. Or maybe the cracks already existed. As a golden human king who has seen the civilization slate, the innate restraint has never taken effect on him. The only one who restricted him in the past was himself. Maybe I should go take a look and see what the earth looks like. Is it like what God said, or something else? After a long silence, Cohen slowly stood up. He cast one last glance at the altar and then walked out of the temple. When he passed by the open space, Cohen looked at the broken stone tablets everywhere, but he didn't think about it, but let them continue to scatter. The stone tablet is to carry words, the words are to describe history, and history is to give meaning to the existence that was originally buried inside. But if the traces of existence themselves have disappeared, and if everything they once believed in is false, then what is the value of this record? The slate is no longer needed. His existence itself is the past of golden humanity. Light emerged, holding Cohen's body up slowly. He came to the place where he jumped before and stood there, looking back at the cave one last time. Desolation, dilapidation, and silence are the last remnants of a destroyed civilization. I will definitely come back. When I find the answer. Turning around, Cohen buried the cave and left without any regrets. With his departure, this old ruins returned to darkness and silence again. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 160 Benefit. No god knows that on this day, the only remaining golden humans in the world left the center of the continent and headed east. Of course, even if they knew, probably no gods would care. After all, they're just human beings, just relics of the old era. Moreover, given the vastness of the current continent, the complexity of the terrain, the chaotic laws and phenomena caused by the wars between gods everywhere, and the strange beasts stained with the blood of gods, if a mortal wanted to walk on the ground, he would not be able to see Haichong for about 1,000 years.
What?
In contrast, there was an angel from the spiritual world who once took a look at the outside world because someone called his name, with a strong power that the Lord called faith. Faith has always been there, 2 generations of human beings, undead souls, and life in the spiritual world. It is just a matter of how many. In the past, the faith Jeline gained from beings in the spiritual world when she occasionally went out was so small that it was difficult to discover unless she knew it in advance. But this was different. Pure and powerful. If there are more people like this, it will be enough to increase the power of the weak true God by 1 level. But even so, Jeline only glanced at it. On the one hand, it seems that the subject of the other party's belief is not her, and on the other hand, she doesn't care. Compiling poems praising the creator in your own palace is far more meaningful than that little power. At least on this point, Evelyn agrees with Lionel's point of view. There is nothing to pay attention to in the outside world. A group of beings who do not believe in the Lord are all born with sin. At the same time, outside the spiritual world, Hyperion's scattered fragments of divinity attracted a lot of attention. After all, ever since the fragments spread all over the world, countless lives have been integrated with them. There are animals, plants, and even elves like nymphs. Some of the fragments they obtain are very small and not very powerful, but the impact on the spirit is also very weak. Some of the fragments obtained are large and more powerful than Cohen's, but the result is often that they lose themselves and become monsters. But these only attracted a small amount of attention. In fact, the gods had no reaction to this, because no gods have set foot in the mortal world for a long time. What's more, after discovering this situation, the God King also quickly talked about it. He claimed that this was the sequelae of the sun's fall. Therefore, the gods just let it go. In the end, they were just some powers that were difficult to match the gods. Time passed slowly like this, but on this day, in the 20th year of Zeus's ascension to the throne, something hard to say whether it was good or bad happened. The God King and the ocean goddess Eurynomé gave birth to 3 daughters together at some unknown time, which is really surprising. This was something worth celebrating, but the gods suddenly discovered that the God King had not yet established a God Queen, and Métis had not appeared for several years. The gods couldn't help but secretly speculate about what happened between the 2 ocean goddesses who were supposed to be sisters. Why did the elder sister disappear inexplicably, but the younger sister gave birth to a daughter for the God King? However, this is the God King's private matter after all, so even though there are many rumors, no one has spoken out about it. Mount Olympus, the palace of the god king. Your Highness. Nodding to the two nymphs at the door, Themis walked directly into the hall. Perhaps it was because of the new god that as soon as he stepped through the door, a breath of joy and pleasure hit his face. This power tries to influence the mind of the goddess of justice, but this is meaningless. After all, law and justice are the nemesis of these crooked ways. In the Third Age, the birth of gods rarely had widespread visions, but there was still some influence from the priesthood. Undoubtedly, the newly born true god here is in charge of the priesthood related to joy, elegance, inspiration, etc. However, before meeting, Themis still could not tell whether one or several gods possessed them. If it is the former, then it is probably a being with extraordinary divine power.
You're here, madam.
I haven't seen you for a while. I don't know about the new laws of shunting. How are you busy? Sensing the undisguised aura of the goddess of justice, the god king walked out of the inner hall with a smile. There, Leto, the nurse goddess who had just been invited, was cleaning the newborn's body. Although he didn't know why his aunt came over at this time, Zeus still greeted her with a smile. It's almost completed. There are still some details that need to be dealt with, and the current divine court is not perfect yet. Wearing a golden robe and a long sword hanging on her waist, Themis said calmly. But Zeus, let's talk about you. Why? Is Eurynomy the new goddess you chose? Well, that's not true. Shaking his head, the god king said, you should also know very well that her power is not enough to become a god queen. You must have at least a medium level of divine power to avoid being viewed as a laughingstock by the gods. Nodding slightly, Lady Justice knew that this was indeed the case. After all, the first two generations of goddesses were both powerful goddesses, and the third generation should be no exception. I think anything imposed on others is unreasonable. If it were me, I would tell humans that those who believe in me can be protected and receive favors. The more pious you are, the more rewards I will give. If you don't believe in me, I will not punish them, but let them go their own way. But if they dare to blaspheme and verbally abuse, then I will also bring disaster to them. Since God has given humans free will, they should abide by it. Otherwise, in the past, the faith brought by golden humans would not have been so weak. This may be the warning the world gives to gods. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 160 for the myth begins here. You are so kind and wise. After Hestia finished speaking, Prometheus couldn't help but praise. The gods also nodded after hearing this. This was indeed a good idea, but Hades, who had been silent, had a different opinion. My sister, your idea is very good, but how do we measure the proportion here? Unless a mortal is standing opposite us, we can't judge whether a specific human is pious or unfaithful. On today's earth, the power of gods has been limited. What's more, if a devout human being is willing to sacrifice everything for God, but asks to obtain divinity and enjoy eternal life, is this equivalent? To mortals, he gave everything. But to gods, no matter how pious a person is, he cannot compare with divinity. The hall fell silent again, and I have to say that Pluto's words made sense. The divinity that makes a life immortal is insignificant to God. But the divinity that allows 100 people to live forever, the powerful main god, will be damaged. Lady Themis. In the silence, the god king spoke. You are a fair judge and a supervisor of justice, so I hope to use the power of golden scales to make a ruling on this. I have no objection. Goddess of Justice nodded. But the golden scale cannot measure the size of faith. This magical power seems difficult to be controlled by artifacts. So, if you're going to put human piety on one side of the scale, you need to have something more representative of piety. Frowning his brows, the god king hesitated. If faith itself cannot be measured, and it is impossible for the gods to personally come to the mortal world to sense it one by one, then how can we know the purity of mortal faith? Then measure it by the sacrifices they offer to the gods. Prometheus suddenly said, If a person is willing to give more to the gods than what is left to himself, then such a person must be pious. For such a pious mortal, the gods should naturally respond to encourage more humans to learn from him. Good. His face softened, and Zeus thought this made sense. Regarding faith, the gods were also involved for the first time. They have no experience, so they can only try their best. Then let it be like this. Those who believe in God will be rewarded according to their piety. Those who don't believe in it, let it go. As the God King, I first make a promise here. Whoever believes in me, there is nothing I can't give him. What mortals can get from me only depends on the degree of their piety. First, he made a promise, but Zeus was careful not to make a specific promise. After all, as the keeper of the oath, his promise itself is binding. Such a broad statement also helps him adjust according to the situation. Then I will allow the devout to light the flame. From now on, the authority of guardian will be accompanied by the flame, so that the disasters in the world cannot come close. Hestia also made a promise. Although her authority of fire only involves the burning of matter, guardian can give it another meaning. On the side, after her sister finished speaking, Demeter also followed suit. Then I will give them evergreen fruit trees that will never wither, so that they will never go hungry. Even if one cannot exert divine power in the mortal world, this macroscopic application of authority can still be accomplished on Mount Olympus. Demeter believed that mortal beings valued food more than the rest. Seeing that the three gods had set an example, the gods followed suit and made promises one by one to attract human beings' faith. After all, as the Illuminati said, the obedience brought about by oppression is indeed only superficial. If there is no belief from the heart, even if humans worship them every day, it will be difficult to generate the power of belief. Very good, then it settled. With a smile on his face, when everything was over, the God King looked around the gods and finally stopped at Prometheus. Son of Iapetus, go and return to the creatures you created and preach to them the greatness of the gods. I think you can do this well. Your will is honored. Prometheus was also very satisfied. He had foreseen the wonderful future of mankind. The gods have given blessings, and human beings should become the leaders of all spirits. So he left the sacred mountain and flew towards the human world. The gods dispersed, but Zeus remained in the hall. Although he did a lot today, the God King was actually just pushing the boat along. He actually didn't show that he cared about the belief in bronze humans. But since this attracted the attention of other gods, he simply called them over. After all, among the gods present, he was the only one who relied on the authority of the God King and sensed the power of the Illuminati that was growing almost every moment. Although this is also related to his own weak supernatural power, this increase is still too fast. Prometheus, you are right. True faith is like children to their mothers. It does not come from fear, but from love. But tell me, what kind of gift is needed to make children turn their backs on their parents and turn around? And what about reverence for other beings? Whispering to himself, a person who can betray his parents can also betray others. Such a person cannot be said to have faith. Perhaps the huge benefits would convince them, but Zeus didn't want to pay the price. So, he didn't bring up the idea of creating a woman until the end of the meeting. Because if even women were created and bronze humans were allowed to continue like this, then who would be the biggest beneficiary of faith, him or Prometheus? In 100 or 200 years, and no more than 300 years at most, the number of humans who cannot reproduce is still very limited. Even if Prometheus still left some materials for making humans, he can only create another round at most. After a few years, he will find a reason to let him just go finish it. In the next generation, I want mankind to create itself with the help of God. In this way, the mortal creator will no longer be the creator. Making a decision in secret, thinking about the next generation of humans, the God King suddenly had a wonderful idea. He reached out and touched the surrounding space, and an invisible network emerged. Elements are bound by a network and move along a specific trajectory. As long as the corresponding string is plucked, different elemental changes will be triggered to take place in the material world. That's magic network. In the past, Zeus had long studied this thing out of curiosity about witchcraft, and the magic network has indeed never refused the use of any being. But in the end, the God King came to a regrettable conclusion. These elements are of no use to God. Even if divine power is combined with them, it will only turn it into a weaker force, an energy that is diluted and only has some of the characteristics of divine power. But in today's world, Zeus suddenly realized that being weaker than the gods might not be a bad thing.
It's not urgent yet. There is no need for it now.
There are still very few humans. It is not yet time for the gods to divide their territory among humans. Let's wait until the next generation. When they spread all over the earth, then we will really need it. No matter how simple a gift is, those who believe in me should be able to pick up the sword and fight for my reputation in the world. Holding the handle of the throne tightly, Zeus knew that the so-called shared faith could not last long after all. Just like someone who listens to the orders of several kings at the same time is bound to be disloyal, unless he is like the golden humans of the past, those who believe in several gods at the same time will definitely not be too pious. At this time, when the number of humans is large enough, this division will inevitably occur. As the God King, as long as Zeus doesn't take action first, justice will always be on his side. If his followers are able to kill other people's followers, it can be attributed to the spontaneous actions of mortals. At that time, if a god wants to intervene, the God King will be able to stop him with great justice. A sword in one hand and grace in the other. The sword comes from mortals, and the grace belongs to gods. This is the ideal world of Zeus. Soon. It's been hundreds of years, and Mother Earth probably hasn't woken up yet. Whispering softly, the God King secretly made a plan. Of course, the gods who attended the meeting before also had different ideas. The Illuminati returned to the human world and taught the newborn humans all kinds of knowledge. Pluto returned to the underworld and watched the undead worshipping the moon in silence. Poseidon thought hard, trying to get some humans that were only his own in the future. Near the place where the bronze human being was born, there were also figures walking slowly. Perhaps for the present world, the replacement of the God King represents the changes of the era. But for Khaos, perhaps now is the beginning of the third era. All myths began from this point, whether true or false. They are all open to future generations to comment on. As for the more distant past, the disasters at the turn of the era were buried in the long river of history, leaving only a few words, making it difficult to guess and identify. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 165, Traveling Together and Shining Brightly. Undoubtedly, no matter how you evaluate Prometheus from other perspectives, his preference for humans is indeed sincere. Maybe there are some other thoughts mixed in, such as being secretly surprised by the increase in one's own divine power, but that is not the main reason. He loves his creations, so he is willing to do things for them and always put himself in their shoes. This is the reason for everything he has done in the past, present, and future. So Prometheus returned to the place where man was created, which was a plain in the east of the continent, not far from the sea. He flew high into the sky, observed from a god's perspective where there were cattle, sheep, and grain, and then guided humans to retrieve them. He taught humans scripts so they could write and communicate. He imparts human knowledge, which the king of the golden humans of the last era learned from his dreams. He also relied on his divine body to drive away wild beasts for mankind. But later, the Illuminati gradually discovered that this meticulous care made some humans become lazy. They enjoy the gifts of the Creator, but are unwilling to work. So, after thinking about it, Prometheus decided not to do it himself. He would use his wisdom to help humans and then leave them to do everything themselves. From then on, Prometheus lived with his brother in human settlements and told them how to solve various difficulties. Of course, he didn't forget the most important thing. The Illuminati guided the construction of temples dedicated to the gods and recounted the greatness of each god one by one. He built the temple of the God King in the most beautiful way and then asked people to offer tributes to the gods.
God responded to humanity just as they promised.
When humans offer more and better things to gods than they possess, even though the gods don't actually care about these tributes, they still bring blessings. From then on, the weather in the places where humans lived was good, and the fruit-bearing plants were evergreen all year round. When people light torches, ordinary wild animals will avoid them, and disasters such as earthquakes and storms never occur in places where humans live. Everything was beautiful, the gods gained faith as expected, and humans benefited. Even at the command of the god-king, Prometheus used the remaining materials to create humans. But this time, he created children who resembled the infants of gods. The Illuminati hoped that in this way the god-king could realize that it was time to give human women. In this way, several years passed by in a hurry. It's another good harvest, and it's also a day to offer sacrifices to the gods. Under the guidance of Prometheus, humans flocked to temples built for different gods. There, they dedicated most of the year's harvest to prove their piety. Therefore, in human settlements, the bustling scenes of the past are no longer there, but instead seem a bit deserted. Walking on the human streets, looking at everything around him, Ryan picked a fruit from the tree beside the road and handed it to Lina beside him. The faithful angel took the fruit, but just held it in his arms and had no intention of eating it. Lina, don't keep a sullen face. Don't you think this place is interesting? Shaking his head slightly, he looked at the trees around him that were full of fruit. Although with the birth of the three goddesses in the world of spirits, spring, summer, and autumn have become more obvious in Khaos, but under the authority of Demeter, the fruit trees here are still evergreen. Even standing on Mount Olympus, the influence of gods on the world is still huge. In a few years, without the help of divine power, humans have built such a large-scale settlement. If I hadn't seen something more powerful, I would be surprised by this. Admiring the simple and primitive buildings around, bronze humans are still building houses with wood and stone. Everything looks rough and orderly, and a prosperous atmosphere is generated here. But what's the use? All it takes is an earthquake or a falling meteor, and everything they own will turn to dust. Standing next to Ryan, Lina asked doubtfully. If Ryan hadn't come, the goddess of the moon would not have come to any human tribe, and she didn't think it was anything special. Just like when humans see beasts without wisdom, they will not sigh. If I didn't have wisdom, I wouldn't be able to do as well as them. Because wisdom is a natural gift of human beings, just like divine power is a natural gift of God. So Ryan was not surprised by Lina's thoughts. What humans really value to God, apart from faith, is creativity. In other words, it may be that they have faith precisely because they are creative. Ryan is not sure about this yet, and about the latter, humans haven't had time to show it yet. It seems useless, but they can generate faith, but you don't know why they can generate it. At least in this regard, they have merit. Responding to Lina's question in easy-to-understand words, Ryan noticed a young man sitting blankly next to a wooden house not far away. He vaguely looked in the direction of the temple, but did not go to worship the gods like other humans. You will understand later, Lina, this is civilization. Everything is changing, only change itself remains unchanged. And civilization itself is the source of change. Come on, let's go take a look. Lina on the side seemed to understand, but when Ryan moved forward, she followed him anyway. Soon, the two came to the young man. Seemingly noticing the person coming, the young man raised his head slightly, and his originally cloudy eyes suddenly became sober. Gods. Calm tone, sure judgment. In the mortal world, it is difficult for the gods to judge whether the other party has divine power, but Lina's existence is proof. There are no women among humans, so the one who comes is naturally a god. Well, isn't it the same for you? Nodding, he smiled and sat next to the young man. Ryan motioned for Lina to sit down as well. I brought her with me to see the world. After all, like she is now, it will be difficult for her to go further in the future. Whatever you do, you must learn to prepare for a rainy day. You cannot wait until the trouble comes to an end before you think about solving it. Eyes narrowed slightly. Epimetheus still did not relax. He didn't think it was a coincidence that he came to the human tribe on this special day. I'm afraid there is nothing visible in the world here. Apart from me and my brother, there are just a bunch of ignorant mortals. Hee. With a chuckle, Ryan could feel that Lionel was looking at the other party a little unkindly. But the vigilance of the person in front of him was understandable, and he also knew why the other person was vigilant. So he spoke to comfort him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here for your brother. And even if no one discovers his behavior, he probably won't be able to continue to succeed. He complained in his heart, but then Epimetheus fell silent again. The other party really knew what his brother was going to do, and he shouldn't have been indifferent, but as Ryan said, even if he escaped this time, Prometheus would not be able to succeed forever. As long as anything has the possibility of happening, it is destined to happen under the endless time of the gods. This is what he has always believed. Epimetheus had not supported Prometheus' actions before, but the other party obviously didn't care about his ignorant brother's advice. Over the past few years, the Illuminati has watched humans dedicate the best parts of cattle and sheep to God, and the best grains as tribute. At first, he thought it was natural. But later, as time gradually passed, Prometheus, who ate and lived with humans, became somewhat unbalanced. The blessings given by the gods are only a small use of authority and do not affect their power very much, but the tributes provided by humans are real. The more you give to gods, the worse your life will be. If the gods really needed these tributes, then Prometheus would accept them in exchange for blessings, but he knew very well that the gods did not actually need them. They were happy for the piety of mankind and secretly rejoiced at the existence of the power of faith, but then they discarded these tributes as waste. Seeing the fruits of their creation's labor being wasted in this way, the Illuminati couldn't help but have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Then why did you come? Somewhat irritated, Epimetheus knew that Prometheus would not end well. He tried to persuade the other party, but on the one hand, there was no result. On the other hand, he himself felt that this could not be changed, so he had to let it go, but this did not mean that he felt better. Even towards humans, this creature that he had some good feelings about, he also developed some bad feelings. If I must say it, it's probably to bear witness. After pondering for a while, Ryan said slowly, "Witness sins and sacrifices. Of course, you are also waiting for someone. There are not many people in the world who meet my requirements and have potential, but I think he is one of them. If Evangeline can feel it, Ryan can naturally feel it too." That pure and powerful belief caught his attention at the first moment. When the Lord of the spirit world focuses his attention on it, the traces of history will be clearly visible, but this is not enough. The oldest human king still had illusions. After all, he had never really seen the ruthlessness of the gods towards humans. So Ryan was not in a hurry to contact him, but just paid a little attention. He believes that truly outstanding heroes can bloom the brightest flowers under the strongest emotions. As for Ryan, he doesn't have to do anything. After all, that's what the gods on Mount Olympus are like. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 160, Sixth Deception. Are we really going to do this? While the three of Ryan were busy with their own thoughts, Mammon was a little nervous in the temple dedicated to Hestia, the goddess of fire and guardianship. Even though the creator was standing beside him, and even though he was reluctant to part with the tribute he was about to offer, he still felt uneasy. After all, Prometheus had told them more than once in the past how they shook the mountains and turned back the rivers and seas in the last era when the gods were still walking on the earth. Don't worry, Mammon. Her Highness Hestia is one of the kindest goddesses among the gods. Even if she finds something wrong, she will only warn me first instead of punishing you directly. Standing at the door of the temple, the tall Prometheus comforted everyone around him. He has never tried it before, and his own strength is not enough. Therefore, the Illuminati does not know whether a powerful god can detect something wrong across the vast earth just by relying on the meager divinity on the statue. Therefore, until today, he did not dare to try, and the target is Hestia. This goddess is brave and fearless in battle, but appears to be approachable in ordinary times. The Illuminati believed that if it were her, even if something was discovered, it could still be undone. Although this is a bit bullying good people, Prometheus still has to do it for his own creation. He secretly made a decision that if he could succeed this time, he would increase the praise of Hestia among humans and let her gain faith second only to the god king. Orson, you should be the first one. Seeing that the time was almost up, Prometheus no longer hesitated and said to a thin human being, "The Illuminati have an impression of each of their creations, but there are shades of depth." When Orson was created, he was given agility by Epimetheus, and perhaps his blessing took effect. He was also extremely intelligent, so Prometheus often took him with him to teach him. In fact, the people who followed him on this trip were also the human beings whom the Illuminati valued most. They all had talents far beyond others in terms of wisdom. If the trip was successful, the Illuminati decided that they would be the officiants of each temple. Prometheus has even thought of a name for them. Those in charge of sacrificing to the gods are called priests. Yes, Your Highness. Nodding in agreement, Orson felt a little nervous, but somewhat irritated. Deceiving the gods was unthinkable in the past, but he had no real sense of it. After all, apart from occasional blessings, Orson's testimony to the greatness of the gods is only the creator's narration. But in Prometheus, he did not see that omnipotent greatness. Call. Taking a deep breath, Orson stepped forward under the gaze of everyone. He took out the sacrifices he had prepared in advance. That's a cow. Cows can produce milk. Cow bones can be used to make soup. Beef and butter also have their own uses. Whether now or in the future, this is one of mankind's most valuable assets. In the past, when humans offered sacrifices, they often offered the best parts of cows to gods and kept the internal organs and bones for themselves. But this time, with the support of the Creator, Orson would not do this again. Taking out the copper knife, Orson skillfully cut the cow into pieces and then sorted them. One pile is all beef, covered with cowhide. One pile is all beef bones, wrapped in cow suet. From the outside, the second pile is much larger than the first. Putting down the knives, Orson placed 2 piles on the altar used for sacrifices in the temple. The most critical moment had arrived. His heart was beating loudly, but he was a little excited for some reason. Kneeling on the ground, Orson chanted loudly, "Immortal of Olympus, Hestia, holy Hestia, I will sing your praises loudly. O majestic daughter of Cronus, holy goddess, O daughter of the fertile Rhea, keeper of the holy fire, that is the noble Hestia, the eldest daughter of Cronus and Rhea, the longest of the Olympians. You are always chaste. You are a glorious and holy flame. You are the guardian of peace. Oh, glorious goddess, listen to my singing. I and the other carolers will remember you." Simple poetry, simple meaning. When the carol came to the end, Orson seemed to feel the invisible gaze coming from the statue. That was the gaze cast by the goddess with the help of the divinity and faith on the statue. He had felt it more than once in the past. Suppressing his nervousness, Orson worshipped the gods as usual and prayed for blessings. He told God about the difficulty of his work, but he was still willing to sacrifice everything for God. Finally, he walked up to the altar openly and took away the small pile of beef, leaving the big ones. Time passed minute by minute, and until Prometheus signaled the next person to come forward to sacrifice, nothing happened. It seems the result was successful. My guess is correct. The gods are aware of everything, but it is impossible for them to go to the mortal world to check it in person, so naturally they will make some omissions. When it was all over, the Illuminati was all smiles. He looked at the humans surrounding him and said happily, "Then let's follow today's process from now on. Each of you will be in charge of a temple. Mammon, Orson, and the God King's temple are the most important. You two will be in charge there together. From now on, the sacrifices will be made by you, rather than by each person who comes to offer sacrifices. In this way, the matter will not spread, and our goal will be achieved. But you have to remember that the sacrifices to the gods can be kept, but the faith in the gods cannot be lacking. So afterwards you have to return these sacrifices to everyone under other names, but don't let them know. Of course, Your Highness. How dare we really blaspheme? With an excited look on his face, Orson glanced at his subsequent partner, but felt a little emotional in his heart. It turns out that the gods on Mount Olympus are not that great, and they cannot distinguish even the things that are right in front of them. But yes, the Creator once said that human beings are the leader of all things and the closest living beings to God in the world. Perhaps the difference between gods and humans lies only in power and life. He had seen power, but he could not understand life. Prometheus once told humans about death, but Orson, who was physically strong, felt no fear at all. That's it. Think about it for yourselves. I'm going back now. I don't know what the human being in front of me is thinking, but Prometheus is still in a good mood. Epimetheus had advised him before he came here. The other party believed that deceiving the gods was undesirable, but the Illuminati scorned it. If he was as stupid as his brother, there might indeed be mistakes, but how could he act recklessly? Try it first in the Temple of Hestia, and then promote it one by one. This is the wisdom of the Illuminati. And all of this came from his instructions, and ordinary humans had no idea about it. Even if it is exposed, it has nothing to do with the bronze human being. Thinking of this, Prometheus couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Many times, he also hopes that his dull brother can learn something, but unfortunately, this may not be possible. If you have just made a grudge, with all due respect, madam, you may not be able to grudge others on the day when the God King marries his wife, and then ruin the God King's banquet and leave unharmed. So, the only possibility is that there is someone who is not supposed to come, but was invited temporarily, and she probably has a bad relationship with you, and you are very afraid of her. As for the latter, Mephistopheles blinked and said with a smile, "If you really have something to do with me, how could you follow me here after being tested by me before?" I don't know when. The anger in my heart has faded away. Although it seemed that he had been fooled by the other party's casual words before, Keto now felt more curious and expectant. Since the other party sees things so clearly, if he dares to call me here, there should be a way to help him. So, who is behind you, the Lord of the Nine Hells? Among the most powerful gods in the world, I seem to have never heard of this existence. The circle of gods in Khaos is not big to begin with, so it is theoretically impossible for an unheard-of god to suddenly appear. And Ceto doesn't think that powerful divine power can turn a non-god into a god. As for the original gods, although the name Nine Hells reminded her of Tartarus, all the gods knew that there was no wisdom in the abyss. Haha, I will tell you slowly about the greatness of the Lord of Nine Hells later. But now there is one thing. If you are willing, you can do it with me. While thinking, Mephistopheles made an invitation gesture. Bronze humans, you've heard of them, right? Yes, it's a mortal thing that the God King attaches great importance to recently. Nodding, Katua didn't know why the other party mentioned this. Then come with me, and I will show you why the God King pays so much attention to them, humans, and what kind of secrets they contain. Although he was dissatisfied with the other party's practice of leaving half of what he said, Keto today is no longer what he was thousands of years ago. Now, her wild side has been suppressed a lot, and she has become more like a god. And I have to say that what the mysterious man named Mephistopheles said was indeed very tempting. Who doesn't want to know the secret of the God King? You better not lie to me. I'll keep an eye on you. With a cold threat, Katua knew without looking that the other party didn't take it to heart at all. So soon, the 2 and 3 people took to the air again and flew quickly towards the east. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 169 Temptation, 2-in-1. Chapter 169 Temptation. Another great year. In the west of the sun, people gradually returned home, and Orson and Momin walked out of the temple dedicated to the god King Zeus. I heard before that the god King was about to marry the Queen of Heaven, so the bronze humans prepared extra and richer sacrifices. Similarly, the gods also sent more rewards for the sake of Zeus. But just like every time in the past, the two priests here easily deceived the god-king's remaining divinity and then kept the sacrifice. After closing the heavy door of the temple, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the earth, making the temple in front of them even more dazzling and solemn. But they didn't even look at it. Instead, they turned and walked towards their houses, while discussing tomorrow's work. The old rule is, each of us takes a little bit away, and then returns the rest for any reason. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting to see how grateful other people are. But recently, everyone seems to have become accustomed to us giving supplies on behalf of the gods, so everyone's reaction has been a lot duller. Orson said casually while walking on the road. He had no intention of occupying more of those tributes, not because he was of noble character, but because it was unnecessary. If today's human beings don't have women, they won't have families. Although private property exists, there is no concept of inheritance. Even commerce is still limited to the primitive state of bartering. After all, there is an absolutely honest and upright creator above, and people don't need much private property at all. If you really encounter difficulties, they will be solved naturally. There is no need to accumulate reserves or anything. Therefore, apart from leaving some high-quality food for themselves to satisfy their desires, the two priests actually had nothing to be greedy for. Okay, then stick to the old rules. But speaking of it, I feel like the gods on Mount Olympus are paying less and less attention to us recently. Mo Meng said casually. There is a reason why he said this. After all, as a priest, Mo Min can feel the gaze of the gods' thoughts every time he makes a sacrifice. But recently, he found that occasionally the gods would miss him, or they would end after just one glance. This is normal. After all, gods can be impatient. And since it is not the wedding banquet of the God King recently, he probably has no interest in paying attention to us. If I were a god, I wouldn't want to watch ants sacrifice to me all day long. It's okay to watch this kind of thing occasionally, but it's not interesting if you watch it too much. Although he calls himself an ant, Orson smiles happily, and there is not much respect in his words. If ordinary bronze humans still believe in gods, then for priests like them, they have paid less and less attention to gods in recent years. They even had a vague sense of superiority. After all, compared to other humans who knew nothing, they were so close to the truth. Unfortunately, as humans, we don't have as much power as gods. This should be the only difference between gods and humans. Orson shook his head, somewhat envious of this. He also wanted to experience flying in the sky and controlling nature, but it was a pity that it was exclusive to gods. What about death? Ma Meng has a different view. The creator once said that besides strength, there is another difference between mortals and gods, and that is that mortals will grow old and die.
Although I don't know what aging is yet.
Ma Meng had certainly seen death, but it was all the death of wild beasts. Obviously, few humans in this era can empathize with food. Who knows? The creator also said that golden humans devoutly believed in the gods, so they ascended to the sky after death. Silver humans arrogantly despised the gods, so they were erased from existence. But I think golden humans will no longer exist pious, probably not as pious as I am. Orson curled his lips and said disdainfully, My level of piety is as pious as I want to be. According to this logic, not only can I ascend to the sky, but the sun and the moon will both be given to me. Ha ha, it really made me laugh.
Who?
Their expressions suddenly changed. Even though they were so arrogant, Orson and Ma Min still knew how terrifying God was. Not to mention anything else, their creator Prometheus claimed to be mediocre in strength among the gods, but he still possessed power that bronze humans could not match. According to what the other party said, it was still a situation where he didn't use his divine power. They don't know what will happen to humans and the creator if what they do is known to the gods, but it will definitely not end well for the two of them. However, the two of them stared nervously for a long time, but no one appeared. Just now. The two looked at each other. One person can hear it wrong. How can two people hear it wrong? But since he has not been punished yet, it is very likely that the person who passed by just now is not a god. According to the creator, right next to humans and opposite the material world, there is a world in which spiritual life lives. Most of the life there is not intelligent, but a few can communicate. And most importantly, those who are wise do not seem to be very friendly to gods. Walk. Emomeng gave a soft drink, and the two of them immediately walked towards their respective houses, no longer daring to talk casually. No matter what kind of life was around them before, they were frightened and broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, they just wanted to go back to their rooms and warm themselves with the flames. The flame that contained the meaning of protection could bring them a sense of security. The two left in a hurry, but what they didn't know was that right where they were standing, two hidden goddesses were watching their every move. I originally came here to see the so-called wisdom of human beings, but now I have seen it, but it feels a bit ridiculous. Selene, hurry up and punish them. These two guys just tried to steal your moon. Wearing a familiar red dress, Hecate smiled narrowly. She stretched out her finger and poked the moon goddess' cheek. Aren't you afraid? Anyway, I'm about to die laughing. Isn't it your moon now? After puffing her mouth and knocking Hecate's hand off, Selene was a little dissatisfied. Beside her, Hecate knew why the other party was unhappy. Under the guidance of the stone slab, he built a high tower on the moon. As a place for the two of them to live daily, it was also different from the palaces of the gods, and could also conduct some research on witchcraft. Selene actually liked it, but the problem was that there was someone else there now. Although the moon goddess doesn't discriminate against centaurs, she doesn't like them very much either. In other words, in her little world, she doesn't like any existence that is not very familiar to her. Hey, if I didn't have to teach that stupid guy, I wouldn't have brought him up. Just wait a little longer. When I finish teaching him, I'll let him do all the teaching of witchcraft and so on. According to Slate, when witchcraft is integrated into human beings, I can also gain faith through it, but I feel like that's it. If all human beings were like them, I wouldn't want to have such a belief. Waving her hands, Hecate thought of the two humans again. But bronze humans are indeed more interesting than gold humans. They actually dared to trick that golden retriever. This is something I didn't expect. I just don't know. What kind of punishment will they receive then? Although she said interesting, the moon goddess could tell that in her friend's mind, these bronze humans were nothing at all. She was just having fun. In fact, Selene didn't think these human cleverness could last long. The gods are not aware now, just because the faith provided to them by mortals has not been reduced, not anything else. But this won't last forever. Mortals are still too weak compared to gods. As long as a small accident occurs, their secrets will be exposed to the gods. I don't know why Prometheus, who is known as a wise man, did this. Anyway, the moon goddess thought that the other party's behavior was quite stupid. And although she also didn't know much about faith, Selene always felt that once such a blessing lasted for a long time, humans might not be able to remain pious. Just like her, she felt happy for a long time every time she learned a witchcraft at first, but now she has become accustomed to it. After humans get used to God's blessings, this may not be the case. Forget it. Leave them alone. Pulling on the sleeve of the moon goddess, Hecate felt that there was really nothing to see in this so-called human wisdom. Let's go, Selene. The divination tells me that I may be able to see an acquaintance on Earth this time. But to be honest, apart from the golden retriever, who I know a little bit, do I have any other acquaintances? After thinking for a moment in confusion, Hecate gave up thinking and said happily, "Let's go west. I lived there when I was a child, and I don't know what's going on there now. But the sacred mountain has collapsed. I hope there is something left there. Is that where you lived when you were a child? It's worth visiting." Selene nodded, looking forward to it. She decisively left the two mortals and Prometheus behind, and then headed west with Hecate. However, just as Orson and Mammon didn't notice them, they also didn't notice that three sneaky figures had just passed by. Of course, the other party didn't notice them either. Aging death. Lying on his back on the wooden bed, Emomeng was immersed in thought. After he separated from Orson before, he had been frightened for a while, fearing that the people passing by just now were actually gods, but he just ignored them and went to settle accounts with the Creator. But as time passed, he gradually felt relieved. Since there is no disaster falling from the sky, then there is probably no problem. Now, while lying alone on the wooden bed, Mamung relaxed and began to think wildly. Unlike Orson, the other person is like the Creator, confident in his extraordinary wisdom, and therefore fearless. Therefore, he is also the most loved by Prometheus, but Mammon always wants more. Fooling the gods is just because the other party is not in front of you. On the day you die, when your soul comes face to face with the god in charge of death, will the other party still be deceived by you? He thinks probably not. Although Momon still doesn't know who the god he will face after death is, it must be a great god. After all, they are both true gods. The Creator has also said that granting immortality to mortals is a costly thing. Unless the god controls life or death itself, then he can use an alternative method to make mortals immortal. Forget it, it should be a long, long time. I don't know what it feels like to grow old, and when that day comes, will Orson be able to say with such confidence that death is nothing more than that? Whispering softly to himself, Momin felt sleepy coming over him, and he was ready to take a nap. Probably not. After all, you haven't seen the death of the same kind, let alone the feeling of aging. When you really see it, you will know how to be afraid. The sleepiness receded instantly. Momeng really didn't expect that he would encounter unknown existences twice in a row in just half a day. And depending on the situation, this second coming existence might not be passing by, but coming towards him. He held the short copper sword that had been kept by his side. Although it was probably useless in front of the visitor, it could bring some psychological comfort to Momeng. His eyes were sharp, scanning left and right, but there was nothing in the burning fire. Don't be afraid. As the priest favored by Prometheus, I won't do anything to you. After all, if his vigilance is aroused, it will be difficult to handle. Along with slight laughter, a figure slowly emerged. He looked no different from a young human, with a gentle smile on his lips. If they met by chance during the day, Momin would probably be happy to make friends with such a person. But looking at it now, the other party is most likely not even a human being. Who are you? This is the place where the Creator pays attention. It's not too late for you to leave now. Sitting up from the wooden bed, Momeng held the sword in his right hand and looked alert. He had secretly made up his mind that if the other party could be frightened by the name of the Creator, he would immediately seek the protection of Prometheus. But in fact, he also knew that his idea would probably not be realized. Sure enough, under his gaze, the stranger opposite had no intention of retreating at all. He just raised the corners of his mouth, smiled, and said, "Prometheus, he can't even protect himself. Why do you think he can protect you? You don't really think that blasphemy is something that can be uncovered so easily." With a bit of ridicule before coming here, Mephistopheles thought he would spend a long time looking for opportunities, but what he never expected was that in just half a day, he found the man he had dealt with before the god of enlightenment actually did such a thing. For some trivial tribute, they deceived the gods. Whenever a god passed by a human tribe in person, his little tricks could not be hidden from others. Mephistopheles was even thinking secretly whether this prophetic wise man lived up to his name, or whether he had become so bloated that he had forgotten who he was. Does he think he is one of those great beings who transcend the gods? But that's fine. Now he no longer needs to think about how to kill humans on a large scale. After all, he only has one chance. The Lord of Nine Hells told him that the Lord of the spiritual world might turn a blind eye to his behavior of plundering mortal souls. But it does not mean that other beings in the spiritual world will do the same. He used to have a headache how to eat to the full at once, but now he just needs to sit back and watch mankind destroy itself, and then sow enough seeds before that is enough. In 100 or 200 years at most, everything will come to an end. Are you not a god? There was a moment of silence, and then the strange presence on the other side revealed Moming's biggest worry. Even strictly speaking, many priests are like him, immersed in the beauty of the moment, but at the same time afraid of the day when they are exposed. He didn't know what would happen to the Creator, but as a priest who deceived the gods, Momon felt that he would not end well. Fortunately, the second unknown existence he encountered today didn't seem to be a god. Of course, I am not a god. Even in the past, I was once a human being, but a silver human being destroyed by gods. What? Mama was shocked. He had heard about the silver humans, which were a godless generation and a sinful generation of humans. They all died at the transition of the two eras, and their souls were nowhere to be found. But the strange existence in front of him not only claimed to be a silver human, but also possessed the power that an extraordinary creature could control. This made him find it difficult to accept. Could it be that the Creator had deceived him? Haha. In the eyes of most people, the silver humans are indeed a thing of the past, but the great Lord of Nine Hells has brought us back to life. As if reading Momin's thoughts, Mephistopheles explained casually. As for your creator Prometheus, he is a god that is difficult to evaluate. He once contacted us, but finally gave up. Shaking his head, Mephistopheles didn't know how to evaluate this god when his thinking was no longer affected by the source of power. Without him, the silver humans in the past might not have been able to learn even the most basic knowledge, but now, the two sides are obviously on opposite sides. So, what are you here for? You want me to turn against the Creator? Trying to calm down, Emomeng knew that there must be something in him that the other party could use. And after searching high and low, he felt that his only relationship with the Creator was worthy of his attention. No, I'm not interested in God. However, to Moming's surprise, the other party smiled and rejected his idea. Actually, Moment, I'm more interested in you. Stretching out his hand, Mephistopheles took out a vial in front of Mormont. The bottle is crystal clear and is completely beyond the reach of today's human craftsmanship. Inside, dark red liquid was slowly rolling. This is my blood. After drinking it, you can jump higher, be stronger, sense more acutely, possess some extraordinary powers, and of course, most importantly, live longer. But I don't need it. His tone was stiff. Momin was not interested in drinking anything the stranger offered him. Maybe. You really don't need it just yet. Putting a vial on the table, Mephisto smiled and said, but it will be in the future. See with your eyes and feel with your body. When you see the same kind of people around you getting old, when your eyes are no longer clear, when you feel scared, drink it, and you will get more. For a long time. And I hope you understand. Standing in the shadows, Mephisto's expression seemed very sincere. We were all humans once, and humans can understand each other, but humans are different from gods. What they need is human faith, not human beings themselves. No matter how much you contribute to them, if you don't believe in him, the result will not make any difference. So please remember, Momin, never pray to the gods for eternal life. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. With a mysterious smile on his face, Mephisto's figure gradually receded, turning into a black mist that dispersed and disappeared immediately. Momin was on guard for a while, and then he gradually relaxed until the moon reached the zenith. He looked at the vial on the table and hesitated. Momin originally planned to tell the Creator what happened today and let him handle the contents of the bottle, but in the end, for some unknown reason, he hid it under the bed. He didn't intend to use it, and he didn't trust this strange silver human. If he can deceive God, how can others not deceive him? And thinking about the other party's last words, Emomeng couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. Pray to God for eternal life. Oh, doesn't he know that there is no such option among the blessings sent by the gods? Even if I want to do this, no god has made any relevant promises at all. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Although he did not plan to tell the Creator, Momin still decided to secretly observe the other priests tomorrow, especially Orson. He was not sure that this mysterious man was only looking for him. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 170 Pluto and Lucky Man. He hid his figure in front of Momin and observed silently for a while. Only when he was sure that the other party did not intend to seek help from Prometheus did Mephistopheles smile with satisfaction. I chose the latter between Orson and Moment because he met the requirements better. In the follow-up, there is no need to monitor anymore. Since Moment doesn't plan to say it now, there is a high probability that he won't say it in the future. After signaling to the two gods who had been observing just now, Mephisto headed towards the human tribe first. There are many temples of gods here, so it is not a safe place after all. After all, as an outsider, there is a gap between his aura and the real world. Ordinary gods have little knowledge and may not understand what this feeling is, but those powerful gods can recognize it. Are you a human? Didn't all silver humans die at the turn of the era? Not long after, as soon as he left the tribe of bronze humans, Keto, who had already been filled with doubts, couldn't help but ask. Zeus did not make a big deal about secretly sending the rainbow goddess Iris to deal with the remnants of the old era, so the official rhetoric was just like Keto said, everything was because of the disaster at the change of the era. Yes, in fact, I was once a silver human. Nodding, Mephistopheles dispersed the black mist surrounding the two of them. But that doesn't mean it's still the case now. Before the great Lord of Nine Hells promoted me to a godlike existence, silver humanity was already different from the past. Now we call ourselves devils. And I am the Lord among devils. I was awarded the third-class title by the Lord of the Nine Hells. This is the title he uses to classify the status of the Hell Lords. Maybe it's because of close contact with the source of darkness, or maybe it's because of the changes in the environment after the Nine Hells integrated that power. In short, the first generation of devils were born close to darkness. Walking in this world, the blessings of the Nine Hells have been weakened by more than half, but Mephisto's affinity for darkness has not. These forces called elements did not reject his call at all, but were very obedient to change according to his wishes. This creation called Magic Network is indeed very strange. Although it binds the elements, it does not refuse any existence to use it, just like it is just a tool to sort out power. But anyway, this is a good thing. The power to control the elements gives him a lot more options in the mortal world. And if nothing else, if the previous human drank his blood, he would also be able to obtain some similar power from it. Title. Another unfamiliar word was heard, but Keto could probably understand the meaning of this sentence. Probably just like the levels of divine power of gods, it is a division of the power of this special regional god. So, what are you here for? Just have a few words with a mortal? Shaking his head slightly, Mephistopheles didn't expect the other party to understand his intentions. It's troublesome to explain. Instead of focusing on me, why don't you think about yourself, ma'am? Now that you have left Olympus, it proves that to the king of gods, your status is probably not as good as your enemy. So you need to find a powerful enough existence to get shelter before you can continue to do what you want to do. Speaking calmly, Mephistopheles was not ready to find the second human immediately. Most of today's bronze humans are still devout, and they have no idea about the little tricks of their creator and priests. In this case, even if he could persuade a few people with his words, it would still be half the result with half the effort. Doing the most things in the simplest way is his life creed. And even in just half a day, Mephisto had already figured out the current situation of the human tribe. Like a volcano about to erupt, it just depends on when it will explode. He doesn't need to do anything extra. He just needs to find a few suitable candidates among these priests and then quietly wait for Prometheus to destroy himself. Only then can humans who have lost their creator be corrupted by him from top to bottom. So, what do you need from me, and what can you give me? Until now, I don't even know who the Lord of Nine Hells you are talking about is. Not knowing the secret plan of the person in front of him, he frowned and Ketua asked, "And faith is the secret of the God King you said? But I don't feel this power at all." Of course you can't feel it. You are not a natural god, you represent a part of the world. Regardless of whether humans know you or not, as long as the place where they live is related to you, they can provide you with some beliefs. You are not a certain human being. The founders of various skills, cultures, and legends can draw strength from them. If a god can gain faith, then this is no longer a secret. Why do you think the God King forbids humans from approaching the ocean? He said lightly that Mephistopheles had experienced faith. After becoming a lord canonized by the Lord of Nine Hells, he was able to obtain blessings from the territory he owned and possessed godlike power. However, as he entered the real world, most of this blessing was cut off, and other devils living in his territory will provide him with such a belief intentionally or unintentionally. Even if the proportion is small, it is there. Belief or something has nothing to do with you now. It is the key to the fight between the truly powerful gods in the future. I can almost foresee that sooner or later, the God King on Mount Olympus will allow humans to gain the ability to reproduce, and then one day in the future, perhaps the gods will divide themselves into camps and be hostile to each other. Looking at Ceto, in the previous exchange, Mephistopheles knew about the divine power she had, the disguised and false beauty. Now, this power may not be useful, but when humans can reproduce, this is a very useful authority. The first wave of souls had the folly of the Illuminati, and Mephistopheles was already sure of it. Now, in order to perfectly fulfill his agreement with the Lord of Nine Hells, he had to think in advance how to continuously obtain souls. Don't be so straightforward later, otherwise neither the gods on Mount Olympus nor the beings in the spiritual world will let him go. As for what I need you to do, actually now I need this Ms. Megara's help even more. Looking at the goddess of jealousy aside, Mephistopheles slowly promised. Help me stir up the jealousy of humans, madam. Stir up their jealousy of immortality and power, but don't make it too obvious. The Styx witnesses that if you are willing to obey my orders in the next 1,000 years, then when everything is over, your wishes will be fulfilled. Especially you. Mephistopheles looked at Ceto, and he already knew what the other person really cared about. The true nature of gods cannot be changed under normal circumstances, but with the reshaping of the power of the world, nothing is impossible. At that time, although you will only master false beauty, it will not affect you at all. You can become real beauty. Today's bronze human tribe is really lively. In a short period of time, more than one god passed by here, but none of them attracted Ryan's real attention. He just glanced at it, then continued to sit at the table, waiting for dinner with Lyanna. Of course, gods can skip meals, but that doesn't mean they can't eat. On the contrary, most of the gods of chaos will not give up this behavior, and Ryan is no exception. Now, they were on the edge of the human tribe, in a bronze human home, watching a small figure busy in front of the fire. Although he is not big in stature, his movements are very skillful, and he always does similar things at first glance. Ender, are you sure you don't want our help? Looking at the busy figure of the 11 or 12-year-old boy, Ryan said with a smile. No need, big brother. I can do it. Shaking his head in refusal, the young man did not stop what he was doing. His name is Ender, and he is also a member of the Bronze Humans, but he is the second batch of humans created by Prometheus using the remaining materials. Although only less than 10 years apart, this generation of Bronze Humans were all children because the Illuminati wanted to imply that the God King created women. Someone like Ender, who looks about 10 years old, is already considered the older one. However, unlike children in later generations, humans at this time are God's creations. Even if they are far inferior to golden humans, they still have physiques that far exceed those of mortals in later generations. Like Ender, despite his young age, his strength is no less than that of the adult men of later generations, so he has an independent residence and, like other bronze humans, can survive on his own. Previously, Ryan was interested and decided to take Lyanna to experience life in primitive society, and by the way, he gave a gift that he had prepared. So he used witchcraft to obscure the people around him and Lyanna's understanding of him and Lyanna, making them think that they were two normal bronze human men and women, although there were no women at all among humans at this time. Then, he randomly selected a lucky viewer and decided to stay at his house for a few days. Unfortunately, the lucky audience member who was selected in the first place failed to seize the life-changing opportunity. He didn't know how incredible the gift Ryan was planning to give was to a mortal creature, but he just treated this pair of down-and-out fellows with a cold shoulder. Lyanna was very angry about this, but Ryan didn't intend to argue with the other party and just laughed it off. After so many years, His mentality has long been different from the past. Just like he could sit back and watch the bronze humans face their doomed destruction, he could naturally not care about the unconscious offenses of mortals because from beginning to end, Ryan didn't take them to heart. The bronze human gave him a somewhat familiar feeling, but only a little. While he was meditating, a sudden fluctuation in the portal of Hades caught Karen's attention. This was a sign that someone had entered Hades. Under his gaze, a red light flashed and then stopped on the bank of the river of pain. The light gradually dissipated, and the gentle-tempered patron goddess appeared. She was suspended by the river, looking at the core of the underworld where gray and purple collided in the distance, and then noticed the old man on the river of pain. Now the situation is very clear. The person who is fighting against Hades is the rumored goddess of the moon, an ancient god who lives in the spiritual world. But before going there, the goddess decided to understand the situation here first. "Excuse me, are you the river god here?"
Her tone was calm.
Looking at the old-looking ferryman in front of her, Hestia was not arrogant because of the difference in strength. On the contrary, she was very polite. This was her first time coming to Akron, and it was also her first time seeing the Stygian crosser. The opponent's strength is not strong, but this Styx river seems to be connected with the power of the underworld, giving birth to a special power. This power itself is not strong, but it shares part of the essence of the underworld. It can make all things sink and make those who come into contact with it lose their obsession in pain. Neither gods nor mortal beings can escape this force, only on the ferryman's wooden boat. Of course, this power will definitely not affect her personally. After all, the underworld is not the spiritual world. Even if the river of pain shares part of the essence of the underworld, it itself does not have the symbol to touch greatness. As you can see, Your Highness Hestia, I am Sharon, the ferryman of the river of pain. I now serve as Majesty Hades and guard the portal between the underground and the earth for him. Sharon stood up from the wooden boat and bowed. I wonder what your orders are. The battle in the underworld has affected the earth. I came here to explore the reason on the order of the God King. How much do you know about this dispute? She originally planned to rush directly to the center of Hades, but Hestia felt that just before and after she stepped through the gate of Hades, the atmosphere of both warring parties suddenly calmed down. At the same time, a strange feeling floated in the underworld. I only know that His Majesty Pluto has wanted to meet with the goddess of the moon and the goddess of oaths for a long time, but there's been no result. As for what happened today, I know nothing, Your Highness. Shaking his head, Karen's old face showed no sign of his harsh treatment of mortal things, only respect and obedience. Because of the influence of his priesthood, he is actually very keen on causing pain to others. But if he was facing the eldest sister of the God King, he still knew what to do. Is that so? Then I'll go over and see for myself. Thank you very much. Nodding slightly, the patron goddess felt that maybe her brother wanted to completely unify the power of the underworld and ended up having conflicts with his neighbors. No longer waiting, Hestia prepared to leave. But the next moment, the strange aura before suddenly became stronger. The entire underworld seemed to be rejoicing, and at a certain moment, even she was affected by the unknown power. The goddess stood there blankly. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten how she appeared here, the purpose of her trip to the underworld, and even almost forgotten how to control her power. As a result, the divine power produced otherwise normal fluctuations. Fortunately, it was only for a moment, and Hestia quickly got rid of this effect, but it still made her instantly alert. That is, with a serious look on his face, this special power was enough to scare Hestia. Its own strength is very limited, but like the Archon River in front of us, it seems to share the essence of a certain existence. Therefore, it also possesses a certain extremely high status that makes it difficult for goddesses to exempt themselves from it. Your Highness, it seems that a new Styx is being born. Perhaps because he is also a member of the Styx, Sharon was not more seriously affected than the powerful goddess. He remembered why he felt familiar with this strange aura, because there was a similar situation when he was born.
Just different again.
As one of the rivers of Styx, The ferryman clearly felt that this time the new river of Styx, like Styx, did not seem to be only affected by the underworld. At the other end of it, a vast and majestic world, just like Tartarus, is connected to Hades through the power of the new river Styx. This is... Compared to the two gods on the edge of the underworld, Liona and Hades were also a little surprised in the sky above the field of truth at this moment. Pluto's figure was a little embarrassed, but he didn't have any serious injuries. Although she had the upper hand before, Liona quickly discovered after a brief confrontation that she seemed unable to do anything to the opponent at the moment. This is not because the power of the spirit world is not strong enough and can't even compete with half of the power of the underworld, but because she herself has reached a bottleneck. Although there is still a lot of power that can be borrowed, Liona can no longer bear it. The addition of the power of the interface allowed Liona, who currently only had less than 18 levels of divine power, to stand at the pinnacle of powerful divine power, and the next step would be greatness. But the goddess of the moon is not the master of the world after all. She cannot touch the great realm before her own divine power reaches its extreme. That is a power that she cannot bear for the time being. In this case, Liona and Hades were like two students who already had excellent grades and got extra points. Although one has 500 points and the other has only 50 points, facing a paper with a perfect score of 100, this is enough for two good students to get full marks. But fortunately, she still has a magical weapon. If in the field of divine power, Hades and Liona, who are blessed by half the laws of the underworld, are equal, but in the field of artifacts, Pluto's invisibility helmet is not worth mentioning at all. But as the fight continued, something unexpected happened. When the power of the spiritual world collided with the authority of Hades through Liona, some strange changes gradually occurred. In the fourth level of the spiritual world, the artifact used to wash away the memories of living beings suddenly spontaneously collapsed and turned into a special spring. Originally, it only inherited memory, but now it has gained additional power. New Styx. His face was heavy. As the legitimate master of the underworld, Hades instantly understood what happened. The birth of the river Styx requires an inducement. When the power of the world oath was decentralized, Styx was born. Acheron was born because the underworld had a master, and the river of fire was drawn by him himself. The scene in front of him was obviously the scene in the spiritual world. Some kind of power resonated with Hades, and the fourth river of Styx was about to emerge. This was originally a good thing. Just like in the first two eras, the birth of the natural god also meant the perfection of the laws of the world. The increase in the number of Styx rivers could also increase the power of the underworld. But at this moment, Hades was not happy at all. Stand up. Because Hades felt that, unlike the river of fire and the river of pain, this new river of Styx, like Styx, did not seem to be governed by the laws of the underworld. His Majesty. When the signs of the birth of Styx appeared, the fight between the two main gods also stopped. Liona watched the changes taking place with some confusion, while Hades was thinking about how to end this inexplicable battle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the water fairy who was watching in fear finally suppressed her fear and came to Pluto's side. Your Majesty, your shrine has just... I can see that this is not the place you should be. The corners of his eyes twitched, and his tone was a little stiff. It was just a palace. Hades didn't care, but as a place for him to live, it represented his face. But the problem is that anyone with a discerning eye can see that he has no way to deal with the goddess of the moon now, and he can't even counterattack on an equal footing. The other party's residence is probably in the spiritual world. And now Mingta said it again, which made Pluto really impatient. This nymph may not have second thoughts about him, but she is really not a smart guy. Call. That's it for now. Your Highness Liona, I have seen your power, but you should also understand that in the underworld, I have some power. Slowly speaking, Hades looked at the beautiful goddess in front of him. Judging from the appearance, the other party and the well-known Hera did not show any concessions, but their styles were different. I won't mention what happened before in the future. My temple that was destroyed by you should be regarded as an apology to you. This meaningless battle should not continue. Her expression remained unchanged, and Lina had to admit that this false god from the outside world did have some strength. Maybe it can be suppressed with the help of the power of the artifact, but in the underworld, it is difficult for Hades to be truly suppressed. Among the first 18 angels in the spirit world, their attitudes towards outside creatures can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The ignorant sect believes that their existence or not has nothing to do with them. The destruction sect believes that those who do not believe in the Creator should be destroyed, and there are also the redemption sect, who believe that the creatures outside are just astray and need to be made aware of the greatness of the Lord. Enlightenment. Lina is actually somewhere between the latter two. She feels that mortals can be civilized, but it is difficult for these false gods to do so. But she is not as extreme as the second type, so she is not ready to take action when she sees her. You call this the field of truth. The voice was cold, and an idea vaguely came to Lina's mind as she looked at the place that called itself truth. If the Lord's majesty can be promoted, then a god who is probably unkillable doesn't seem to be that important. Yes, this is how I got the name for the core of Hades. Is there anything wrong with it? His expression became alert. After the previous incident, Hades had vaguely realized that perhaps this goddess born in the spiritual world may not be the same as many of the concepts of the gods in the world.
There was no reply.
Lina smiled as she looked at the gray plain. Pluto was a little surprised for a moment. This was the first time he saw the smile of the goddess of the moon, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong. In front of him, Lina tapped her finger lightly, and an illusory river flowed out of the void. Perhaps it was a fateful match. As soon as it appeared in this world, it was immediately accepted by the underworld. The aura that makes all things forget the past radiates out. One end of it originates from the side of the well of reincarnation, and the other end extends infinitely, rushing towards the gray earth. What are you up to? Divine power emerged, and Hades was about to stop it immediately, but he once again found helplessly that the authority of the underworld did not exclude the other party. Under the protection of the power of the silver mirror space, the illusory river just crossed the former site of the Pluto Palace on the field of truth in front of him from the middle, dividing the core of the underworld into 2. Even this long river is still extending. It cuts off some of the tributaries of the Fire River and continues to explore the portal of the underworld. Finally, it stopped behind the River of Pain. Only then did Pluto notice that a familiar figure seemed to be there. From now on, this will be Erinai's River Forgotten, and she can feel more relaxed because of it. The souls of mortal things will flow into the spiritual world from here, and then be washed away from the past along the way, and finally reincarnate. And where the river flows, all mortal things can witness all this, so as to understand the greatness of the spiritual world. I am very satisfied with my arrangement. The river originating from the 4th spiritual world is located in the middle of the 7th spiritual world and should naturally pass through the axis of the underworld. Turning to look at Hades, Lina felt much better. She thought of Cronus, who had visited Ryan several times. Since everything the Lord said was correct, the goddess of the moon should naturally learn from it. This is probably what the Lord wanted me to learn by letting me deal with this matter alone. I felt a little happy, and my tone softened a lot. Lina looked at Pluto in front of her and said in a calm voice, "Angels in the spiritual world are only loyal to the Lord who created everything. This is the first and last time I tell you. In addition, guard the banks of the River of Oblivion and don't let souls be stolen by other beings. Otherwise, if the spirit world receives fewer souls, the power in the light of the dark moon will decrease. Are you still willing to maintain our previous agreement?" Regardless of his sister, who is far away at the portal of Hades, Hades was a little surprised by Lina's words. He thought that with the conflict between them, the previous agreement between the 2 parties was no longer relevant. I hate you just because of my personal likes and dislikes. But it has nothing to do with the agreement you just made. Lina has been most influenced by 2 people since her birth. One is Ryan and the other is Themis, and most of her knowledge of the outside world comes from them. The latter goes without saying, but the former, apart from playing some word games when he was still weak, has always practiced what he preaches. Therefore, as Lyanna said, as long as Hades did not violate his promise first, she would not mind using the power of authority to give the underworld more light belonging to the underworld. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 173 Puppet, Sailing Boat, and Chessboard. In this case, I will be optimistic about this, the soul in this river of forgetfulness. Although the underworld is very wide, and the newly born Styx River has begun to extend some tributaries visible to the naked eye, Hades does not find it difficult to be optimistic about it. After all, the gods have verified it. The belief in the birth of a separate soul is nothing compared to when it is alive, so it seems that no one will snatch souls in batches. Even if you just leave it alone, nothing will happen. It better be this way. Tilting her head, Lyanna noticed the approaching red light in the distance. It seemed to be a god on Earth, but it probably took a long time for her to get here. Although the underworld is not as vast as the Earth, it is not small now. From today on, the ownerless magic released by Mingyu will be amplified 3 times. This is what I promised. As for the rest of how to build your kingdom of the undead, that is your business. Taking the silver mirror in her hand, Lyanna didn't linger any longer. Under Pluto's gaze, her figure gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the originally swollen Mingyu slowly returned to normal, but the magic power contained in the moonlight it illuminated actually increased. Although the concentration only increased 3 times, the impact on the birth of undead wisdom was more than 10 times greater. The biggest problem now has become how to obtain as many bones of life on the ground as possible, especially human bones.
Bronze humans.
It's a pity that they can live for a long time. He whispered to himself that his expected goal was finally achieved, but looking at the river Styx under his feet and the empty field of truth, Hades felt a little complicated. No, it's not completely empty. The goddess of the dark moon seems to be merciful to the undead souls who worship her, so that although they were a little embarrassed by the previous fight between the 2 gods, they were still safe. The only real unlucky thing in the field of truth is his palace. You find someone to rebuild my temple. Build it on the east side, far away from the river of forgottenness. After casually giving instructions to his maid, Hades immediately turned into a gray light and headed towards Hestia, at the edge of the underworld. Except for those who have authority in the underworld, it is not easy for other gods to come from the border of the underworld to the center. It is impossible for him to just stay in the center of the underworld with such arrogance, waiting for Hestia to come to see him. Flying in the air, Pluto also had a headache. He had to find a way to deal with his sister now, and it was best not to let her know what he wanted to do. Today's battle must have attracted the attention of the gods on Earth, and Hades did not want them to realize the existence of the undead in advance. Before, no one cared about the underworld because it had no benefits. But if it suddenly had benefits, it would inevitably attract the attention of the gods. Then let's do it. Let's make you laugh for a while first. After flying for a while, Hades finally came up with a good idea. If you want to cover up something, the best way is not to hide it, but to replace it with another thing that attracts more attention. For example, the god of the underworld failed to woo the goddess of the underworld, but was severely damaged, and the palace was wiped out, is a good saying. As for whether he would be treated as a joke by the Olympus gods, Hades no longer cared much. It's just a temporary honor and disgrace. When his strength is insufficient, he can even let go of the position of God-King, let alone a small fame. When he completes his plan, those gods will naturally learn to shut up. After adjusting his expression to look as miserable as possible, Hestia's figure was already visible in the distance. The next day, the shaking in the ground stopped near Mount Olympus, affecting at most some of the oceans. Under the suppression of the forces of this world, the place where the bronze human was as peaceful as ever. Last night, in a remote corner of the tribe, Ender waited very late for the big sister, who left midway to finally come back after finishing her work. The little guy was really hungry, but this is not what Ryan asked for. He was not here to enforce the law and abuse children, and he had no intention of testing Ender, even if the bronze human child was not technically weak. In fact, after discovering that Lyanna was fighting with Hades for no reason, Ryan indicated that he could start eating first, but Ender asked to continue waiting. Little Ender was warm and kind, and he didn't want to let the big sister eat the leftovers alone, so he insisted on waiting until Lyanna came back. Regarding his decision, Ryan could only lament that the same rice feeds all kinds of people, and the personalities of the bronze humans who have lost the confinement of their minds have also changed. Some were arrogant like Priest Orson, some were scornful and sarcastic like before when he asked Ryan to stay overnight, and of course there were also some who were kind to everything like Ender. It's just that Ryan doesn't know if Ender can still maintain the goodwill he is today when he grows up and when the bronze humans meet their destined end. Maybe not, but Ryan doesn't care. He was not here to select sages. It didn't matter whether Ender was good or evil in the future. Their fate only lasted as long as Ryan was still in the human tribe. As for the future, that is his own business. So, Lyanna, how did you end up fighting Hades? Sitting at the small table in the small courtyard in front of the house, Ryan was holding a knife in his hand and carving a wooden figure. The table next to him was already filled with many various wood carvings. They are exquisite, lifelike, and look just like real people. Although Hades doesn't seem to be as content with the status quo as he appears, he doesn't seem to be actively provoking you. I didn't ask much yesterday, but since I have free time today, Ryan is a little curious about it. Since he had let Lyanna deal with this matter alone before, he would naturally not be watching on the screen all the time, so that how Hades provoked his own angel, Ryan had no idea. But considering Lyanna's usual attitude towards living gods, it seems that there is nothing strange about a fight. He said some really annoying things, and I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Standing aside, Lyanna was silent for a moment, and then spoke. I was a little surprised. It didn't matter what the reason was, but this was the first time that Ryan saw Lyanna hesitate when facing her own problem. However, he only thought about it briefly and did not continue to inquire further. As the master of the spirit world, he equally respects the independent rights of every life in the spirit world, as long as it has nothing to do with his own interests. If this is what you want to do, go for it. But remember, next time, before doing something, think about whether you can achieve your goal and what you have to pay for it. If it were me, I would either not do it or be prepared to solve the trouble. The carving movements on his hands are non-stop. Just like Ryan said, he rarely uses force. Every time he takes action, he has a purpose to achieve. In contrast, if it weren't for the accidental birth of the River of Forgotten, Lyanna would have fought in vain, but she would have gained basically nothing. Okay, go and do your own business. You have to draw a river for Irene, and you must talk to her. Ryan waved his hand. Seeing this, Lyanna pursed her lips and retreated. Although she didn't say much, the goddess of the moon could still tell that Ryan was not satisfied with her trip, but Lyanna felt that it was because she was not strong enough. Can you achieve your goal? Be prepared to solve troubles. Obviously, if you have touched greatness, you can definitely easily solve all the problems you faced yesterday. Still not experienced enough. But that's right. How can you look at the world from a more rational perspective if you have been confined to the spiritual world since birth? Even the gods of chaos are not like this. With some sighs, Ryan had no choice but to put Lyanna's matter aside for the time being. He raised his head slightly, and just as he was speaking, Ander's short figure was walking towards the end of the road outside the small courtyard. On his back, a huge straw basket was filled with firewood, which looked heavy in weight. Over the years, although the blessings of the gods have allowed bronze humans to easily live a comfortable life, it is only an equal comparison. In any case, human beings are still in a primitive and barbaric era. In terms of civilization level, they are not even as good as the golden human race of the past. Over the course of thousands of years of development, golden humans have long since integrated the various techniques handed down from the civilization slate, but they have failed to make further innovations. In comparison, just a dozen years is far from enough for the new bronze humans to learn the legacy of their ancestors. Therefore, in times like this, even if they had fire to dispel disasters, they still needed to cut down wood. Even with evergreen fruit trees, they still need to graze cattle and sheep, and Ender is no exception. Early this morning, he went to the woods a dozen miles away to prepare fuel for the next few days. Big brother, I'm back. Entering the small courtyard, Ender put down the bamboo basket full of wood on his back and wiped the sweat from his face. If future generations of humans saw this scene, they would definitely scold Ryan for bullying children, but to the eyes of the adults and children in the courtyard at this time, it seemed completely normal. Ryan took it for granted because what he was about to give Ender was far more valuable than what he had paid. Ender also took it for granted because he found that Ryan knew a lot of knowledge.
He was not stupid.
Regarding Ryan's identity, Ender had some guesses. This eldest brother was probably a skilled craftsman. We're back. That's just right. Come here, Ender. After carving the last stroke, Ryan looked at the puppet in his hand. It has both appearance and spirit on the outside, and the inside is also filled with internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians that are no different from the human body. He didn't use any extraordinary power. This was the pinnacle of simple mortal skills under the blessing of the priesthood. Of course, without extraordinary physical strength, this technique of directly transmitting strength from the outside to the inside without damaging the wood would be absolutely impossible to accomplish. Come on, choose one. He waved to Ender. On the stone table at this moment, there were puppets of various styles, a small wooden sailboat that did not exist in this era, and a chessboard filled with various chess pieces. These are the results of Ryan's carving today. Of course, they are not artifacts with extraordinary functions. They are just ordinary wood carvings. Shall I choose one? Some surprises, some hesitations. At just one glance, Ender, who was still a child, fell in love with these various toys. But such exquisite things must be rare, and he didn't know whether he should accept this gift. Well, of course, but they're not toys. Ryan tapped his fingers on the table and said with a smile, Actually, I want to teach you a skill in return for bothering you these days, as well as the rent for a period of time in the future. Art, you are a priest. He blurted out that although he didn't know what rent was, Ender knew what craft was. His eyes shone with admiration, and he couldn't help but use honorifics when he spoke. Although bronze humans are primitive today, with the development of tribes, class divisions have gradually emerged. There is no doubt that priests are the highest status people under the Creator. They can communicate with gods, follow Prometheus, accept the teachings of the Creator, and convey each other's will. In addition to priests, the second level is craftsmen. All the existing skills of mankind come from the old times and from the teachings of Prometheus, and it is obviously impossible for the Illuminati to let hundreds of thousands of humans learn from him at the same time. Moreover, different skills require different numbers of people. Different from herding and farming, the forging of bronzes, the carving of temple reliefs, and the making methods of some tools are all knowledge that only a few people need to master. There is no need to popularize it to all humans. In this case next, Prometheus came up with a solution. He chose the wisest part of mankind, who were also the precursors of the priests. The Illuminati taught them different skills in turn, and then let them teach them to other suitable humans. From then on, priests, people with special skills, and ordinary bronze humans constituted the three most primitive classes at this time. However, because of the existence of the Creator, although the former has a higher status, oppression is far from occurring in the human world. In Ender's eyes, he originally thought that Ryan was the second type, but now he discovered that Ryan, who claimed to teach him skills, was probably the first type. With a slight bow, Aglaia noticed the broken vessels on the ground. Obviously, the queen was definitely not in a good mood before. Aglaia, as the mistress of Mount Olympus and the queen recognized by the laws of this world, I have just been given a responsibility by the world. I will give birth to a god by myself just like the Earth Mother once did, in order to respond to the world's favor for me. Aglaia lowered her head and remained silent. I will give birth to him as soon as possible. If everything goes as normal, he will become my eldest son and a member of Olympus. But if something unexpected happens, then he is not my child. You have to find a qualified family for him. I want you to choose a location secretly in advance and report it to me. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, Aglaia understood what Hera meant. Obviously, the queen in charge of childbearing probably sensed something was wrong, and the other party did not want her first child to have any defects in any sense. In this case, the ocean promised by the god king himself is a very suitable place. The Queen of Heaven probably didn't quite believe that her younger brother could handle this matter, so she chose to leave it to Aglaia's mother, the ocean goddess Eurynome, to solve this problem. But most importantly, Hera probably wanted to do all this without telling the god king. As you command, your majesty. Although she didn't want to get involved in this matter, as the youngest and smartest of the three graceful goddesses, Aglaia knew she had no choice but to agree. However, thinking about the vague fear that the Olympian gods had towards Oceanus, Aglaia felt that maybe her aunt's family, who was married far away, were more suitable to take over this important task. Anyway, if you stay close to Poseidon, you won't be favored by the god king, so if you do something for the queen, they won't refuse. Very well, then go out. Nodding with satisfaction, Hera didn't know that in a short period of time, Aglaia had already thought of a solution. She just signaled the other party to step back. When she was left alone in the palace again, looking at the empty palace, anger once again surged into the queen's heart involuntarily. Her sister, Demeter, and Hera thought she was indifferent to the world, but she didn't expect that she would betray her anyway. As for Zeus, Hera knew that although the other party's inability to control her was the root cause of all problems, there was nothing she could do against him. Phew, calm down. And this kid, was he affecting me just now? Trying to calm down her mood, Hera unexpectedly discovered that perhaps because of the negative emotions she had integrated into the embryo, this newborn god seemed to have a closer direct connection with her. This gave Hera a vague glimpse that he seemed to have divine power related to the earth and fire in the future. It shouldn't be very weak. He breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. It would be best if he could give birth to a normal, powerful god. But feeling this connection, the queen couldn't help but think of the origin of her negative emotions. A husband, a sister, and a baby on the way. Zeus, this better be the last time. With a cold expression, Hera secretly made a decision. If there is a next time. It is true that she can't do anything to the god king, but he is only a god king. If she can't stop her husband, then she will tell all the goddesses with practical actions that no one can take away what belongs to Hera. After changing his clothes and sprucing up his appearance at Evan's home, Cohen finally no longer looked like a savage. Although his temperament is still incompatible with Joma town, pedestrians on the road no longer look at him strangely. Relying on his extraordinary control of the body and hearing, Cohen also quickly learned the accent of the bronze human. At this time, walking on the road and listening to the exchanges of humans around him, Cohen gradually gained some understanding of the history of thousands of years. The king of the gods is no longer what he used to be. With the collapse of the holy mountain, the one who rules the world now is the god king Zeus, the master of the Olympian pantheon. Humanity has also been destroyed for 2 rounds, and according to them, the second generation of silver humans also had a long lifespan, but because they did not respect the gods, they lost the protection of the gods and became extinct during the Titan War. Cohen declined to comment. He has never seen silver humans, and he doesn't know whether they respect God or not, but what he knows is that if worshipping God could bring him protection, then he wouldn't be here now. What was also strange to him was that although the humans here claimed to be believers in gods, their understanding of gods was not similar to that of the Golden Age. In the description of the Bronze Man, God does not seem to be almighty and perfect, but merely a being who has mastered powerful power. People even classified the importance of the gods according to their different powers. In addition, in front of the temples dedicated to the gods, there are also beings called priests who tell about the greatness of different gods and the benefits that can be obtained by believing in gods. Yes, although they call it a blessing, Cohen feels that it is simply an exchange. Humans offer sacrifices, and gods grant blessings. Bronze humans think this is normal, but Cohen finds it strange. Perhaps this is the real God. Perhaps the God we once understood is indeed different from the reality. Silently meditating, Cohen felt that he seemed to have found the answer. But looking at those tall temples and the kneeling humans, he couldn't help but think of the dream that changed his destiny again. It's funny to say that thousands of years have passed, and he still doesn't know which god the so-called Lord is from the god who calls himself an angel. The other parties seemed to be just in a mood to scatter some food to the ants at his feet, and then forgot about his existence. Not to mention asking him to build a temple. He didn't even leave a name. This once made Cohen feel a little frustrated, but now it has become support for his past concepts. Everything he saw in the ruins made the king of humans doubt God, but if he was asked to completely deny his beliefs for thousands of years and deny the beliefs that the golden humans insisted on, it would be somewhat unacceptable to him. Fortunately, Cohen discovered that there seemed to be differences among these gods. Now, he wants to know why the same gods, the former Titan gods, the current Olympus gods, and the god whose name is unknown are so different. His intuition told him that the reason behind this might be the answer he had been looking for. Brother Cohen, why are you distracted again? While he was deep in thought, Evans's voice instantly called back Cohen's attention. Sorry, the place I lived before is a bit different from here. After coming back to his senses, Cohen smiled apologetically at Evans, his expression still a bit unnatural. There is no way, even if it is for self-protection reasons, concealing the origin from others still violates the past code of conduct of the human king. It's normal to have differences. Jummu town is close to the forest and lacks stone. Apart from the temple, there are basically no stone buildings. It's normal for you to find it novel. If you are not in a hurry to go back, you can stay in the town for a while. But now we are here. Nodding clearly, Evans motioned for Cohen to look ahead at a crowded place. Remember what I told you before? You mean those unbelievers? After just a moment's thought, Cohen recalled what Evans had said to him before. It seems that in Giantwood Town, there are some unbelievers who are no longer willing to offer sacrifices to the gods. This undoubtedly angered the priests in charge of the temple. Just today, the priests will announce the results of their treatment in front of everyone. Yes, it's them. Nodding, Evans showed a very interested expression. In front of the temple of the God King, the priest of the God of justice and law will judge the fate of those disrespectful people in public today. Of course, the Creator once said that the respected goddess would always fully listen to the opinions of both parties before making a fair judgment in the court of God, so the priests also followed suit and prepared to give justice to those who are helpless. Believers are given a chance to speak, and then their flaws are found and criticized in public. Speaking of which, I've been really curious about what they can say for a long time. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator.
Chapter 177 No Fight.
The wide open space in the center of Jummu town was already crowded with people. Facing the temple of Zeus, the king of gods, a temporary wooden platform has been set up. It was originally intended for a theatrical performance that had ended, but by this time it had been enlarged again, and several more rows of seats had been added. Ender's performance only requires one person, but the trial of the unbelievers gathers all the people with a certain status in this small town. The priests of the Temple of Law are undoubtedly at the top of the list, and they will be the ones who give the results of this trial. However, the referee should not be off the field, so the people who really reprimanded the unbelieving person were actually the other people sitting there. At this time, half of the people were already sitting in front of the tables and chairs on the high platform. They talked and laughed with each other, the atmosphere was relaxed, and they didn't care about what happened next. After all, the outcome of this trial was self-evident. Human beings were created by God, and the Creator is still in the world, and the blessings of the gods are real. They really can't think of what kind of words the unbeliever would use to exonerate himself. This is more of an entertainment event than a trial. Because of that drama master, the recently built Jummu town has recently gathered a large number of immigrants. Therefore, holding an event in the name of God on the grounds of judging the unbelievers is why the priests of the temple are so enthusiastic. They had even thought of how to deal with the poor guy in advance. Just let him serve the temple for the rest of his life. Anyway, at this time, humans did not have the death penalty, And the gods did not clearly say what they would do to the unbelievers, and most importantly, the guy did not have time to perform any truly blasphemous act. His current behavior is more like a fool who suddenly went crazy, although everyone who has come into contact with him thinks he is a good guy. So, what did the unbeliever do? Did he refuse to offer sacrifices to the gods? Standing among the crowd below the high platform, Cohen relied on his excellent physique and sense of balance to stand on an irregular boulder. Here, everything on the high platform can be seen at a glance. That's not true. Although there are some irreverent guys who do this, that unbeliever is different. Holding firmly on Cohen's sleeve, Evan stood on the top of the boulder. The surface of the stone was very smooth, and without Cohen, he felt like he might fall off at any time. But despite being nervous, Evans was also a little excited, which is why he chose to stay up there. It is said that the unbelieving person is not opposed to sacrificing to the gods. He is just opposed to belief in the gods. That's what he seemed to say. This is why we call him the unbelieving person. But having said that, offering sacrifices to gods means believing in gods. I don't quite understand his thoughts anyway. There are so many people gathered here today, and many of them are actually here to watch his jokes. Everyone wants to hear, how could he be both sacrificial and unfaithful? Nodding, relying on his extraordinary hearing, while talking to Evans, Cohen gradually understood the whole story from the exchanges between people around him. The reason why the unbelieving person was arrested was not because he made any direct blasphemous act or refused to sacrifice. On the contrary, he usually behaved no differently from other people. He would regularly go to the temple to offer sacrifices and was never dissatisfied with the priests. In fact, the only thing he did was to openly question the nobility of the gods in Giantwood Town. He believed that sacrifice and faith were different. Sacrifice represents recognition of God's power, while faith represents recognition of God's spirit. But this unbeliever feels that on a spiritual level, gods and humans are equal, and among equal beings, there is naturally no belief. So while he offered sacrifices to the gods, he also expressed that he did not recognize the gods' code of conduct. He offered sacrifices to the gods because of the difference in strength, and he did not believe in gods because of spiritual equality. It is difficult to directly judge him guilty for this kind of behavior. After all, his unbelief is only based on thoughts that cannot be judged, and his actual behavior is blameless. Therefore, the priests decided to hold a trial and let all the people watching decide the fate of the unbelievers. At least that's what they say and think until now. There's no need to think too much about it. It's just the lies of an ignorant person. The Creator strives for excellence when creating our bodies, but that's all. There are always a few not-so-smart guys like this. Waving his hand, Evans looked around. This was the first time he stood at such a high place. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Here, look, that's the unfaithful man. I thought he would be guarded, but I didn't expect that he came here on his own. Let me see. Looking for reputation, Cohen was about to recognize someone. In that direction, a young man dressed in black and with a friendly smile was walking towards the high platform. While walking on the road, he even had time to say hello to others. However, just such a young man made Cohen's spirit tense instantly. At the same time, as if he felt Cohen's gaze, the guy he was looking at also focused his gaze on him. A short distance apart, the two people looked at each other from a distance. The unbeliever you're talking about is the guy in black. His tone remained unchanged, but the power was already flowing through his body. The young man in black was handsome and had a gentle smile, not at all like the stupid unbeliever rumored to be. But in him, Cohen felt a faint sense of threat. In addition, there is an extremely negative emotion. That's him. Why, have you seen him before? Seemingly aware of the change in Cohen's attitude, Evans couldn't help but ask. I don't know him. By the way, do you know his name? Since discovering the other party, Cohen has not taken his eyes away. This is a dangerous person, but if possible, he does not want to fight with the opponent here. After all, an existence that can make him feel a little threatened. Even if the other party is not his opponent, the traces of the battle between the two sides are enough to easily destroy the town. But obviously, Evans on the side had no idea who the person next to him and the unbeliever in the distance were. He and everyone in the town are also wandering on the line of life and death. What about a name? His name is a bit difficult to pronounce. Let me think about it. After thinking briefly, Evans affirmed, Mephisto or Mephisto. They are almost the same in anti-righteousness, who knows? Now that the rightful owner has arrived, the trial should also begin. I hope this guy will not be powerless in front of the priests and at least say something. Do you think this is the truth? Cohen didn't reply. He had just arrived at the human tribe and bumped into such a special guy. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something. But it has to be said that after listening to Evan's words, Cohen was alert and could not help but have some expectations for the trial. Although I don't know why such a dangerous guy came to accept the trial, the reality is that Cohen will not insist on getting to the bottom of it. But what would a guy with such a strong negative emotion say about faith in gods? In this regard, Cohen, who has been seeking answers all the way, still wants to know. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 178 Trial. Withdrawing his eyes of implicit confrontation, Mephistopheles continued walking on the road. He still faced everyone with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. But obviously, for the two people who just looked at each other, the other's existence was unexpected and cannot be ignored. Strange. A demigod? It doesn't seem like it. An ordinary demigod would not make me feel in danger. Without divine power, he is probably much stronger than me. And what is he here for? Before I came to the human world, I only heard about the existence of wizards. That was the power that the goddess of magic network mastered before she became a god. I didn't expect that there is a different way to control mortal things. Power? Thought to himself, Mephistopheles wasn't too worried, just a little surprised and a little curious. When humans lived together in one place before, this great devil from the nine hells naturally did not dare to do anything under the eyes of Prometheus. But what he didn't expect was that when he came to this newly built town just 2 years ago, he actually met an unusual character. The other party has divine power in him, which is why Mephistopheles initially thought he was a demigod. But after a brief perception, he denied that conjecture. That divine power came from the light rain decades ago. It existed in the bodies of many beasts on the earth at that time. It seems that the human body also came from this, but what really made Mephisto feel afraid, it was the opponent's vigorous blood and powerful physique. He has no doubt that all the methods he can use in this world will probably have little effect on the other party. And that person can easily tear apart those giant beasts bleeding with divine blood in the wilderness with just one pair of hands. But fortunately, it seemed that that person didn't want to fight with him in Giantwood Town. In this case, today's plan will naturally proceed as usual. The priests still lived so peacefully that they all took a chance and thought that their deception of the gods would not be discovered, and that if they were discovered, they would not be held accountable by the gods. In this case, let him personally fill their graves with a shovelful of soil. I hope they can make some correct choices under real threats. Mephisto, let me give you one last piece of advice. If you retract your previous remarks now and pray devoutly in the temple, you can still be forgiven. While thinking about it, more and more people noticed Mephisto's arrival. Some of them came to see the fun, and some looked disgusted, but they all spontaneously made way for him to lead to the high platform. As one of today's protagonists, no one wants to stop him. But perhaps out of kindness, or to make the trial seem more in line with the rules, when Mephistopheles came to the high platform, a priest responsible for worshipping the goddess of the hearth and fire made the final words to him righteously.
Warn.
Thank you for your kindness, your excellency, but I insist that I am not guilty. And I believe that everyone will soon agree with my ideas. The voice was not loud, but gentle and firm. Mephisto's reply once again caused a commotion in the crowd. People were talking about it, but it didn't affect the man in front of the high platform at all. He just took a step forward and looked at the priest standing in front of him. I wonder if I can go up? In fact, I'm quite looking forward to speaking later. Since you insist on your opinion, then come up. I hope you won't regret it. He frowned, but under the gaze of thousands of spectators, the priest still turned sideways and moved away from the steps to the high platform. Thanks. With a polite smile, Mephisto immediately stepped onto the high platform. He walked to the center and stood in the middle. In front of him were priests from different temples and people recognized as wise. Behind him, and not far away on both sides, were dense crowds of people. The arbiter of this trial declared that in order to obtain a fair result, everyone present, whether on or off the stage, whether they are residents of Giantwood Town or not, as long as they want to, are qualified to speak, no matter which side they stand on. Both are available. But everyone knows that no one will side with this unbeliever. It just gives the onlookers a sense of participation. So when Mephistopheles stood in the center of the high platform, as the play Harlequin arrived, the host on the high platform immediately stood up. With a mocking smile on his lips, he looked at the guy he once knew. The reason why he can stand here and preside over this grand event is because he was the first person to report Mephistopheles for spreading untrustworthy ideas. And the reason why he did this was partly due to personal grudges, although this grudge was completely unilaterally thought by him. It seems that you insist on your own opinion, Mephistopheles. I have to say that your existence really makes me feel ashamed of the gods. There are such unbelievers like you among humans, and you don't even mean to feel ashamed. People will be ashamed of their mistakes, but I don't think I am at fault. As for you, I don't know. Besides, you should just be the presiding officer of this trial, right? With a calm tone, Mephistopheles didn't look like he was facing a sentence, but rather like a wise man preaching his own ideas. On the other hand, those standing in front of him are naturally sinners who prevent the spread of the truth. You. Unexpectedly, the other party dared to refute. The host was about to say something, but he noticed the priest of the law temple who was sitting in the center and looked at him. As judges, even though they do not recognize Mephisto's untrustworthiness, at least they have to behave like they are fair and just. Taking a deep breath, the host had no choice but to hold back his emotions and no longer paid attention to Mephistopheles, but looked at the crowd of spectators. Everyone, I think you all know why we are here today. He, Mephistopheles, a resident of Giantwood Town, is also a human being created by gods like us. He openly admits his unbelief and believes that humans should not believe in gods. This is undoubtedly an evil behavior that cannot be tolerated. As God-reverent bronze humans, we will give him the right to argue fairly in front of the temple, instead of blindly judging him. Now, please be quiet. After saying the last sentence, when the scene became quiet, the host took a step back and looked at a middle-aged man sitting on the left. That was Devers, the priest in charge of worshipping the god-king in Giantwood Town. It was said that he was also a good friend of the high priest Orson. Upon receiving the host's gaze, he nodded in response, then stood up and looked at Mephisto, who was standing in the middle of the high platform. As the person with the highest status here, he should be the first to speak. Mephisto, as a priest of the God King, I cannot understand why you are unfaithful, because the gods are so great. As a human being created by the gods, I also cannot understand why you are unfaithful, because they are so kind. Now, in front of so many human beings, can you explain your point of view to us, and tell everyone the reason for your lack of faith? Perhaps to make the trial more interesting, Devers did not launch a verbal attack. The crowd of onlookers also recognized his words. Although they all understood the thoughts of this unbeliever through various methods, they did not hear him tell the truth clearly after all. Of course, in fact, I've been waiting for today for a long time. Under the gaze of everyone, Mephisto smiled and said, but no one among the humans present could understand what he meant. The main reason why I stand here today, opposing faith but not sacrifice, is because in my opinion, spirit and matter are not confused, just like sacrifice and faith are not confused. Gods have powers far beyond those of mortals, and they can bring benefits to humans, so humans should use sacrifices to show respect to them. This is understandable, but beliefs are different. Belief means recognizing all the thoughts of an existence, or an existence that places one's own hopes on it. In this aspect, the gods are obviously far from qualified to be believed. Looking around, Mephisto finally reiterated, "The God King is higher than the gods. The gods obey him and respect him, but do not believe in him, because the relationship between the God King and the gods is interdependent. Without ordinary gods, the God King's throne has no value. The status of priests is higher than that of ordinary people. People respect you and obey your instructions, but they do not believe in you, because the relationship between priests and ordinary people is also interdependent. Without ordinary humans, there is no need for priests to exist. When I deny faith, I am not denying the power and existence of the gods, but I am denying their higher status. I approve of sacrifice, but not faith, because in my opinion, God and man do not unilaterally demand something from the other, but both parties need each other. In this case, faith naturally does not exist."
Soil.
All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 179, God and Man. Absurd. Just as Mephistopheles finished speaking, a priest stood up. "Since you acknowledge God's material gifts to mankind, you should not deny your faith. If you rely on God to obtain your current life, but you don't want to believe in God, how can there be such a good thing?" The crowd of onlookers nodded one after another. If you get something, you should give something. This is very reasonable. However, in the face of the other party's accusations, Mephisto seemed unhurried. "Your Excellency, I think you may have misunderstood what I meant. Except for humans, beasts can reproduce. Their children are born because of their parents, and they exist because of their parents when they are young. Therefore, they respect their parents, but this is not belief. Gods also have offspring, and their children are due to their parents. When children are born, they respect their parents, and this has nothing to do with belief. I recognize sacrifices, but not faith, because the two are separate and cannot be confused. Gratitude to the helper, awe of the power, and recognition of their spirit and behavior are two completely different things. What do you think?" When Mephistopheles finished speaking, there was a brief silence on and off the high platform. The onlookers thought that this unbeliever would say something ridiculous and be easily refuted by them, but after carefully listening to the other party's explanation, they felt that it seemed to make some sense. Indeed, gods are of great help to humans. Without gods, humans would probably be like ordinary beasts, running around and living in no fixed place to avoid monsters with extraordinary power. But gratitude and faith are indeed not the same. If one person saves the other, the saved one will not become a believer of the former. Mephisto, you are just distorting the meaning of the gods. After a while, a tall young man broke the calm on the high platform. He is the priest of Poseidon, god of the sea. Unfortunately, due to the prohibition of the God King, humans today cannot approach the ocean at all, so the Poseidon temple has never had any sense of existence. You think humans can use sacrifices to repay God's gifts without having to believe in gods. But mortal sacrifices are of no use to gods. What they value is the piety of the sacrificer. Gods use the number of sacrifices offered by mortals to measure the level of piety, and piety is what God values. If everyone doesn't believe in God, what's the point of offering sacrifices to God? So you admit what I said before, that there is mutual value between humans and gods, but the value provided by humans is not tribute, but devout faith? But if you put it this way, I'm afraid this method of judgment is not very reasonable. With a smile on his face, Mephistopheles pointed at himself. My existence is proof. Since the beginning, I have not believed in any gods, but I still paid enough sacrifices, so my residence is not damaged by wind and rain, and my fire stove is always burning. Then I suggest that the gods use a new way of judgment. Otherwise, unbelievers like me can also enjoy the blessings of the gods, which would be somewhat detrimental to the justice of the gods. The Poseidon priest was speechless. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say a word. This is a trap. No matter what God needs is faith or sacrifice, it proves that God wants something from people. Since we have something to ask for, we must put gods and humans on the same level in some aspects. Although he could also say something like, then we should believe in God in exchange for gifts, but the Poseidon priest knew that if he really said that, it would be a complete failure. If God really has a need for human beings, then the blessings from the gods should be regarded as a transaction, rather than a gift. If everyone believed in God with the intention of exchanging faith for rewards, then this so-called faith would definitely not be called piety. Faith that starts with profit will naturally end with profit. Now, the Poseidon priest just feels that today's trial should not exist. Faith should never be discussed. What about the creator, Mephisto? Do you believe in the creator? Suddenly, someone in the audience spoke out. Perhaps realizing that when faith is treated as a trading item, faith has lost its sanctity, that person decisively chose to avoid the topic and instead brought up the existence of Prometheus. The creator created bronze humans, taught humans knowledge, and opened up the wilderness for humans. All these behaviors are done without asking for anything in return. If Mephistopheles dared to slander the creator, no one would tolerate his actions. But obviously, all this was expected by Mephistopheles. Creator, of course I don't believe in him either. Nodding, Mephisto said affirmatively. But before the audience could get angry, he asked the questioner, I think that if you believe in a god, you should guide your own thoughts with his thoughts. If you really recognize the thoughts of the creator, then you should not believe in him. He does not erect temples, build temples, or collect sacrifices. I have to say that the creator is indeed worthy of human beings to believe in, but he does not want us to believe in him. Then can I draw a conclusion? Anyone who needs human beings to believe in is not worthy of human beings' belief. On the contrary, it does not require belief, so it is the God that human beings should believe in. If this is the case, then we should not offer our faith to any gods. This is also the standard established by the Creator himself for us, isn't it? The questioner was speechless, and the expressions of the onlookers softened, and many people fell into deep thought. They were somewhat happy to hear this unbeliever praise the Creator, but what the other person said seemed to be true. If we must rank the gods, then in the hearts of bronze humans, Prometheus is undoubtedly superior, and even the God King cannot be even half as good as him. But as Mephistopheles said, the Creator built temples for the gods, but not for himself. Does this prove that truly great gods do not need the faith of mortals? At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was already a bit serious. The previous briskness disappeared, and the humans below the high platform all thought about Mephisto's words, while above the high platform, a strange atmosphere spread among the priests. If you really want to say that you don't believe in God, in fact, they priests are the ones who really don't believe in God, but they also understand that they cannot believe in God. But if the entire bronze human race does not believe in God, it will be a big trouble. The Creator had warned them that the gods might not be able to tell whether a certain person was pious without coming in person, but they could feel the overall changes in human beliefs. So Prometheus warned them many times that they must not let the common people know about the sacrifices. And now, if Mephisto's words are really accepted by people, then the gods will definitely discover the problems among humans. What will happen then, only God knows. After all, truth is truth and reality is reality. What you say makes sense, but it doesn't mean that gods will really tolerate humans continuing to remain as usual after giving up their faith. As the priests closest to gods, they do not think that gods are benevolent and kind like ordinary humans. But he couldn't say these words directly, so Devers stood up decisively. He could not tolerate the other party to continue like this. What about the God King? Mephistopheles, even the Creator created humans under the orders of the God King. Are you unwilling to give your faith to one of your own creators? Devers didn't think this question would stump the other party. He just hoped that Mephistopheles could recall the power of God. They can create you or they can destroy you. But apparently his idea failed again. Opposite him, Mephistopheles shook his head slightly. He no longer looked at the priests on the high platform, but looked around and looked at every human being under the platform. God King, you are right. He indeed instructed the Creator to create human beings. But if you have to sacrifice your faith because of this, I'm afraid it's not very convincing. As I said before, it is well known that gods can have children and reproduce, but gods will not believe in another god, so the children of gods may respect their parents, but this has absolutely nothing to do with belief. This was also my initial point of view. We can offer sacrifices to the gods to show respect for the greatness of the gods, but faith is not necessary. The power of the gods awes me, but they are far from being able to make me surrender spiritually. And enough. This time, before he finished speaking, Mephisto's words were interrupted by Devor's cold voice. His face was very solemn, even to the point where everyone could see it. He has realized that the guy in front of him may be difficult to convince with words, but he really wouldn't want to do anything else if possible. Force cannot change thoughts, and faith lies in thought. Mephisto, your thinking is indeed sharp, and your words are indeed full of inflammatory, but these are not the reasons for you to be so arrogant. Admit your mistake now. As long as you take back what you just said, we can forgive your previous behavior. Staring at the young man, Devers tried to make him understand his determination, and he was very sure that the other party saw what he meant. But to his disappointment, the other party just responded with a faint smile. I stand by my opinion, Your Excellency. Looking at Devers, Mephistopheles opened his hands and said calmly, Get him. With a cold expression, when Devers said these words, everyone around him was stunned for a moment. But the next moment, under his intense gaze, the two assistants following him walked towards Mephistopheles. As a priest who serves the God King, Devers knows that no matter what happens to Mephisto from today on, he has already lost. Now he can only choose to make his loss smaller. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 180 Flame. Without any resistance, Mephistopheles just allowed two ant-like mortals to restrain him. Seeing the scene on the high platform, the audience was in an uproar. Although they had felt that what Mephistopheles said made sense before, their experiences over the past few decades had given them blind trust in gods and priests. They were expecting someone to refute this unbeliever with a more powerful point of view, but what they didn't expect was that the priest on the high platform actually chose to use force. This really surprised people. In the past, among human tribes, there had never been any use of force against similar people. Why? It seems that if you can't convince me, are you going to use other methods to solve me? With a calm expression, Mephistopheles looked at Devers in front of him, with a smile on his lips. Your Majesty the Judge, as priests of the Goddess of Law, shouldn't you uphold the justice of this trial, or is this a trial that is not allowed to win? On the high platform, the two priests looked a little ugly. They had already felt the suspicious eyes of everyone in the audience, but due to the past majesty of the priest, no one dared to step forward to stop him. They also want to maintain the so-called justice and maintain their image in the minds of others, but considering the words of the unbeliever just now, the two priests are in a dilemma. Mephisto's words are too dangerous. If he is allowed to win, the entire bronze human race will be in danger. They don't know what will happen to ordinary people, but once the gods come in person, the priests will be the first to be judged. In desperation, they had no choice but to turn their attention to Devers, who had just made a decision. Stop showing off your words, Mephistopheles. This trial is of course fair, but we plan to take a more reasonable approach to resolve all this than a long argument. Seeing the Inquisitor's dilemma, Devers said in a deep voice. Mephistopheles had been restrained and the other party had no intention of resisting, which frustrated his idea of terminating the trial on the grounds of disturbing order. Clenching his fists, there was no other way to go now. Devers didn't know if what he was about to do was right, but no matter what, he had to do it. Such a dangerous guy must not be allowed to exist anymore. Let the gods judge you, Devers said coldly. The gods have not said how to punish people who have no faith. We dare not speculate. In this case, let the creatures given by God judge right and wrong. If you are right, then nothing will happen. If you are wrong, then your end will be God's decision for you. Standing on the stage, Devers scanned the crowd. Many of them were originally dissatisfied with the sudden end of the debate and expressed resistance to the priest's use of force, but as Devers linked the trial to God, they did not dare to say anything more. Even among those who thought what Mephisto said was reasonable, no one dared to stand up and question God. After all, it is difficult to see that one's faith in God has been shaken on the outside, but it is another matter to openly express doubts about God. Most people are still silent after all. A creation given by God? Mephistopheles' smile became increasingly uncontrollable, and he asked slowly, "I don't know what you are referring to?" "Of course it's the flames. God gave us fire to drive away wild beasts, illuminate darkness, avoid disasters, and bring warmth. It is the most suitable creation to express God's will. If God thinks you're not guilty, then you'll be safe and sound. On the contrary, the fire given by God will give you the punishment you deserve. This is the most just judgment." Did God pay attention here? Devers thought that no one knew this better than himself. The gods will not care about such a trivial matter, so he has already foreseen the fate of this unbeliever. He will die wailing in flames and pay for his words. The tone was a little emotional, but also like sighing. Orson's right hand unconsciously brushed the corner of his eye, where there were already some wrinkles. More than 20 years ago, he was so confident that death was nothing more than that, and aging could be faced calmly. But when his body lost strength, his thinking began to slow down and his skin lost its luster, he no longer thought that way. He wanted to regain his youth forever. He prayed to the Creator for this, but to his disappointment, Prometheus rejected him this time. After all, Orson is indeed his preferred student, but why not the other priests? If everyone came to him asking for immortality, he would not be able to do so. But if only a few exceptions are given, he feels sorry for the rest. Therefore, the Illuminati tried to satisfy every reasonable desire of the people, except for eternal life. Then let us wait and see. The Creator will definitely solve everything. I'm a little tired, Maman. Then I won't bother you anymore. Nodding to express understanding, Meng walked out of the door without changing his expression. He looked at the sky. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the setting sun or the rising moon. Because on this day, there were dense clouds on the Aurora Plains, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. What would you do? After knowing each other for many years, Maman knew Orson better than anyone. He did believe in the Creator, but he believed in himself more, not to mention that Prometheus had said more than once that he was not powerful among the gods. Even if the matter of the goddess of law is covered up, can humans really continue to deceive God? Even if they find ways to curb the spread of unbelievers' remarks, there is a first time for everything and a second time for everything. Originally, I thought that our generation might not be able to survive until the day when God's punishment comes. No, others might not be able to survive, but I don't want to die yet. Oh, Creator, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, anything I have, except the life you gave me. But you are an immortal God, so you cannot understand our thoughts. Sighing, no one knew how shocked he was when he heard the name Mephisto from Devers' mouth. The memory that had been forgotten for decades came to his mind again. The difference from the original is that, like Orson, he is no longer young. Let me state in advance that the fire, taken away by the God King, actually has a symbolic meaning in this article, rather than just referring to the flame. There is also the previous question about faith. The bronze human priest is not a saint, and the devil is not Socrates. God in the eyes of priests and ordinary people is also different. This is not a real debate, and I have no intention of writing about both sides. Fierce words lead to victory and defeat. If I really want to write that kind of serious debate, I will definitely revise it with reference to real historical events. It's not like I haven't seen those before, as mentioned above. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 183, The Extinguished Fire. The western part of Aurora City is a residential area that is not considered the core. Mr. Lane, have you heard that just 3 days ago, the temples of the goddess of law collapsed? As he hurriedly walked into Ryan's courtyard, Ender looked a little anxious. He had stayed at home for the past 2 days and did not expect to hear about such a thing as soon as he came out. Studying drama with Ryan over the years has also allowed Ender to understand a lot of history that ordinary people don't know, as well as the true power of gods. The temples of the gods collapsed. Does this mean they were dissatisfied with mankind? He eagerly came to seek out Ryan, who was always knowledgeable and seemed to know everything, but when he walked into the small courtyard, there was no one there. There was a layer of dust on the table that looked like it was 2 days old. There was nothing else on it, just a beautiful puppet. "Mr. Lane?" Still no response. The door of the house was open, but there was nothing inside. Even Ryan's usual things disappeared. Everything seems to indicate that he has left here, and it doesn't look like he left temporarily. Instantly, a huge sense of loss surged into Ander's heart. In fact, he had expected today's scene, but when it really happened, he was a little at a loss. Ryan has mentioned in his speech more than once that he will leave here one day. Just in the past, Ender thought this day was far away, but he didn't expect it to be today. Probably because of the collapse of a temple. Mr. Lane is a priest after all. Sighing, Ender looked at the puppets on the table. This may be the gift Mr. Lane left for him. He had also talked about this before, saying that he would leave Ender a gift beyond your imagination before leaving. Ender was silent for a while, then gently held the puppet, turned around, and prepared to leave. No matter what this is, it is something left by the elders who have taught Ender for decades, and he will definitely cherish it. However, the next moment, Ender froze on the spot. The moment the puppet came into contact with his palm, an invisible lock seemed to be unlocked. In the past, it locked all the abnormalities about Ryan, and everyone subconsciously ignored them under the influence of this power. But from this moment on, it no longer takes effect on Ender. Along with it, there was another piece of information about this puppet. This is... With his eyes widened, Ender looked at the toy in his hand. Just now, based on what he learned from that message, he knew the secret contained in the puppet in front of him, which was indeed beyond his imagination. He didn't know if the information was true or false, but if it was true... Ender, don't worry. Your mental power is not strong enough. According to the information, even if you can use foreign objects, you must first reach the realm of legend. Taking a deep breath, Ender said to himself. Over the years, Ender learned how to meditate in order to multitask and control the puppets. It's just that as a mortal, he is far from being able to break through the barrier in a short time like a being who is essentially a god. Moreover, the meditation he learned is really just meditation and has no other knowledge related to mysticism. If the realm before the legend is divided into 4 stages, he has now reached the peak of the 3rd level and is still far away from the extraordinary realm. Ender originally didn't care much about strength, but it was different now. Mr. Lane, no, His Highness Lane is actually a god. Whispering softly to himself, Ender knew that the teacher he had never acknowledged was probably not only a god, but most likely a god stronger than the creator. After all, Prometheus once said that the boundary between mortal things and gods cannot be broken. But looking at it now, it's just that the creator is not strong enough. Holding the puppet tightly, Ender's excitement slowly calmed down. After so many years, even though he has seen many not-so-good things among humans, he still retains the kindness in his heart. Therefore, although he received a huge benefit, he was still worried about the collapse of the temple. After all, this may represent God's dissatisfaction with mankind, and although he is what he has in hand, it is only the future. First go to the priests you know, and ask. They should know something. After making a decision, Ender walked out of Ryan's courtyard. After crossing the threshold and looking at the sky, I have to say that the weather today is indeed a bit strange. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be suppressed, and silver snakes were dancing among them. Especially in the core of Aurora City, the clouds there are particularly thick. An invisible feeling of depression enveloped his heart, and Ender shook his head to drive this feeling away. After all, it was the safest place for the human tribe. Although he had never been there personally, Ender knew what was there. There is the abode of the Creator and the temple of the God King. The sky has darkened, dark clouds are gathering more and more, and there are no pedestrians on the road. In this weather that looks like it will rain heavily, no one wants to run out very much. Scattered firelight scattered among the quiet human tribe at this moment, bringing a little light to the dark night. Not long after Mammon left, Orson put a layer of black clothes on himself and walked out of his room silently. Standing on the street, Orson looked back. This is the wooden house that he has lived in for decades, and it was built by the Creator together with him. At that time, this was used as an example to other humans. Prometheus used it to teach them how to build houses, and Orson has always been proud to live here. But in the future, he probably won't have the chance to live there again. But there's nothing we can do about it. Orson sighed, feeling a little sad. You are neither the strongest god, nor can you do everything. I am indeed grateful that you created me, but this is not the reason for me to die with you. No, I am the only one who will die. You never will. His voice was soft at first, as if he was trying to convince himself, but then it turned into gritted teeth. I don't know when. Orson felt that he was becoming more and more envious of the gods. Envious to the point of being somewhat resentful. Eternal life, immortality, strength, appearance, they are so similar to humans, even Orson doesn't feel there is any difference between the two. If I must say it, it's just that the gods are better. After all, they have been gods since the day they were born. Call. This is why faith cannot be discussed. Some idiots just can't understand this. Suppressing his tumbling emotions, Orson laughed to himself. Look, he's proof of that. Obviously, he is the one who has received the most and the greatest blessings from the gods among humans, but he is the one who least believes in gods. In the past, he enjoyed fooling the gods. Now, he was betraying his maker again. Sometimes Orson feels that he is indeed despicable, but there is no way. Reality is like this. This world is like this. As long as you have value, you can live well. On the other hand, whether you are noble or despicable is actually not that important. Just like him now, isn't he the high priest standing at the apex of bronze humanity? But now it's time for a change. Once his intelligence was what distinguished him from other humans and was his value to the Creator. Now it's time to show value to other gods. Of course, the premise of everything is that the other party can also give him what he wants. It's almost time. After clenching his fists and reaffirming his thoughts, Orson walked towards the core of the tribe. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, making the air seem a bit depressing. Perhaps it was the tranquility before the heavy rain, but there was no sign of wind along the way. By the firelight in the houses on both sides of the road, Orson's eyes, which were no longer bright, could barely make out the road. He had walked this road many times in the past, but this time it was extraordinarily slow. The further you go, the brighter your surroundings become, for this is the core of Aurora. Here, the sacred fire used to worship the gods is fueled by animal fat and remains immortal all year round. Even at night, and on rainy nights, someone is always watching over them to prevent them from burning out. High Priest. Sir Orson. Good. High Priest. Gradually, Orson met some acquaintances on the road, and he nodded and greeted them one by one. As the most central temple of God, it is natural that no one would be left unattended just because of the night. Although the people responsible for guarding the temple were a little confused about Orson coming late at night, they didn't think much about it. After all, the other party is the High Priest, and the temple of the goddess of law collapsed a few days ago. It seems that it is not strange for Orson to come to pray to the gods. Along the way, Orson slowly came to the temple where he had worked for many years. Looking up, even at night, this tall and majestic temple is still solemn, with a slight luster. This is caused by the influence of the divine power in the statue. Here, the power of faith, divinity, and elements seem to have produced some wonderful reaction after the three merged, vaguely giving birth to a power similar to divine power, but much weaker, but not suppressed by the laws of the world. If Orson was from hundreds of years in the future, he might be able to tell that every inch of this temple has been consecrated. It has some extraordinary properties and can contain things that contain negative energy. At the same time, the spirit body's wall penetration that ignores the entity will not be effective here, and they will be blocked like material life. Even the corresponding surface spiritual world appears to be different from other places. High Priest. Seeing Orson's figure, the two young men responsible for guarding the door greeted him in unison. Okay, don't pay attention to me. I'll go in through the side door. After waving his hand to stop the young man from opening the front door, Orson thought for a moment, then turned around and warned. After a while, I will use the method taught by the Creator to communicate with God and try to solve the problem of the collapse of the Goddess Temple. No one can disturb me. Remember, I am talking about everyone. Yes, High Priest. The young man responded respectfully. Very good. Nodding, Orson no longer hesitated. He walked around to the side and walked into the temple through the small door, where the worshippers usually came in and out. Pushing open the small door and then closing it carefully after entering, the hall was very empty, making the sound of footsteps and the opening and closing of the door particularly clear. Orson didn't light the light. He just walked inside with the faint light from the skylight. Soon, when he reached the innermost part of the hall, Orson raised his head and looked at the tall statue in front of him, stunned. In the past, he had offered sacrifices to the God King countless times here, and had also performed similar acts in other temples, but every time he prayed for something that was insignificant to him personally. He wanted eternal life and power, but this was not included in God's promise to mortals. Some of them gave fire, some calmed the wind and rain, and some gave crops a bumper harvest, but none of them was willing to give life to mortals. The only exception is you, the respected Lord of Thunder, the King of the Gods. Only you understand our prayers. There are few things in the world that you cannot give. You have not defined the categories of rewards, but you have given us the hope of getting everything. Praising with hope, just like every time in the past, Orson loudly recited a poem describing the God King. Now it's time for him to show his worth to the God King. Zeus, the great god, the immortal Zeus, we pray to you and present you with proof of reward. O supreme monarch, through your head the divine is revealed. The mother goddess of the earth, the roaring mountain shores, the sea, and all the stars that line the sky. The great Zeus, the son of Cronus, the master of all ages with lightning in his hand. You are the source of everything, the beginning and end of all things. O shaker of the world, the beginning of growth and purification. The king of gods who controls lightning, thunder, and thunderbolts. Great Father Zeus, please listen to me. Your most loyal servant, I beg you, please grant me eternal life, a noble status, and the power to serve you. When the poetry paused, Orson felt, as always, God's gaze. Due to the frequent sacrifices recently, gods no longer often pay attention to the sacrifices of mortals. But the call in the middle of the night still caught the attention of the God King. After all, this was the first midnight sacrifice, and he planned to listen to what this mortal planned to say, and why he dared to pray to him for eternal life, status, and power. So after feeling the gaze of the God King, Orson crawled to the ground. His heart was pounding, but he looked pious and fanatical. He began to telling how he worshipped the gods, the status of the Creator among humans, and how Prometheus set out to deceive the gods. He was not willing to join in the same trend at first, but the Creator's reputation among humans was so great, and the gap in their power was so obvious. So much so that it was not until today that the despicable son of Iapetus finally offended the goddess of law because of his rampant behavior, and he finally had the opportunity to tell the God King what happened. Finally, kneeling on the ground, Orson said loudly, "Supreme King of the gods, just as you promised. There is nothing in this world that you cannot give me. The secret I brought to you proves my devotion to you, and I also ask you to grant me eternal life, as promised." Orson is confident because it has been like this in the past. The gods were far away in Olympus, and they could not tell whether a person was pious or not. Since they use sacrifices to measure their faith, the secret he offered is the most solemn sacrifice in the world. The dim light from the skylight illuminated Orson's prostrate figure and also illuminated Zeus standing behind him. Someone prayed to him, and he listened. The other person longed for him to come, and he came. The God King has demonstrated his power in this world, and the laws are roaring towards him, but this cannot conceal the anger in Zeus's heart at this moment. His face was expressionless, and he slowly looked around. The splendid palace looks solemn, but it seems a bit ironic at the moment. After all of this is just to deceive. Finally, Zeus looked at Orson, who was kneeling in front of him. In any case, as the God King, he should indeed make clear rewards and punishments. He knew that this guy was not loyal, but he was somewhat valuable. The God King secretly decided that as long as this mortal had the slightest faith in himself, he could grant him eternal life and use his existence to promote the God King's kindness and prestige among new humans in the future. It took him a long time to sense it, but the result surprised him. Until this moment, the high priest who was kneeling on the ground was not aware of what was happening. He waited expectantly for God's blessing, but no matter how the God King looked at him, there was no trace of faith in him. All he could see was this humble mortal's belief in himself. Piety. Oh, I understand. It seems that I was wrong before, and we were all wrong. It turns out that this is faith. With a sneer, as the thunder passed by, Orson turned into charcoal without realizing it. The invisible force acted on his body, and he would remain in his current state forever, crawling in the center of the temple. Looking through the wall, looking at the human city that is becoming more and more prosperous with the blessing of the gods, the God King's anger becomes more and more raging. He wants to destroy these miserable lives, even if the vast majority of them know nothing about it. Thunder and lightning gathered in the sky, as if they would fall to the earth the next moment, but the next moment, he stopped his behavior. Not only because Zeus regained some sense, but also because he had a better idea. Humanity can be destroyed at any time, but the chance to solve Prometheus may only be this one. If there is a next generation of humans, he doesn't want to see this Illuminati who likes to be with people anymore. His existence itself is the biggest obstacle and competitor for the gods to gain faith. So Zeus wanted to give him a chance to make Prometheus's disobedience to the divine court more thorough, if he really loved the humans he created as much as he showed. As a result, the God King no longer resisted the suppression of the laws of this world, and the incarnation that descended from the air was instantly wiped out, even affecting his body. But at the same time, accompanied by a thunder, the God King's decree came into effect. At this moment, the sound, with the temple as its core and the sacred mountain as its core, rang in the ears of everyone and the gods. Whether they were sleeping or awake, on earth or in the sky, they all heard the indifferent voice of Zeus in the thunder, the cause and effect of everything, and the brief judgment of the God King. From today onwards, take away the fire given to mankind. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 180 For the End of the Sea and Dusk. Under the authority of the God King, when the decree is given, changes will follow. The fire that Zeus spoke of naturally does not refer to flame alone. In fact, flame is only an insignificant part of it. This is a word rich in symbolic meaning, because fire was given to humans by Hestia, and this goddess is one of the gods with the friendliest attitude towards humans, but it happened that humans first deceived gods in her temple, and besides the goddess, he is in charge of fire, and also has the divine power of guardian. Therefore, the decree of the God King actually severed the relationship between God and man, and also cut off all protection provided by God to man, and in turn cursed them. From this moment on, the gods will no longer respond to human prayers, and everything the gods have given to humans before has also been taken back. Even on this basis, human beings not only lost the fire given by God, they will no longer be able to ignite fire on their own. Human beings lost the harvest given by God, and the crops they planted will no longer sprout. Human beings lost God with good weather and good weather. Natural disasters will always be around from now on. This was the punishment the God King gave for this deception, but he cleverly left some room for it. He used fire to refer to all of this, so as long as humans have fire again, although God's protection of humans will not be restored, God's punishment of humans will not continue. At this moment, some gods understood it, and some gods did not understand it, but standing on Mount Olympus, Prometheus undoubtedly understood it. Not only did he understand, he heard more. Give up, brother, it's pointless. The God King is not kind. Even if you save mankind this time, he will use other reasons to punish mortals. This generation of mortals is no longer what he needs. Standing outside the temple of the goddess of law on Mount Olympus, Epimetheus once again persuaded his brother. The two of them had not been able to see Themis here before. According to the nymph stationed here, the goddess left in a hurry after returning here. God's laws should not be applied to humans, and God's rules may not apply to humans. At this time, humans actually have no laws. The goddess destroyed the temple because humans misused her name, because she had never allowed them to do so. But in fact, other than that, humans did not really break any rules because she did not set any rules for them. Therefore, the goddess decided to give them a standard. She would delineate the circumstances under which a mortal could claim justice in its own name. The goddess of law is first the creator of the law, and then the defender of the law. She cannot defend something that she has not decided on. So she left Olympus, planning to seek the help of her old friends and try to establish the original standards for the human court. As for what counts as guilty and what counts as innocent, that is mankind's own business. She is only responsible for ensuring that the trial she witnesses can be conducted in compliance with the regulations. If after she sets the standards, there are still people who dare to violate the rules she set in court, then she will punish the violators according to the rules she has set. Therefore, the two brothers planned to wait here until the goddess came back. As a result, the waiting ended immediately before it even started. The God King knew everything. He punished mankind, and now he is waiting for Prometheus to fall into the trap. Maybe, but I don't ask for more. As long as I can take back the divine punishment and let them grow old in peace. Looking towards the east, Prometheus had a somewhat complicated mood. His most trusted student betrayed him, but he couldn't feel the emotion of blaming him. After all, he was the one who created Orson and taught him. If he became what he is now, why wasn't it because of him? Now the other party has also received the fate he deserves. All of this originated from me, Epimetheus. Although I deceived the gods for the sake of mankind, now that I think about it, I was just using this to show off my wisdom. And I'm probably not smart at all, just like Métis, the goddess of wisdom. Prometheus did not say this. As the goddess disappeared for 100 years, the god king married a new queen, and the gods vaguely guessed something. They didn't know the specific fate of this goddess who was world famous for her intelligence, but there was a high probability that it wouldn't be too wonderful. But what can you do, brother? Even though he knew it was useless, he still spoke. The King of Gods has taken away mankind's fire. The only person in this world who can disobey his will is the Supreme One who is truly in charge of fire. The goddess Hestia will not help you fight against her brother. The goddess of the magic network who controls the fire element is nowhere to be found, and the Lord of the spirit world will not respond to your call. There is no place where you can get the right to use fire. His expression was a little sad, and he no longer looked as stupid as before. Epimetheus hoped that his brother would listen to his advice. But at this time, Prometheus did not notice the changes in his brother. In other words, even if he noticed it, he would not change his decision. The God King has discovered everything, and he has punished humans, but he has ignored the initiator of everything. Prometheus knew that as the creator of mankind, it was his turn. He could actually escape, but he didn't want to. There is another place. Except for gods, artifacts are not under the control of the God King. Divine power is absolute, and even Zeus cannot violate this. Looking towards the top of Mount Olympus, where is the temple of the sun god. Helios set out there every day, driving the sun chariot to make the sun rise in the east and set in the west, and then return here at night. As long as fire is drawn from the artifact, the God King's decree will become invalid. He won't give it to you. He is only a thin line away from powerful divine power, and faith is his hope. And as a legacy of the Titan god, Helios's position in the divine court is unstable. I know. Interrupting lightly, at this moment, Prometheus really seemed like a wise man among the gods. So I'll give him a chance. I went to steal the fire, and then he caught me back and interceded for me in front of the God King. Of course this will not be useful, but he will gain the gratitude of mankind and the credit to the god's court. As for what would happen to him, the Illuminati did not say much. It was just an eternal imprisonment. He could already foresee where he would be imprisoned. But at the end, as if he remembered something, he warned his brother. Leave here and don't get involved in things between the God King and humans because of me. You also bear the credit for creating humans. If possible, the God King will not let you go. Remember, don't accept what Zeus does to you. Any good intentions. Did I understand, brother? After a long silence, Epimetheus nodded in agreement. He watched as his brother casually broke off a fennel branch and then walked up the mountain under the cover of darkness. And he just watched all this and did nothing. Aren't you going to take part in all this? You are really thinking about humanity until the end. What about you, me, and even our brother, who supports the sky, and our reclusive father? Shaking his head slightly, Epimetheus knew that his brother had finally regained his sense from the adulation of humans and gods, and he could clearly see the cause and effect of this matter. The God King will not allow the two gods who participated in the creation of humans to continue to exist in the human world, so the Illuminati needs to commit a major crime, and the late enlightened one must at least bring disaster to mankind to destroy his status in the hearts of mortals. But Epimetheus himself will be fine. Prometheus actually knows this very well. After all, compared to him, the stupid awakened ones are not regarded as a threat by the God King. Zeus will only use this to show off. My own tolerance will not let both brothers fall to the same end. So his last instruction before leaving was actually just that he didn't want his brother to bring disaster to mankind. But this time, Epimetheus did not want to listen to him, just as he had never listened to the advice of the later Enlightenment. Prometheus was willing to think about mankind, but Epimetheus only wanted to think about himself. For the sake of human beings who will die sooner or later, he does not want to make himself a thorn in the side of the God King, or even stand on the opposite side of the gods. He is a god, so he should naturally think about issues from a god's perspective. What's more, feeling the faith lingering in him, Epimetheus doesn't care what humans think now. These years of living in the human world were not in vain. Belief in something like this never only comes from worshipping. With a few adjustments, fear and admiration can lead to the same goal.
Death.
So, it is often difficult for people who betray their own class to have a good ending. But if the time is extended, it is difficult to say whether it is right or wrong. After all, there is no fire stealing and no preference for humans. Maybe Prometheus in future generations will only be an ordinary god and will not have such a big reputation. From this perspective, he has completely written himself into the history of mankind. Even if the years change, his beliefs will remain unchanged even if they no longer occupy the mainstream. In the East China Sea, huge whirlpools rotate slowly, and billions of tons of seawater spiral into the seemingly endless eye of the sea. The dark place is like a ruin that swallows all things. Ryan was wearing a black robe, standing above the whirlpool, but he seemed to see the figure of the fire thief. Prometheus and the sun god were talking. No one noticed their conversation, but it was clearly illuminated by the artifact on the side. After all, Hephaestus in this life has not yet been born. Even if he is born, he will no longer have the opportunity to build a solar car. Therefore, the important task of capturing Prometheus naturally fell on Helios. It's hard to say whether this is good or bad. After all, Zeus may be happy to see Hera's only son get this benefit, but he may not want the sun god to get it. Strictly speaking, just like the result of the battle between the two sides at the turn of the era, Ryan's current strength is still worse than that of his opponent. This is not a personal defect like Gaia's that is difficult to repair, but an imperfection in divine power. If the lower limit of complete and great divine power is regarded as level 21, then the incarnations of other great beings are composed of divine power that is infinitely close to this field, plus the personality of the original body. In this regard, the person in the spiritual world is not inferior to the opponent, but the gap in divine power still exists. In Ryan's original plan, there were no such sudden interface fragments, so he had been steadily increasing his divine power just like he had done for thousands of years. But as the other party said, if there is only one interface fragment here, then both parties will have to fight for it. But since there are more than one, there is no need to do anything. And the most important thing is that these fragments are probably not just there for them to take whatever they want. No one knows what is inside. No one knows whether the destroyed world was caused by external factors or internal factors, or whether it still exists here. On the other hand, Khaos is constantly wearing down their resistance. When they completely lose their ability to resist, the world will directly take away these fragments and digest them. As for what will happen after the digestion is completed, no one knows. It is possible that it will be transformed back into its original form to enhance the power of the world, or it is possible that these fragments will be directly reorganized into various large and small planes that are anchored to the main body of the world. These are all unknown things. Even Khaos is very likely to give birth to gods that did not exist in the original destiny because of these unexpected gains. The time when Ryan and Erebus could really explore these fragments was actually only a short period of time. That was the period when the world-level power in the fragments was nearly obliterated by Khaos, but was not completely obliterated. This is also the reason why the Lord of Darkness was waiting here before. Since these fragments can float in the nothing outside the world, it is naturally because the power of the real world still remains on them. Faced with a piece of cake that was destined to be endless, the two of them should of course focus on how to eat it faster. You're right, so do you have a goal? Agreeing with this, and looking at the group of fragments in front of him, Ryan spoke. First come, first served. I'll let you choose first. Although he had only been here for a while, Ryan had already roughly browsed through all the interface fragments around him. 9 of these fragments are the largest, and the chains of laws locked on them are also the thickest, while the rest are far inferior to them. Undoubtedly, these 9 are their real targets. Despite being isolated by the power of the world, the differences between these fragments can still be vaguely distinguished from their appearance. However, the more he looked at these fragments, the more frightened Ryan became. He had already guessed why these fragments came to Khaos. Before, Ryan thought this was the result of the sun bathing in the East China Sea, but now it seems that this is just an accelerator at best, and it determines that the approaching position of these fragments is in the east of the world. What really attracted them here was probably Ryan himself and the 9 hells that were open not long ago. At the world level, information, energy, and matter are equivalent, and the same information will also have special connections. Ryan originally named the 5th level of hell Atrium, just to commemorate the past, but he never expected that he would actually lead the real Atrium here. What made him even more unexpected was that what he attracted was not a living one, but a dead one. This is actually very reasonable. After all, if it is a complete world, it may not come because of a name. But looking at the remains of these dead worlds, Ryan doubted whether there were any living things in these fragments when the world was dead. That's it. It seems suitable. Speaking of which, this time, we don't even know what the outcome will be dash. On the side, Erebus obviously didn't know what Ryan was thinking. He just pointed at a target that he had already spotted. It was one of the 9 largest fragments. Although there was nothing visible on the outside, it was undoubtedly a fragment dominated by dark power. Ryan was not surprised by Erebus's choice. The reason why he generously let the other party choose first was naturally because, without knowing what was specific, anyone would give priority to options that were close to or opposed to him. Among the 9 fragments present, there happened to be 2 dominated by darkness and light respectively. Then I'll choose this. In terms of luck, I'm still very confident. With a casual finger, Ryan selected a fragment that shone with golden light. He actually hesitated. The other chilly fragment was equally important as the mist-shrouded fragment, but in the end Ryan chose this one. After all, this is just a choice at the beginning. As long as the speed is fast enough, no one stipulates that only one fragment can be explored. This is also true for Erebus. Okay then, it's settled. After taking a look at Ryan's choice, Erebus didn't think there was anything wrong. In Khaos, it's understandable that Lion was born before him and therefore has means that he doesn't know about. But facing these things from outside the world, they are on the same level. Even the power of destiny may not be of much use in the face of these interface fragments that do not belong to Khaos. Therefore, although Ryan was famous for his prophecies from the beginning, Erebus didn't think he could see anything. The so-called luck probably won't take effect here. Just like that, the choice was made and the two stopped talking and there was nothing left to say between them. At the edge of the world, they quietly watched the spectacle of the intersection and collision of the world's forces. Although there is also a world, the spiritual world is undoubtedly far inferior to the predecessors of Khaos and these fragments. They are all complete interfaces that can exist in the void by themselves, and Ryan is still far behind. In the confrontation between the two world powers, many things that are usually difficult to see are revealed. What Erebus gained was unclear to Ryan, but he did learn some useful techniques from it. I don't know how long it took. Even some small fragments had been completely wiped out by Khaos, and then they were dragged into the void by the chain of laws and disappeared. Until a certain moment, the power on the 9 largest fragments finally reached a low point, and it could be broken open. It's now. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Erebus's figure disappearing without a trace, and Ryan also stepped closer to the fragment he had chosen. The divine power of death turned into a black sword again. He clenched it with both hands, mobilized the power of the spiritual world, and slashed hard on the surface of the fragment. Silently, an undetectable gap appeared and then healed. But when it returned to its original state, Ryan's figure had disappeared. So, in the void outside this world, the silence of the past was restored again.
Hey.
Light and shadow flashed in front of him, and illusions came and went. The moment he stepped into the fragments, time seemed to be stretched infinitely, and various scenes from the past were staged one after another in front of Ryan. It seemed to be the memory of the world, containing his desires before destruction. In the illusion, Ryan seemed to see ice and fire being distinct on both sides of a void-structure gap, and then meeting together at the junction. 12 long rivers extend from the original spring born in the kingdom of ice and fog in the north. They flow southward and enter the kingdom of fire. The river water circulates back and forth between the kingdoms of ice and fire, condensing into glaciers and evaporating into mist. Finally, in this eternal alternation, the first life, the giant, was born. Tread. The illusion disappeared, and when he came back to his senses, Ryan found that he had entered the fragmented world. Different from what you see outside, there is no golden light here. Looking around, it is deathly silent. The sky is dark, the earth is cracked, an aura of decay and ruin permeates the surroundings, and there is no sign of any life around. On the ground, with the vision of the gods, one can occasionally see dilapidated buildings or dry rivers in the distance. Everything seems to prove that in the past there was an intelligent race here. And looking at all this, Ryan's suspicion was finally confirmed. Asgard, the top of the 9 realms, the country ruled by the Ace of Protoss, is indeed here. Who would have thought that I just picked a random name and it would lead to the real owner? Ryan felt a little emotional. There was no doubt that the predecessor of the broken world in front of him was another world recorded in the myths of later generations. Different from Khaos, although the real world here is somewhat separated from the outside world, and it has formed an interface like the underworld that almost calls itself a world. Khaos is still integrated as a whole, but this is not the case here. When the world was still complete, a world tree stood in the world, and the 9 kingdoms were hung in different positions on the tree, which together formed this fantastic and magnificent mythical world. The atrium that Ryan had previously chosen for the 5th level of Hell is located in the middle of the 9 realms, also known as Midgard, and is the world where mortals live. As for the Asgard, where he is at the moment, it is the top of the 9 realms, the country where the Asa clan is inhabited by the famous god King Odin in later generations. If I remember correctly, in the records of Scandinavian mythology, one of the 3 roots extending from the world tree extends here and takes root next to the fountain of Ord. I don't know what's left of them now. Standing in midair, Ryan looked far into the distance. The possible remnants of god King Odin, the fountain of Ord that is unknown to have been destroyed, the legendary runes, and the root system of the world tree. This is why Ryan chose this world. Although there is a high probability that not all of them will be left, as long as he can find one, he feels that the trip is worthwhile. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 187 Conspiracy. Runes, in Scandinavian mythology, are mysterious words obtained by the god King Odin when he hung himself upside down on a tree and sacrificed himself to himself. Self-sacrifice sounds very contrary to logic, but now as a god, Ryan has a deeper understanding of it. The person who made the sacrifice was Odin, but the person who accepted the sacrifice was the god king. The present self sacrifices to the future self, and Odin, as the god, sacrifices to the world's representative, and what is finally obtained is the rune text that contains the secret of the root of the world. Although as a text describing the laws of another world, runes may not be effective in Khaos, but what Ryan really values is the principle of its existence. If it can be obtained and analyzed, then Ryan can reconstruct the original spiritual text, create his own runes, and use this rune to describe the rules of the spiritual world more clearly and in detail. And all achievements based on this kind of runes are contributing to the spiritual world itself. In addition to the runes, there is no need to say more about the world tree Yggdrasil. As the 9 major kingdoms that support a mythical world by themselves, the withering of the sacred tree means the arrival of Ragnarok. All this proves that this is a much more terrifying plant than the golden apple tree. Although what is here is not its main trunk, only one of its 3 main roots, and Ryan is not sure whether the world tree is still alive, but this does not undermine its importance. Whether it is used to cast artifacts or try to use it as a template to cultivate new sacred trees, its value is unquestionable. As for the Fountain of Ord, there are very few records about it in later generations. The only thing that is certain is that it is a spring that contains the power of purification and vitality. It has healed Odin's injuries and has been used to water the world tree all year round. The 3 goddesses who symbolize destiny in Asgard are always around, but for it, Ryan has a dispensable attitude. After all, he already has the well of reincarnation. Even if he gets this spring water, it is just another thing for nourishing plants and brewing drinks. It is hard to say that it is of any great use. As for the last, Odin's legacy, Ryan was not sure whether it existed. After all, the Ragnarok recorded in later myths is not what it is now. It is all creatures, including the gods, that will meet the end, not the world itself. Even after that so-called twilight, the god of light, Balder, and the god of blindness who killed him returned from the kingdom of the dead and rebuilt Asgard together with the remaining gods. But right now, no matter how you look at it, this world is already dead. Still be careful, who knows how this world will be destroyed. What's more, in the world of mythology, phenomena, often of power and can even give birth to unique lives. What will the death of a world bring about? Here, the connection between Ryan and the spirit world has become minimal. Even this broken interface is instinctively suppressing outsiders, but he still discovered his target at a glance. In the center of the interface, the huge withered root system was still looming, even though it was unknown how far away it was. I hope I can gain something. With a movement of his body, Ryan flew towards the huge black shadow that connected the sky and the earth. In a world completely different from Khaos, gods can be killed and even age, looking just like Hercules in later myths. What is the principle behind this is still something worth exploring. The world of Khaos, Mount Olympus. Although Ryan left the world due to an unexpected premonition, the world itself did not stop. When mankind fell into chaos due to the sudden loss of the divine gift, the giant beasts near the settlement also found that the aura that they had always been afraid of disappeared and began to tentatively move closer to the human tribe. Panic and fear spread among humans, and turmoil is about to happen. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Sun, holding a branch of fennel in his hand, Prometheus stretched it towards the magnificent golden chariot. He knew that his seemingly hidden behavior was actually expected by more than one god, such as the sun god Helios, who had made an agreement with him long ago, and the master of Mount Olympus, who ruled the gods. The God King. They didn't really see his actions, but they all knew what the Illuminati was doing. But even though Prometheus knew this, they were all waiting for him to commit a crime and then step on his corpse to achieve their goal, but he still lit the fire without hesitation. When the fennel branches are lit, a kind of rite is transferred. From this moment on, this branch acquires immortality because it carries the qualification to use fire given by the Lord of the spirit world. Branches are just carriers. As long as the concept of fire still exists in the spiritual world, it will be eternal, and as long as Prometheus is not willing, it cannot be taken away by any god. Ryan gave this right to the Sun Car, and the owner of the Sun Car voluntarily gave it up. So now, its ownership has been transferred to the new god. Of course, this will also become the source of the new god's suffering. Zeus will definitely let him exchange this right, and Prometheus will naturally not agree. This is human fire. From today on, human beings' fire is no longer a gift from God, including me. After a moment of silence, Prometheus turned and flew towards the world. From now on, he is the fire thief who disobeyed the God King's order. On Mount Olympus, sensing the transfer of this special right on his artifact, Helios smiled with satisfaction. He is ready to publicize his good deeds among future humans and become as powerful a sun god as his father. But another bystander, God King Zeus, was a little annoyed. When he noticed that the hot and warm breath was going all the way away from the Palace of the Sun, although all this was what he wanted to see, Prometheus really ignored his existence and so directly violated the order of the God King, which still made Zeus somewhat angry. But this is the last time. The God King has secretly made up his mind to teach the Titan an unforgettable lesson and use his presence to warn the gods, especially the Sun God. Zeus did not know the conversation between the Sun God and Prometheus, and his divine power did not have such ability. It doesn't take much thinking to guess that although Helios may have allowed Prometheus to steal the divine fire because of his moment of carelessness, this is too much of a coincidence. The God King, on the other hand, does not believe in coincidences. At the same time, when the God King and the Sun God had different reactions to the Illuminati's behavior, unknown to them, in a hidden dream realm in the third spiritual world, a young god in gray robes was also watching this scene happen. But what he looked at was not Prometheus, but the burning fire in his hand. He was just a paranoid and weak god, and Hypnos didn't take it seriously. What really caught his attention was the right to use fire. When the solar chariot was built, the god of sleep had already been born, so he knew exactly where the flame came from. The guy who is theoretically his father god is also the real master of these 7 levels of spiritual world. Sure enough, he's not here now, at least not for the time being. Observing every detail of Prometheus stealing fire, Hypnos finally confirmed his guess. This right to use fire was temporarily out of control, or in other words, its owner had no time to pay attention to these things for some reason, so he allowed his second authority to send it away and then let yourself be brought to Earth. And this is very consistent with what Hypnos saw in the dream of ocean life. His powerful father god has now left the spiritual world for some reason and headed to the east of the East China Sea, the edge of the world. Now is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. In this case, it's time for me to go see him. I don't know what he wants to say to me. His expression moved slightly. Such an opportunity was rare, so Hypnos gently shook the wings behind him and then disappeared among the scattered gray shadows. On the bank of the East China Sea, there is an unknown valley. There was a fluctuation in the void, and Hypnos' figure emerged. Call. Breathing a long sigh of relief, and secretly leaving the spirit world is still a very difficult thing for the young god. This is really thanks to the improvement of the dream world, so that the goddess of the dark moon no longer pays attention to him. Otherwise, the sleeping god feels that even if Ryan is not around, it will be difficult for him to leave the spirit world quietly. In this valley, besides Hypnos, there is a figure in black robes who has been waiting here for a long time. Good morning, Your Highness Hypnos. It seems that you have finally made up your mind. A smile appeared on his lips. Mephistopheles, who had just ascended from the ashes a few days ago, was standing here intact. In the past few days, everything that happened among humans was as expected by the Devil Lord. Even the informer, whose envy and hatred of the gods was due to the hidden influence of Megra, the goddess of jealousy. Don't pray to gods for eternal life. This was Mephisto's parting warning to another human high priest. Now that his colleagues have met their fate, I think he will make the right choice. And now, the last link in his plan is about to be complete. A powerful but ignorant spiritual god dared to betray his creator. This was incomprehensible to Mephistopheles at first. But later he gradually understood that this distinguished highness might have had some misunderstanding. Yes, after all, as a devil, if Mephistopheles had not completed his reincarnation when the interface was first opened, it would be difficult for him to say what he thought of the Lord of the Nine Hells. Stop being mysterious and tell me, what do you mean by opportunity? He frowned slightly and looked at the devil in front of him. Hypnos didn't like him. Perhaps because of the repulsion of the same sex, he didn't have a good impression of this godlike being who was as duplicitous as himself. But the news that the other party inadvertently leaked through the dreams of mortals made it difficult for the god of sleep to let go. So in the end he came. Please forgive me for not revealing the specific details. Without changing his smile, Mephisto dodged easily as he looked at the gray feathers falling in the sky. On a land where divine power cannot be used, he is not very afraid of the grown-up god of sleep. But what I can guarantee is that I will do something big in the mortal world, something that will make many beings in the spirit world angry and come to hunt me down. At that time, perhaps the spiritual world will be exceptionally empty. No matter what you want to do, Your Highness, this is the perfect opportunity. In his heart, he felt ridiculous about the delusions of the gods in front of him. As a god in the spiritual world, he actually dared to resist the Lord of the spiritual world. This was as unbelievable as the devil resisting the Lord of Nine Hells. But to Mephistopheles, it doesn't matter whether the other party can succeed. As long as the other party really takes action, there is a high probability of attracting those spiritual gods back again. As for what will happen to this distinguished highness, it has nothing to do with the Devil Lord. It sounds good, but how can you guarantee that what you say is true? The young god in gray had no idea what the devil was thinking, but what Mephistopheles said did attract him. Just like in the original myth, he once made Zeus fall into a dream at his peak. Chaos, sleep, and death are simply the opposite. The former is extremely powerful, while the latter is extremely weak. Therefore, Hypnos is extremely confident in his power of sleep. As long as he is given a chance to sneak attack, he believes that there is no guarantee that any existence will not be attacked, but the premise is that his opponent only has one person. And those pious spiritual angels are the biggest stumbling block in front of him. How about the Stygian oath? Just like the oath he had sworn to Ceto and Megara, Mephistopheles planned to fool them again, but this time, his little trick was seen through by the other party. As far as I know, only the true god is qualified to swear an oath to the river Styx and get a response. There was no warmth in his smile, and the young god slowly said, Therefore, Styx is also called the river of hatred. It is a completely different river from the true god, and the existence other than the true god. Although you have power similar to that of a god, I am afraid that you are not one with immortal essence and authority. Really God. It was somewhat surprising because the gods rarely dealt with non-gods at this time, and beings like Ceto did not know the secrets about the River of Oaths. Unexpectedly, the The god in front of him knew so much about it. Although, as far as Mephistopheles knows, the great lord of the nine hells has been trying to create an oath medium that can be used by any being, it does not yet exist. But this is not a problem. Just as it was not him who tried to deceive the other party just now, Mephistopheles said. But we don't need a guarantee, and no one can guarantee it, right? You don't dare to ask me to swear to the spirit world, and it's impossible for me to swear to the nine hells behind me. In this case, then don't make a guarantee. When that day comes and you see the gods from the spiritual world coming to this world, you will naturally know that what I said is true. After thinking for a moment, the god of sleep finally nodded. Just like what the other party said, as the last player, he can adapt to changes. If the situation is not suitable, then he will wait for the next opportunity. If it weren't for the emergence of faith that made him fear that his father would gain stronger power, Hypnos could have continued to wait. Then it settled. Your Highness, I won't stay any longer. The goal had been achieved, and Mephisto took his leave. As the body exploded into a ball of black mist, and then disappeared, Hypnos was soon the only one left in the valley. Standing here, the god of sleep felt the world on the other side, the vast spiritual world, and could not help but strengthen his thoughts again. The spiritual world is so great. With a long sigh, as the builder of the third level of the spiritual world, the young god knows the power of the spiritual world all too well. He actually did not dare to go against the great ancient spiritual world itself, but having witnessed the power of Nyx and Gaia, the sleeping god felt that the relationship between his father god and the spiritual world was probably not like that between the original gods and theirs. The essence is equally inseparable, because Ryan gave him the feeling that he was more of a very high person blessed by the spiritual world, but lacked the same powerful divine power. This made the sleeping god couldn't help but guess that maybe Ryan's role in the spiritual world is more similar to that of the god king in the real world. It's just that the spiritual world is more generous. He allows his agent to control more power instead of being restricted everywhere and gaining very little like the god king in this world. I heard that you once participated in the replacement of the first generation of god kings. I remember that in the legend, Heavenly Father seems to be the god king who is given by heaven. With a gentle and indifferent smile, Hypnos remembered this secret gained from the dream. Kingdom has no eternity, and you will lose it just as you gain it. It's a good saying, but have you ever thought that you yourself will have such a day? Evil gods who are naturally indifferent to emotions will not be grateful, they will only fear power. And as long as they can see the opportunity, they will never show mercy. In one step, the young spirit returned to his realm in the dream world. Hypnos believed that apart from the two people involved, only the laws of this world and the spiritual world itself could detect everything today. It won't be long before I become the new master of the spiritual world, like the second-generation god King Cronus. There was some expectation, and then the god of sleep was immersed in his own authority again, watching everything in the world while creating some terrible dreams for fun. In the past, this was one of the few entertainment activities that he found interesting. A world beyond, the ruins of Asgard. The god of sleep was right about one thing. Now, Ryan's energy is indeed not focused on the spiritual world. He is busy exploring this destroyed world, and other things will have to wait until he returns. After a period of flight, the roots of the world tree have become increasingly clear. Building debris on the ground became denser, but Ryan did not find any signs of life along the way. He didn't see even a corpse. As the core of Asgard, this place is also known as the Eldivar Plains. During the flight, Ryan collected some unique minerals and relatively intact buildings here, but most of them were not important harvests. There are only two core places here, the palace where the gods gather, the Golden Palace and Vangolf, as well as Ryan's previous goal, the Fountain of Ord, and the roots of the World Tree. Therefore, after a while, looking at the tall palace that seemed to be well preserved in front of him, Ryan knew that he had found the place. Although he originally intended to go to the roots of Yuktra Hill first, since he found another target first, there was no harm in changing the order. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 188, Mimir's Head. I don't know how much time has passed and what kind of disasters it has experienced. In short, Asgard is now full of ruins and wreckage. But in front of Ryan, this towering temple still stands. On the whole, the main body of the Golden Palace looks like a steeper pyramid, with various structures of different styles extending out of the tower. With suspended corridors, protruding spiked-like lookouts, and numerous skylights and pontoons, this famous palace in the 9 kingdoms of Scandinavian mythology is far from the gods of Khaos. It's so primitive, but it embodies exquisite structure everywhere. Even Ryan could see the traces of runes carved on the walls of the Golden Palace, in the gaps, and even penetrated into the masonry. It is conceivable that this is not just a simple building. In the past, this palace of the God King may have had extraordinary power. It was a joint creation of divine power and magic, which could block the approach of all intruders. But now, it has lost most of its divine power and is just a building made of extraordinary materials. Squeak. With a thought in his mind, the towering door of the Golden Palace slowly opened, revealing the dim corridor inside, and Ryan looked inside. On both sides of the corridor, paved with ruined stone slabs, there were racks of pallets, suspended in midair. Judging from the remaining traces, the immortal fire that should have been burning there has long since disappeared. Because this world has died, these extraordinary creations with low essence have naturally lost their power. After careful observation, he determined that there was no danger here, and Ryan stepped into the gate of the Golden Palace. He could see that there were murals on the left and right sides of the corridor. While in the 9 hells, Ryan looked across the world and watched what was happening on the earth. After experiencing it personally, he also gained a deeper understanding of this period of history. Pandora's box, a legendary symbol of disaster, contains both good and bad things. But before the birth of this box, was everything in the world peaceful and harmonious, with no disputes or disasters? Of course not. The magic box is just a symbol. It symbolizes that the gods finally understand some of the mysteries of faith, so each of them puts something into the magic box, a curse or a blessing, to represent the greatness of the gods and the good and evil, good and bad, all of God. As for the hope that was locked in the box at the end, it was actually destined not to fly out. After all, how could a fate come true? In such a world controlled by fate, isn't there real hope to escape from fate? The snake body returned to its original position again, and the world's snake no longer paid attention to these little things. If the integration of the 9 realms once again distorts Khaos-destined destiny, then let him add another fire. Some people say that immortal fire is a term for fantasy immortals, but it is not the case. Just like the previous evil-killing sword, it actually has this translation originally. Just like Asgard is also translated as fairy palace, nymphs are called fairies, and even Harry Potter has the term Goblet fairy fire. The so-called fairy fire here is actually taken from here. It means a permanent flame shaped by magic. The author can't go wrong in this place. In addition, although Nordic mythology is less well-known than Greek mythology, thanks to Marvel and dragons, although those are all modified versions of mythology, everyone should be a little familiar with the main characters such as Odin, Nidhogg, Loki, and Thor.
Impression.
All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 190 CI. You haven't left yet? After rushing all the way back to Aurora with the lit fennel branches, what appeared in front of Prometheus was the panicked crowd in the dark and the unruly order. When the divine king's sentence falls in the ears of God, it tells the reason why he sinned against mankind, but when it falls in the ears of mortals, this is not the case. Maybe it's because he doesn't bother to prove anything to mortals, but more likely it's because the God King has no intention of letting them go. So all humans understand is that simple sentence. From this day forward, take away the fire given to mankind. They heard these words, And just as the words said, the flames of the entire human settlement were extinguished together, and they fell into darkness and cold. Creator, I have been waiting for your return, because I believe that you will solve all this. In front of Prometheus's residence, facing the Creator's implicit question, Momin bent down slightly and said as cheerfully as possible. Beside him, there were hundreds of people who came to the residence of the Creator in panic to seek enlightenment. As the former high priest, they subconsciously regarded Momin as their leader. Believe me? Maybe. Momin, no matter what you want to do, my time is running out, and you should have witnessed with your own eyes what fate Orson received. Holding the holy fire in his hand, Prometheus felt that his spirit had never been so clear as it is now. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the student in front of him. His body was stained with strange blood, just like those giant beasts stained with divine blood. It's just that the aura contained in this bloodline is not like God at all, but reminds him of those silver humans. In the past, Prometheus might have tried to explore the reason, but now he had no extra time. The sun god should be on his way here, and when the sun rises the next day, he will be taken back to Olympus. Human beings will eventually have to go forward on their own. This is the new fire, and it will no longer be taken back by any god. I will leave it here, and when I am gone, no man or god can move it, and it will protect this city forever. Putting the burning fennel branches on the sacred fire stand originally used to worship the gods, Prometheus looked at everyone present. If you want to open up new settlements in the future, or protect those we have already opened, take some away from this sacred fire. It can also help you dispel darkness and disaster. But you must remember that the true immortality is only the first one. Once the lead fire is extinguished, the town where it is located will also lose its shelter. I will. Emomeng nodded respectfully, feeling a little sad at this moment. It has to be said that for a being who has faith, no matter you are a good person or a bad person, whether you are mocking him or praising him, it is difficult not to respect him. This has nothing to do with power, just respect for knowing that something is impossible and doing it. I hope so. If even after I leave, the God King is still unwilling to let humans go, you can try to lead some people all the way to the west. If you can find Delphi, maybe see for the sake of that temple, maybe the God King will let you go. With a complicated look on his face, Prometheus gave a final warning, but he actually didn't think it meant anything. After all, in this era, how could a mortal rely on his own strength to cross the wilderness and go to the distant ancestral land of mankind? It should be a hope. In a disaster, it is better to have hope than not. There's no need to follow, I'll go by myself. Waving his hand, Prometheus stopped everyone who wanted to say something, and then left the center of Aurora. There was still a while before dawn, and he wanted to see the human beings he created with his own eyes again. After all, the next time might be many years later. There was a shimmer in the sky, but the sun did not rise as promised today. Outside Aurora City, two figures are approaching here. Keen, did you hear that voice just now? Evan's tone was a little scared because of the sudden sound and the extinguished torch in his hand. But he was not so afraid, because the voice claimed to take back the fire given to mankind, but in fact it was not the case. The torch he held was extinguished, but the one in Cohen's hand was not. For the rest of the night, the two of them traveled by this firelight. This made Evans wonder whether everything before was an illusion. Perhaps his torch was actually blown out by the wind, not because of the sudden sound. I heard, take back the fire given to mankind. That should be the voice of the God King. Unlike Evans, who was clueless, Cohen recognized the owner of the voice. Because just 100 years ago, he once looked up to that god at the foot of Mount Odiles, watched him challenge the previous God King with righteous words, and thus recorded his timbre. According to what other humans say, that god is named Zeus, and he is now the third-generation God King in the world. The voice of God. Then why is your fire okay? Evans didn't really believe it, but now he felt that maybe everything that had just happened was actually a prank made by this guy who didn't seem to laugh very much. Because gods are different. The god who gave me fire probably wouldn't pay attention to such a trivial matter, let alone take the fire back. After praying silently in his heart, Cohen stretched out his hand and held the torch toward Evans. What? Your torch should be ready to light now. As a human legend who is only one step away from self-generated divinity, Cohen clearly felt the laws of the two changes before and after. The bronze human's fire-related rights were first taken away, then quickly returned. However, in Cohen's perception, the one that came back seemed to be almost exactly the same as his own. He reached out toward the flame, and soon, Evan's torch was lit again. Looking at the burning torch, he felt even more that this was a joke played by Cohen on him. He was about to say something, but then a scene on a mound behind Cohen made Evan suddenly excited. Look, Cohen, is that the creator? Wait, who is that? Among the gods, Prometheus was one of the few gods who left very good memories for Cohen. He once respected and devoutly believed in this titan god who traveled among golden humans. Although he can no longer regain that feeling, Cohen still has a good impression of him. Looking for the sound, Cohen saw Prometheus and a tall man wearing golden clothes next to him under the faint morning light on the horizon. Those were two gods. This was the intuition given to Cohen by the special substance integrated into his body. If it was before, he would have saluted respectfully to God, but now, he just watched from a distance, even a little wary. Because at the same time the other party also looked at them. The moment the strange god saw them, his eyes showed obvious disgust. Swish. The next moment, a golden light pierced the air and flew towards the two of them at a speed that was difficult for mortals to catch. Prometheus seemed to want to stop him, but he was not good at fighting and could not react. However, looking at all this, Cohen just took a step forward. The blood flowing in his body gathered in his right hand, and then grabbed at the golden light.
Boom.
His right foot sank into the ground, and the area of nearly 100 meters sank slightly, followed by a loud noise that stirred up smoke and dust in the sky. In the dust, Cohen did not take a step back, just holding the bronze spear wrapped in golden light. The powerful attack that could destroy a city wall was casually received, and Evans on the side was almost frightened and speechless. Looking at the being in front of him, who was obviously not a mortal being, Cohen spoke to a god as an equal for the first time. Who are you, and why are you attacking me? Do you need a reason to kill an ant? Helios looked a little unhappy. Helios didn't expect that a demigod who appeared out of nowhere was actually dressed as a human. He hadn't recognized it before. As for Cohen, he is a human being. What a joke. He doesn't know when humans will be able to fight against gods on Earth. Humph, go away, this is not the place you should come to. He snorted coldly, admitting his mistake, but Helios would not apologize for this. He no longer paid attention to the two Cohens, but continued to look at the god of sin who was about to be captured by him. Just because the sun god would casually attack a mortal who carries the aura of his father god does not mean that he would kill a powerful demigod without reason. After all, who knows which god the other party is a descendant of, and whether it will cause him trouble? Why, are you scared? Prometheus, it's too late to regret it now. Noticing that the Illuminati was still looking at the demigod aside, the sun god couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Or, do you recognize him? If he is a human being, then I will recognize him. Withdrawing his gaze, Prometheus immediately urged, "Come on, I'm ready for the trial. Then let's go." Grabbing Prometheus, Helios returned to his solar chariot in a flash. This is why the sun did not rise today. The golden chariot that did not pull the sun was just a frame. Pulled by 4 Pegasus horses flowing with the blood of the gods, the sun chariot carried the two gods and moved quickly towards Mount Olympus. On the earth, there were only 2 ignored humans watching all this. They didn't know yet that the scene just now was actually the last morning Prometheus stayed in the Bronze Age. Evans, who was frightened by the golden light before, gradually recovered. A cheerful and enthusiastic person like him has a strong ability to accept this. When the panic subsided, he looked at Cohen with a little disbelief and a little excitement. "Cohen, you just... I am a human, not a god." Shaking his head slightly, Cohen did nothing until Prometheus and the god who suddenly attacked him left. The Illuminati recognized him, but didn't seem to want to talk to him, so Cohen didn't push. After all, until now, he still doesn't know what those two gods are here to do. Just by looking at the golden car, he roughly knew who the god who attacked him was. Sun god Helios, a Titan god who once served all the previous god kings. The golden humans once respected every god equally, so they did not understand why the god king was higher than other gods, but Cohen now understands. Human beings are equal because of their virtues, so even as the king of golden humans, Cohen does not feel that he is nobler than other human beings. However, gods rarely seem to have this virtue, so the gods are divided among themselves. Gods don't necessarily need to have human qualities, which Cohen can understand. It is understandable, but for a god who regards himself as an ant in his talk and claims that there is no need for a reason to destroy mortals, he feels that it is even harder for him to regain the respect he once had for the gods. After all, maybe other gods think the same way. Let's go. If you want to learn, I can teach you, even though I don't know much about some of them myself. Now, let's go to the city and see what happened recently. As for the Illuminati who left before, as the creator of the bronze humans, he should always stay in the human tribe. Cohen felt that he would be able to meet him sooner or later. At that time, he can also ask this wise man among the gods for some questions that have troubled him for a long time. On Mount Olympus, the gods gathered together. After a night, they all knew what happened. Human beings deceived the gods under the guidance of Prometheus, and after the god king punished him, the creator of mankind directly disobeyed the god king's order and returned the flames to the world. Fortunately, the sun god Helios discovered all this in time. He went to the mortal world at dawn and brought back the fire thief. Now, wearing chains, Prometheus stands in the center of the hall, accepting the belated trial. Why are you doing this? The gods aren't good enough for humans. Before Zeus could speak, among the gods, the goddess Hestia was the first to break the calm. Among the gods, she has always been kind to humans, and she also admires Prometheus, but she did not expect that this wise man who was originally famous would do such a thing. This made her unable to understand, and disappointed her. I'm sorry, madam, that my arrogance has brought about all this, and I am willing to pay the price for what I have done. Somewhat speechless, Prometheus did not look at Hestia. If there was any deity that he felt deeply sorry for, it was the goddess of the stove. He took advantage of the goddess's kindness and did a stupid thing. Although he later promoted Hestia's name among humans and placed her second only to the god king, this still made the Illuminati feel guilty. Therefore, when faced with the goddess's questioning, he had no choice but to avoid talking. The kitchen goddess wanted to say something more, but she still didn't say it. She finally just sighed and sat back down in her seat. No matter why the other party did this, it is already a fact. He will pay the price, and this is what his brother is happy to see. Son of Iapetus, wise man of enlightenment, although you have committed such a crime, you can be forgiven. When Hestia sat back down, beside the god king, the queen wearing a golden crown spoke immediately. All the gods knew that she was speaking for the god king. You tried to deceive the gods, but you are also the hero of the creation of mankind. The king of gods does not need to hold you responsible, but stealing fire is different. If you are willing to admit your crime and bring fire back to Olympus, then you can still sit with us. Some of the gods present already understood what Hera meant, which was actually saying that as long as Prometheus was willing to personally shatter his image in the hearts of humans, everything he did could be tolerated. They all looked at the shackled god, expecting his answer. But this time, the Illuminati raised his head and looked directly at the god king on the throne. I am willing to pay the price for everything I have done, your majesty. Same words, different meanings, but all the gods understood his determination. The place became quiet, and now, the god king had to respond to this. So Zeus stood up. He looked at the sinful god in front of him who dared to look at him, and suddenly a rage ignited in his heart.
I'm sorry.
I thought you would make a wise choice, but if you still persist, for the sake of the majesty of the divine court, I will have to punish you. Although he no longer wanted to see him, Zeus gave a final warning. Then, just as he expected, Prometheus said nothing. In this case, Helios, although you begged me before, it is obvious that Prometheus has failed your good intentions. Since you brought him here, you should also carry out his punishment. Looking at the sun god, who could no longer suppress his smile, Zeus said lightly, I will ask Lady Oath's 2 children to assist you and push this sinner under the whirlpool of the East China Sea. His brother holds up the sky in the west, so he should calm the tide in the east. No one is allowed to visit him, and he is left to spend his eternal life alone in the darkness and silence of the sea. His expression changed. If possible, the last place Helios wanted to go was that huge whirlpool. Whenever he was near it, he felt as if he were dead. But looking at the cold gaze of the God King looking at him, Helios finally did not dare to refuse. Prometheus was taken down, but today's events were not over yet. The God King looked to the side, where Epimetheus stood there. This famous fool among the gods had just witnessed his brother being judged, but he didn't show any anger at all, which made Zeus a little funny. But such a god really made him feel at ease. Epimetheus, you are different from your brother. As the deputy in the creation of humans, you also contributed to the divine court. Therefore, in gratitude for your service, I will give you a gift. Then what will you give me, your majesty? Looking up to ask, Epimetheus's eyes were clear and happy. I will give you a wife, as your elder brother and your younger brother have, and so you should have, for you deserve it. Standing in front of the throne, Zeus smiled and looked at the last obstacle before the new era. And today, the gods are gathered here. Every god who has benefited from mankind should thank you and do his part in this matter. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 191 Pandora and the Eye of Odin. A sculpture of a woman. She was exquisite, like a real living creature. When she was placed in the center of the hall, the gods couldn't help but fall in love with her. This is. Keenly aware of the difference in this statue, Hera felt the touch of authority. Zeus had not told him about this so-called gift, and she did not know about the existence of this sculpture beforehand, if she was really a sculpture. As the god in charge of fertility, the queen felt similar power in her body. If nothing else, it is reproduction and the source of new life. And a dead thing shouldn't have this kind of power. She is the gift I prepared. I asked the Cyclops to carve her carefully and let our new friends, the embodiment of love and beauty, give her peerless beauty. And I gave her a beautiful heart. To everything is done with a desire to explore and learn, which I guess isn't a bad thing, right? With a smile on his face, Zeus looked at the gods present. Prometheus created man, so today we will create woman. And you, Epimetheus, you will be the beginning of it all. You will awaken her yourself, and then marry her under the witness of Hera and I. Thank you for your gift, your majesty. Giving a creature to a god as a wife is not really a reward, but considering that Epimetheus and his brother always like to be with humans, it doesn't seem to be an insult. In short, the late-minded fool seemed to be satisfied with this. He bent slightly and thanked the god king. As long as you're satisfied, then. Who comes first? Nodding, Zeus first looked at his sister, who was also his wife. She looked at Zeus, and although Hera was dissatisfied with his previous concealment, she still didn't say anything. After all, the God King has always been like this. At least the sculpture is not prepared for himself. Just feeling Aphrodite's blessing, Hera couldn't help but become wary of that goddess. Zeus actually told Aphrodite about this in private before today. This is what Hera really cares about. Although she is very confident in her beauty, the other person is the embodiment of love and beauty. Regardless of her own appearance, the artifact belt accompanying Aphrodite alone can make the wearer the focus of all male eyes. Hera does not want Zeus to have another child. I wish her a happy and faithful marriage and that she will never be betrayed. In a pun, the queen took the lead in blessing the statue of the girl. With the first one, The remaining gods also sent their own unique gifts. Demeter gave her youthful vitality, and flowers bloomed everywhere she passed. Hestia gave her shelter and warmth, and from then on, few things in the world could hurt her. Poseidon, whose true form had not yet arrived, also used his authority to give her thanks to her different gifts. He made her walk flat on the water and stopped the waves. Finally, when each god has given his blessing, the God King is also ready to give her an additional gift, wisdom. Because he discovered that extraordinary wisdom may not necessarily be a good thing, but it can breed arrogance and arrogance. But just when he stretched out his hand, Zeus's expressions suddenly changed. What's wrong? Noticing something was wrong with the people around her, Hera couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just have a little headache. With a forced smile, Zeus withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. The gods present did not pay attention to this little incident, except for Hera, who looked a little suspicious. Just now, she felt a very strange aura on Zeus's body, just like when her sister was pregnant. After Demeter gave birth to her daughter, she hid it in an unknown valley and let her grow up there instead of coming to Olympus. Hera knew that the other party was on guard against her, but she knew about it early on. It would be ridiculous if, as a god in charge of fertility, he didn't even know about the children born to his two closest people. But considering that she was just a weak goddess, she just pretended not to know. Where is His Majesty Pluto? Do we need to wait for him? The gods completed the blessing, but as if they noticed something, a god reminded him. Just like every time in the past, Hades did not come to Olympus. He was still alone in the underworld. That's not necessary. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus had suppressed the previous discomfort. Although Hades did not come in person, he has long been grateful to the man who created man. He and the gods of the underworld worked together to create a treasure. Let it be a gift for your marriage. After speaking, a beautiful ornate clay pot appeared in Zeus's hand, covered with a copper top and inlaid with gorgeous gems. Yes, a jar, not a box, that's what it is. It was only in the dissemination and translation of later generations that its image gradually changed. Holding it up with his right hand, Zeus handed it to Epimetheus. This is a gift from Pluto to you. All the gods in Hades have contributed. It can absorb all disasters and misfortunes that come close to you. However, Pluto has specifically warned you not to open this lid. Otherwise, he might have to come and collect extra payment. With a slight smile, Zeus stretched out his hand to signal. Now, it's up to you to give life to your future wife. She was born because of you and will also be your other half. As you command, Your Majesty. Looking at the clay pot in his hand with his clear eyes, Epimetheus responded respectfully. It was time to end everything for today, and he approached the sculpture standing on the ground. Cutting his palm open, Epimetheus let his blood stain the stone statue. Visible to the naked eye, the girl gradually gained life from a dead object. Her skin became rosy and blood-colored, her heartbeat began to beat, and finally, when her eyes began to move, she was completely alive. The newly born woman blinked her big, bright eyes. She looked at the gods standing in front of her and said her first words. Who are you, who am I, and who are they? You are Pandora, the woman with all gifts. I am Epimetheus, your creator and your future husband, and they are the gods, the masters of this world. The god of beauty's blessing took effect more completely. Looking at the girl in front of him, Epimetheus couldn't help but feel moved for a moment. Facing the girl's questions, he patiently answered them. Then why did you create me? Pandora continued to ask. For my brother and I created man, and now there should be woman. You are the first woman, and you will be my wife. After stroking the clay pot in his hand, Epimetheus handed it to Pandora. The gods have given you all their blessings, but only Pluto's share has been transformed into this clay pot. Now, I give it to you as a witness of all this. After speaking, Epimetheus turned around. With such a beautiful wife, he seemed a little impatient. Do you have any other orders, Your Majesty? No. Enjoy your wedding. If you exclude the wisdom that gave you failure before, everything today makes Zeus very satisfied. He waved his hand, indicating that Epimetheus could leave. He didn't really thank this fool for his contribution, and naturally, he didn't mean to say more. Then we will dash, etc. He was about to leave, but the next moment, a cold female voice came from outside Mount Olympus. The gods paid attention to it, because along with the sound came the undisguised power of the person coming. The gods looked at each other, and finally they looked at the god king on the throne. At this time, Zeus had stood up and looked seriously at the door of the hall. "Welcome, noble goddess of the moon. I don't know why you came here today." The power of the god king was also released unabashedly, and Olympus was his home court after all. Zeus easily neutralized the attacker's momentum, but instead of tit for tat, he stopped at the touch of a button. "According to the Lord's will, I am here to give her a gift." Before the people arrive, the sound comes first. When Lionna, wearing a purple dress, walked into the hall, all the gods present could not help but treat her seriously. Not only because of her own strength, but also because after the previous conflict with Pluto, Olympus has re-recognized this goddess. She is now representing an existence comparable to the Earth Mother. Moanda, the messenger of the Earth Mother, was just a nymph fairy. She was received by the ancestors of the gods and queens, not to mention the goddess of the moon in front of her. No matter what her thoughts are, the gods will welcome her arrival. Oh, I didn't expect that such a small thing would alarm the Lord of the spirit world. His right hand unconsciously grasped the armrest. Zeus's heart was tense, but a cheerful smile appeared on his face. This is Pandora's honor. Being able to receive the favor of the spiritual world will definitely be remembered by her for the rest of her life. Although Pandora is the protagonist of the incident, no one really takes her seriously. She was a tool, an exquisite doll, but she was not treated as an equal by the gods. Even her future husband standing beside her thought so. After a moment of heartbeat, Epimetheus quickly got rid of this influence. After all, the blessing of the god of beauty is not her, and she can still be isolated if she is vigilant. In contrast, looking at Lionna walking into the hall, she is the protagonist of the hall at the moment. He had once had a chance encounter with this being. He had guessed the other person's identity, but he never expected to see him again on such an occasion. He remembered that there was another person beside Lionna last time, but when he recalled it, Epimetheus discovered with horror that he had no memory of the other person at all. He remembered the conversation between the two parties, but he could not remember any other characteristics of the other party. "Your name is Epimetheus, right? What is she here for?" Asking in a low voice, Pandora noticed that Lionna seemed to be looking at her. But she was not afraid, because she did not know fear when she was just born, and the blessings given to her by the gods made her feel that there was nothing terrible in the world. She is also a god who comes to give you gifts. Just wait. After casually dealing with the woman next to him, Epimetheus couldn't help but guess Lionna's purpose. These post-enlightenment people can understand that the god king wants to destroy their brother's image in the human world, and even uses his hand to give a reason to cleanse the human world. But the purpose of this uninvited goddess is unknown. And just like Prometheus always loves to confidently judge the future, what Epimetheus hates most is this feeling of knowing nothing about what happened in the past. "You are Pandora?" With a questioning sentence and an affirmative tone, after explaining her intention to Zeus, Lionna didn't say much to any gods, but looked directly at the target of her trip. This somewhat arrogant behavior made many gods frown, but the other party didn't really do anything, so they had no choice but to remain silent. "I am." Raising her head high, Pandora looked at the black-haired goddess in front of her and said affirmatively, "Very good." Nodding, Lionna didn't know what was special about the person in front of her. It asked Ryan to give a gift while he was far away from the outside world, but she just had to do it. Stretching out her hand, an illusory star that flickered and flickered appeared in Lionna's hand. She observed Pandora for a moment, and her eyes finally fell on the clay pot she was holding. "Your Highness Lionna, this is a gift from my brother. He once told me not to open it." With a twitch in the corner of his eye, Zeus reminded him, "It doesn't matter." Shaking her head slightly, Lyanna could tell that what was hidden in this clay pot was not a good thing, but it had nothing to do with her. She just stretched out her hand and pointed, and the illusory star penetrated through the wall of the jar and submerged into it. As if the blockade left by Pluto did not exist, it was easily penetrated by the power of time and space she invoked. What's this? Pandora's curiosity was aroused as her eyes widened. But she still remembered what the God King said, that this jar could not be opened. But now, the gift given to her by the goddess in front of her has entered the clay pot. It has no name, if anything. After considering her words, Lyanna said slowly, "In front of it, there will no longer be an absolute, nor an impossible in this world." Pandora was a little surprised. She wanted to take the pot, but the one who was one step ahead of her was Epimetheus, who was on his side, subconsciously holding the pottery pot in midair, but then he seemed to realize something. Epimetheus seemed to be just doing it for his future wife, and he immediately handed the gift back to Pandora's hands. Does it work for everything, so that whoever holds it can have a different outcome on a given trajectory? Epimetheus said, like a casual question. Of course not. Shaking her head slightly, Lyanna noticed the heated gazes of the gods around her. However, this is a gift given by the Lord, so how can it be privately possessed by others? Only humans can use it, Lyanna said calmly. While it is still in the clay pot, the humans who own it will exclusively enjoy this honor, but only humans. This is a gift given by the Lord to his creation, and no god can possess it privately. What if one of the gods gets it and lets humans use it? As if out of pure curiosity, Zeus asked, "Whoever tries to fool fate will be fooled by fate." These are the exact words of the Lord. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Not every god knows how to hide his emotions. Lyanna can see that some gods still seem to have ideas about this. She didn't intend to stop it, because Ryan said that without the support of spiritual power, if others want to shake their fate, they will only reap the consequences. Put it away. Its final ownership depends only on you. Finally, he said something to Pandora, which was also what Ryan explained. Lyanna turned around and walked out of the hall. How rude. Coming and going in a hurry, until Lyanna left the hall, a god suddenly said, "I don't really like the way she looks at us either." Demeter also said that she was very familiar with that look, just like the way she looked at mortal things when she walked in the world. Okay, that's it. This is Pandora's gift. He stopped the discussion of the gods with his words and secretly warned the gods who were interested in the pottery pot. Although he was also moved, the other party still had tasks to complete. Go back to where you came from, Epimetheus, and together with your wife, put humanity back on track. I will, Your Majesty. Bending to salute, Epimetheus pulled the still somewhat confused Pandora over and followed him out of the palace. He could feel that when they left, many fiery eyes behind them were staring at the thing in Pandora's hand. But before the two of them complete the plan of the God King, all problems will be stopped by Zeus, and after completing the plan, every gift will be released, whether it is given to him by Pluto or sent by the goddess of the moon. Epimetheus assured that all the gods watching all this would come to this conclusion. Illuminati and post-enlightenment, they both seem to like to do some clever things within the framework of rules. Rocks, cliffs, and desolate forests, as far as the eye can see, are the scenery of Jotunheim among the 9 kingdoms. But this is not caused by an unknown disaster, because this is the case here. As the home of mountain giants and frost giants, Jotunheim's environment is quite harsh, but this is nothing to the giants. These powerful beings who can fight against the gods live here, just like humans living on the plains. Shinjue and Hojue, are you talking about other gods? Mimir, who was floating aside, was also looking at his former home, but he was more concerned about the 2 names mentioned by Ryan. Yes, one of them is considered by the gods to be extremely wise, and is a wise man who is enlightened first. The other is considered naive and ignorant, and is a fool who is enlightened later. Nodding, Ryan didn't mind telling Mimir about the world of Khaos. After all, the other party couldn't run away, and Ryan didn't intend to let the other party leave. It sounds a bit like Hainer and I. We were both taken as hostages, but only I was beheaded and sent back to Asgard. This shows that pure intelligence may not be a good thing. Maybe, but I think neither they nor you are smart enough. I have always believed that intelligence and wisdom are not actually equal. But every so-called god of wisdom I have met seems to only have the former, which makes me a little suspicious. Withdrawing his attention from Khaos, Ryan looked at Mimir aside. Show me the way. Is the fountain of wisdom that was once named after you also under the roots of the world tree? Yes, not only that, there is something there that I don't know if it still exists. Although Ryan didn't seem to recognize his wisdom, Mimir wasn't very angry either. He just let out a hideous laugh, and memories showed on his old face. For 9 nights I hung on a tree swayed by the wind, stabbed with a spear. I was sacrificed to myself as a sacrifice to Odin, on a tree unknown to anyone. No bread to satisfy my hunger, no drop of water to quench my thirst. I looked down, picked up runes, yelled as I picked them up, and dropped them from the tree. He sacrificed his eye, Lord Ryan, and the fallen eyeball is at the bottom of the fountain of wisdom, and no one cares about it yet. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 192, Distorted Eyes. The 9 kingdoms are hung on the world tree, but they are not without communication with each other. Just like the famous rainbow bridge connecting Asgard and Midgard on Earth, the Ifingol River is the boundary between the Aesir realm and Jotunheim, the country of giants. In addition, there is also a connection between Jotunheim and Midgard. It is a terrifying iron forest that separates the kingdom of giants from the human world. Only a few mountain giants often travel between the two. But just like Ryan failed to see the rainbow bridge in Asgard, perhaps it has collapsed due to the destruction of the world. As for the frozen river Ifingor, now only the dry river channel remains. One side of it is still connected to Jotunheim, and the other side is the endless void. Ryan relied on this old connection to directly enter here. Standing on the edge of this broken world, he could even observe the collision between the fragments of the world and the power of Khaos. Obviously, the resistance of this world was already very weak. What's this? While rushing towards the extremely conspicuous roots of the world tree, Ryan discovered something interesting on the land of Jotunheim. Unlike the artifacts of Asgard, the giants of Jotunheim still maintain their primitive life. Therefore, Ryan could not find anything useful from the ruins of their scattered civilization, except for these in his hands. A stone crystal that looks a bit like a large heart contains an extremely condensed earth element aura and some divine power. The 9 realms are dead. This is the result before us. What caused Ragnarok, which originally only killed gods, to evolve to this point is still unknown. But just like when a powerful god dies, other gods or creatures can often be born in his body. When a world dies, it will also give birth to some terrifying existences. A few of those escaped, and some landed on natural wonders like the Eye of Odin. Not surprisingly, there are likely to be similar ones in other realms that Ryan has not been to, but the main body of the remnants of the dead world is. Attached to the disintegrated trunk of the world tree, it finally landed here. In the original mythology, the collapse of Yggdrasil was just the beginning of Ragnarok, but here, it was heading for destruction at the same moment as the 9 kingdoms. Therefore, its remnant body has a special symbol and has become a carrier of the afterlife of the 9 realms. The scarlet giant tree in front of it is the product of the combination of the two. The world's instinctive desire for continuity brings Yggdrasil back to life, albeit in a different way. The giant tree at this moment is like some kind of alternative primitive god. As for why it does not look like a normal god, it is not surprising. It is not because of some outside creation that affects them, but because the world is like this. He possesses both the aspects of order and chaos. When the world is complete and healthy, order often dominates, as is the case in the world of chaos, but when the world is about to be destroyed, chaos will prevail, eventually causing everything to become disordered. The giant tree in front of it is so. He was born adhering to the death of the 9 realms and Yggdrasil, as well as their instinctive desire for life, but the way he pursued life was obviously not acceptable to normal life. He attempts to assimilate all things into a part of himself, and then use this to continue his existence eternally. He inherited the tolerance of the world, so he will not destroy any life, but will only merge with them, just like his current consciousness, which is composed of the instinct of the 9 realms, the hazy thinking of the world tree, and the Ni all lives in Fulheim are composed together. It is for this reason that Ryan calls each other him. But at this moment, Ryan looked at the crystal branches that cut through the space and reached toward him, and couldn't help but secretly give the other party a nickname. Primordial Hate, Mother Tree of Flesh and Blood. This is undoubtedly a very appropriate name. In this interface that had been assimilated by the opponent over tens of thousands of years, he no longer expected to find anything of value. Just continue to test the Mother Tree's ability, and then wait for the world of Khaos to transform and seal it. After all, this kind of life will never be tolerated in the world. Just when Ryan stepped into the Kingdom of Mist, on the edge of Niflheim, in a huge glacier more than 10,000 meters high, a huge black shadow moved its body again. The roots of the World Tree in the Kingdom of Mist were originally rooted in the spring of Wagmir. The water flowing out of this world's first spring was not only rich in toxins, but also freezing cold. It flows in the same cold mist country, and then forms glaciers of all sizes. The largest one among them had a huge black shadow curled up inside it. He had already awakened from his slumber when the first outsider appeared. Now, with the appearance of the second one, his thoughts have become even more firm. Since the day the world collapsed, after witnessing the birth of the giant tree and the death of the gods, this black shadow has been sealing itself in the glacier, waiting for a turning point. Tens of thousands of years passed, and he was close to giving up, but he didn't expect that a turning point would finally come. But his life has come to an end. Although he is a godlike existence in the 9 kingdoms, the gods in this world are not eternal. He is Nidhogg, the black dragon that symbolizes despair, but now, he is the only one who truly feels despair. The gods outside the world, they came too late. It's not because of aging. Although the gods in this world do age, tens of thousands of years are not enough for Nidhogg to reach the end of his life. It's just that there is a huge wound on his body, which is constantly consuming the little life he has left. What's more, the black dragon, with its cruel nature, had no intention of leaving itself in the hands of other beings. But I won't stop there. The ferocious mouth opened wide, as if smiling, but it only looked terrifying. Nidhogg looked in front of him, where there were thousands of egg fetuses of different sizes. Although he most likely had to thank the giant tree for his current fate, Nidhogg was somewhat grateful to him now. At least the mental fluctuations escaping unconsciously from the other party, in addition to the temptation that makes him want to fall into the other party's arms, also contain a lot of knowledge related to life. During these tens of thousands of years, Nidhogg learned another way to continue his existence. For the Mother Tree of Flesh and Blood, any existence that is assimilated by it is part of its life, without corresponding authority. Nidhogg cannot do this, but he can simplify it slightly and complete it in his own way. So he used his own bones and blood to create the dragon eggs in front of him. These new dragon eggs had no attributes or biases. They would change with the new environment they were exposed to later. This ensures that no matter what the environment is in that unknown new world, these created lives will become the top existence of the food chain. As their creators, when this new race continues in another world, they can become Nidhogg's anchor and awaken his lost consciousness. How long this will take is unknown. You will be born strong and live a long life, but the price is the difficulty of reproduction. However, this is also a necessary sacrifice. After all, survival is the first priority. Compared with the weak group, it is easier for the strong to continue. At the core of the glacier, Nidhogg spread his wings. The huge black dragon began to break into pieces, and his flesh and bones fell to the ground and merged into each dragon egg. Among them, the ones closest to him gained the most power, and their auras were also the most powerful. You come from me, and you will succeed me. In the end, only Nidhogg's illusory shadow was left in the air. Seeing all this, he mustered up his last strength and released a breath outside the glacier, attracting the attention of the two outsiders. One day, when I return to the earth, I will no longer bear the innate mission of destruction, but will become the master of the new world with my own will. The next moment, when the shadow dispersed and the glacier shattered, the breath released here instantly attracted the only 3 living things in the world. The 3 wills swept over this place full of dragon eggs. They noticed the specialness here, and then they unanimously extended their hands here. However, at this moment, a gap opened in the sky, and the sound of laws echoed across the interface. Zheng. Is this the completion of Khaos' erosion of the 9 kingdoms? First, he and Erebus made a tacit agreement to block the branches extending from the mother tree. Ryan had just taken away several huge dragon eggs, but a sudden change made him stop what he was doing. The barrier between Niflheim and the void shattered, and the laws of chaos replaced all that was old. But this also means that this short battle is over. At this moment, endless chains of laws poured in from the outside world and were bound among all things, replacing the original rules. This secretness on Ryan's black clothes took effect, and all his existence disappeared from this world. Coincidentally, on the other side, the darkness that originally occupied 1/3 of the world had disappeared without a trace, leaving only it looked like a hole in the ground that had been dug 3 feet deep. Only the giant scarlet tree with chaotic thinking still shows its sense of existence, and then it is regarded as a target by countless chains of laws, and is bound layer by layer. He is still struggling and fighting, but the result is already foreseeable. After staring briefly, Ryan disappeared and then appeared in the void outside the boundary. He could see that the fragments of the 9 kingdoms had all been wiped out, and the chains of order were dragging them toward the distant world. The black mist gathered around him and turned into a familiar figure, but for some reason, Erebus's left hand was still wrapped in a cloud of mist. What did you find ahead? The barrier of the 9 realms has been opened, and now the situation inside is clearly visible. The Lord of Darkness could easily discover that the interface Ryan had visited before looked completely complete. Coupled with a huge human head floating aside, it is not difficult to guess that Ryan was probably lucky enough to meet an aborigine who was able to communicate, and then obtained a lot of more accurate information from him. Yes, a useless head, but at least it knows something. Looking at the interface moving in the void, Ryan dealt with the Lord of Darkness casually. A short adventure seems to have gained a lot, but there are even more unknowns. But the rest will be left to be solved in the world of Khaos. With so many weird things, I don't know what the heroic epics in mythology will look like in the future. Under the guidance of the gods, we can fight against the resurrected ancient evil things, foil the plot of the evil gods from outside the territory to destroy the city-state, or destroy the secret sect hidden under the kingdom. This is something unknown. But those are mortal matters. What really gives Ryan a headache is the huge flesh and blood mother tree. There's nothing to see here. I just hope that the world, which has never done anything good, can be useful this time. Having said that, but looking at the giant tree that was still struggling to resist, Ryan didn't have much hope. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 190, For Suffering. You must have taken more than one of those eggs of life. The power of darkness may be rare in the world in terms of concealment, but it cannot match space in terms of grabbing things. Therefore, in the Kingdom of Mist, Erebus was half a beat slow in the end. This originally didn't matter, except that Ryan took more and he took less, but because of the sudden completion of Khaos' occupation of the 9 kingdoms, both of them stopped in a hurry. In this case, although Ryan didn't get much, Erebus only had time to collect one at the very edge. Are you also interested in this kind of thing? I thought this kind of weak life was not taken seriously by you. Looking away from the crystal branches of the flesh and blood mother tree, Ryan's mind scanned his harvest. 2 of them seemed to have a stronger aura than a dozen of them. Of course, as the original dragon species, no matter how ordinary it is truly an extraordinary being. Perhaps the bloodline of their descendants will gradually become silent and become stable after being passed down for several generations, but this batch of dragon eggs that may be called ancestral dragons actually have a powerful essence. As long as they reach normal adulthood, they can easily become legends. With the existence of the domain, even as the years go by, they can continue to tap into the potential in their blood and become more powerful, and after a long time they will have the power of a god. As for the two who are obviously more powerful, they can probably directly touch the realm of God. However, how strong they can be in the future depends on where they grow. Affected by their living environment, their attributes and talents will be biased, and those that fall into Ryan's hands are undoubtedly the ones with good luck. As for the dragon eggs still left in Niflheim, they will probably be randomly released into the world. After all, that country has been assimilated by the mother tree of flesh and blood, and the place where the dragon egg is located is one of the few places that has not been affected. Life from another world has some research value, not to mention that it is alive. It would also be a good thing if it can reproduce into a group. Aren't you always very interested in these mortal things? Frowning, Erebus also had a headache looking at the lonely dragon egg he had obtained. He planned to use something to exchange for another one from Ryan, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had nothing to exchange. Either the value was too high, and he felt it was not worth paying for a dragon egg, or he knew that Ryan was definitely not interested without opening his mouth. Then just do your own research, and I won't bother you. I believe you will learn something. With a faint smile, Ryan reached out to pick up Mimir, who had suddenly become mute since meeting Erebus, and turned around and walked towards the way he came. Just as the other party thought, Ryan didn't want anything. After all, things like darkness, source power were obviously not tradable objects. It should be too late now. He wanted to rush to see where the 9 realms would be integrated into the world of Khaos. After all, apart from being observed when they first move, they will be wrapped in the power of the world and begin a long digestion process. Behind him, looking at Ryan's retreating back, the Lord of Darkness said nothing and disappeared without a trace. He planned to get another one from Ryan, but it didn't matter if he didn't have it. The gods of Khaos have never lacked gods who can give birth to offspring on their own, but it only consumes more power. As for why he suddenly became interested in these weak lives that he had originally dismissed, it was because Erebus had found a large number of traces of intelligent life in Svartalfheim, the Kingdom of Darkness. Although they are basically dead, many classics left behind still exist. Even after just a quick glance, Erebus was surprised to find that there were not only gods in this world, but also humans. It's not surprising that there are gods in other worlds, but the existence of human beings seems very abrupt. What's more, judging from some of the records found, unlike human beings, the native residents of the Kingdom of Darkness, those called dark elves and dwarves, were the first beings born from this world, born under the intertwining of ice and fire. On the body of the original giant Ynir, they are more powerful than humans and have a longer history, but in the end, only humans live in Midgard, the center of the 9 realms. In different worlds, only humans and gods were so similar, which suddenly made him realize that in the past, Ryan seemed to have been paying more attention to these intelligent beings. There is also the energy called faith, which Erebus has actually discovered a long time ago, but it may have some meaning to Gaia, which has been repeatedly hit, and can make up for her losses to a certain extent. For the person recognized in this world, the God King also has meaning, allowing him to dominate other gods, but it cannot help the original god become a complete greatness. So the Lord of Darkness has always turned a blind eye to this. But now, he noticed from the books of the Dark Elves that the war between the 2 major gods in this world seemed to have some vague relationship with faith. One of the sources of their fights was over who was more worthy of being respected by mortals. For all these reasons, Erebus finally decided secretly that he planned to create a race of his own. No matter whether it was useful or useless, he had nothing to do now anyway. And the most important thing is that he seems to have some idea of how to peel off the traces of the present world on his body and return to the beginning. Speaking of which, this is the inspiration you gave me. Caressing the only dragon egg he grabbed, Erebus cut off his left hand directly. This hand was infected by the power of the flesh and blood mother tree, and it was perfect for shaping a dragon mother. Of course, he had to wipe out the consciousness born in it first, so as not to make a wedding dress for others. And that guy who I didn't take seriously in the first place? The Nine Hells. Although the other person is technically his junior, he has become his senior on the road to opening up the world, so Erebus will naturally pay attention to his actions. The other party seems to have created a life called Devil, so naturally the Lord of Darkness will not lag behind. Crash. The river around the world flows continuously, and the intercepted river channel does not affect the overall flow. It didn't take long for Ryan to return to the edge of Khaos. Familiar rules and a sense of relaxation came over. Compared to the repressed situation in the Nine Realms, this place was more comfortable. In the Kingdom of Mist, the power of a great level did not show up at all in the face of the power of the complete world. The fight between the three creatures did not even break the land of Niflheim. If Ryan were to confront the mother tree of flesh and blood here, I am afraid that in one encounter, the existence under the East China Sea god would be assimilated into a part of the other party and then crushed into powder by Ryan mercilessly. Of course, the laws of this world will probably follow suit and impose sanctions on these two violent elements. It can be regarded as protecting his own trophy. After all, if it is damaged, Khaos will have to spend his own strength to repair the damaged interface. Standing above the long river, Ryan looked at the Nine Realms pulled by the chains of order. He noticed that the trajectories of these interfaces had begun to gradually separate. The Kingdom of Fog has the most and densest chains. After all, there is a big bomb inside. Some fragments were peeled off from it, probably the parts that had not been assimilated by the mother tree. Judging from the direction, it was pulled to the bottom of the world. Although it is not sure whether it can still appear in the world, if it can, Niflheim will most likely be with Tartarus. From now on, the representation of the chaotic side of the world is likely to become two, but the premise is that the Flemish mother tree must be completely transformed by Khaos first. As for how long this process will last, Ryan is not very clear. Except for the Fog Country, Vanaheim fell to the Southeast Sea, near an island near the mainland. When it is completely digested by the world, it will most likely open its own entrance there. There is no doubt about the value of such a magical country. Even if many spells and rituals lose their effectiveness due to changes in the world, inspiration is often more important than experience in the field of mysticism. The inspiration that the Warner Protoss has achieved over tens of thousands of years is unimaginable. Jotunheim, the kingdom of giants, flew to the extreme north of the world. The desolate ice field was as uninhabited as the home of the frost giants. Helheim, the country of the dead, drifted to the underworld. In the future, it is likely to become the third place of the undead. The second home is even different from the new undead under the light of the dark moon. One of them is born from magic power, and the other is simply the power of death. The latter will obviously hate life more than the former. Svartalfheim, the kingdom of darkness, has expanded, a distance between the earth and the underworld. When Underworld was divided, the areas controlled by the two earth gods would inevitably collide, but now it is separated. As a result, countless cavities and crypts were born. From then on, just like the sea, there was an unowned land in the world that could be fought for. As for Muspelheim, as the original country that was born together with the Kingdom of Mist, it also drifted to the bottom of the world. However, unlike his old friend, the Fire Country flowed directly into Tartarus. Through his special incarnation, Ryan could even predict that this country would probably be dismembered. It just so happened that the Abyss was affected by the Nine Hells and began to gradually create matter and divide interfaces. Muspelheim would become the nourishment of this process. The new Abyss will also be affected by this, giving birth to some special life forms, as well as layers filled with flames and lava. Of course, the Nine Hells can also get a share of the pie. Perhaps from now on, flames will become another means of the devils like darkness. Finally, Midgard in the Nine Realms and Alfheim, where the Light Elves live, are still surrounding Khaos and seem to have found no place to go. However, not having ownership does not mean that they will not be transformed. They are just like other interfaces. The matter and energy are still the same, but the underlying rules that constitute them are slowly changing. In this process, some of the original rules of the 9 kingdoms have been integrated into the world of Khaos. In the future, many sources of power will see a more or less rise. That's just not necessarily a good thing for some people. Glancing at the stars, Ryan thought of a certain goddess who had evaded the world for hundreds of years. For Ryan, when the origin rises, it rises. Anyway, it is impossible for Khaos to share his power, but this may not be the case for some people. For example, Alfheim, which is filled with the power of light, greatly increases the power of light. If there are no accidents, Thea, the mother of light, is likely to touch greatness in this era, but Ryan believes that before this day comes, another god of light will be born in the world. The laws of the world have always been like this, and he is no longer surprised. And Asgard. Ryan turned his head and looked towards the east of the continent, where Mount Olympus stood tall. Perhaps due to some kind of attraction, Asgard's final destination is there. Speaking of which, I don't know what happened to Odin. Ryan thought briefly. Although all signs indicate that this alien king of gods should be dead, he even fought against the flesh-and-blood mother tree and penetrated the trunk of the tree with his own spear. But the price was also very heavy. This invincible artifact was destroyed, and the remaining gun barrel fell into Ryan's hands. But Ryan felt that as a god king who had existed for so long, he shouldn't have ended quietly like this. Do you think Odin is dead? After releasing Mimir's skull, Ryan asked before the other party could rejoice in this new world full of vitality. If I had to give an answer, I feel dead. However, to Ryan's expectation, Mimir gave such an answer. He may have left behind something full of his will, but he himself will not survive. This is at least what I think. Why? Ryan was a little confused. He originally wanted to know where Odin might be hiding, but Mimir thought that the other party was dead, which he did not expect. Because I know him well. He is a former god king and a warrior. Without hesitation, Mimir replied. He often uses intrigues and tricks, and he is far from fair. But the reason why he can sit on the throne, convince the gods, and be respected by mortals is because when the real disaster strikes, he will never run away. At least the Odin I know is like this. After a moment of silence, Ryan somehow felt that what the other party said made sense. The Scandinavians seemed to have this style of painting. Even in the original Ragnarok, Odin was never afraid of death. They regard death in battle as an honor, and they may long for life, but they do not refuse to die either. A warrior? Haha. Sure enough, comparing the 4 god kings of the 2 realms, the one with the lowest limit has lived the longest and achieved the highest. It can be seen that in the profession of God King, the lower limit, the longer and more stable you can sit. I don't know if it was a compliment or a mocking smile, but Ryan stopped thinking about it. He planned to return to the spirit world to open the box. But before that, he noticed that there were 4 figures flying towards the huge whirlpool in the East China Sea. The man at the head was none other than the sun god Helios. Let's go over and have a look. The bound Prometheus, calculating the time, is indeed almost there. No matter what Mimir thought, with the help of the ubiquitous spirit world, Ryan shuttled directly towards the eye of the sea. He still wanted to witness this classic scene. Call. Damn it. His legs were a little weak. Standing on top of the maelstrom, looking at the spiral that swallowed everything, Helios had no sense of pleasure at all in achieving his goal. On the contrary, his face was a little pale, and waves of illusory pain were being transmitted through his body, reaching the depths of his soul. Perhaps in a sense, this is not necessarily illusory, because the person who caused all this used time and space as a means to show his power, and he himself was in charge of history. This leads to the fact that when one of the parties involved comes to the scene in person, it inevitably leads to some kind of temporal connection. The hurt that belongs to the past blurs the distance from the present. Get down quickly. I don't want to stay here any longer. The huge vortex with a diameter of thousands of miles is even as big as a small continent in the eyes of mortals. How deep the bottom of such a vortex is, no one knows. Even as gods, they now feel a bit fear of giant things. But although he didn't want to go in at all, Helios didn't dare to give Zeus a chance to punish him openly. He motioned to Crosto and Bee, who were escorting Prometheus. The two children, conceived alone by Styx, the river of oaths, immediately took command, and they began to descend toward the center of the vortex that swallowed all things. Maybe for a moment, or maybe for a day. Light does not exist here at all. Even if Helios tries his best to release the power of the sun, it only illuminates a small spot around him. It was probably enough for a huge boulder to fall for 9 days and 8 nights. They finally reached what seemed to be the bottom. The reason why I say suspected is because they never want to take even one step forward. This is it, what do you think? Looking at Prometheus, the sun god asked in a low voice. The dark and silent environment around him made him subconsciously lower his voice, as if speaking louder would cause some terrible disaster. Then let's stay here. I don't think you want to go any further. After all, His Majesty the God King probably doesn't care whether I'm at the bottom of the eye of the sea or not. After looking at his residence for some time in the future, Prometheus opened his arms. Bring it on. To be honest, Prometheus was still a little scared before making the decision, but now he is calm. Some physical suffering, not even the betrayal of his own students, saddened him. This is the order of the God King, and we are just following orders. Crosto and Bee looked at each other, and while confessing their sins to Prometheus, they took out the heavy chain made by the Cyclops. They tied the hands of the Illuminati and hung him here. There was obviously no fulcrum for hanging, but the chains tied Prometheus in midair. Then Bee took out a long nail and drove it into his chest. The blood flows down the body and eventually falls below the vortex. After completing this step, the two took a step back and stood beside the sun god. So at this moment, an endless pressure poured on Prometheus's thin body, making his bones creak. On the sea, the restrictions in this world are slightly looser than those on the earth, so the sun god has been using his divine power to resist the oppression at the eye of the sea, but the long nails driven into Prometheus' chest locked him without the power of the Titan god. He could only use his own body to resist the pressure. The so-called suppressing the sea tide naturally does not mean that Prometheus, who does not even have moderate divine power, will eliminate the eye of the sea. It is just that when he is locked here, the suction force of this large whirlpool to the outside world is reduced. Moreover, if some beings who accidentally fall into the whirlpool can see the Illuminati alive, they may have a chance to get out. Yes, the chains and nails cast by the Cyclops locked up Prometheus's divine power, but gave him a chance to release it, but the object of release was not himself. He can send others away from this bottomless sea, but he himself can only stay here forever. People do not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. Although Khaos did not say this, the truth is the same. Zeus wanted to torture Prometheus's mind in this way, either endure the obvious differences between others and himself, or watch other beings die coldly. If he really chooses the latter, the God King believes that it won't be long before humans will no longer be taken seriously by the Illuminati. Things like the bottom line always slip down step by step. When the time comes, he will naturally see this paranoid Titan bowing his head to him. Although I know your answer, Prometheus, although the power of Rune has been greatly reduced due to the change of the world, the power is not what Ryan is interested in. What he needs is information, a method of analyzing the rules of the world, and the first runes in the original code can undoubtedly help him complete this step well. That ring, it's Odin's golden ring. Without giving away, at Mimir's signal, Ryan noticed a green and dazzling ring. He had heard of it in the myths of later generations. It was an artifact made by the dwarves Sindri and the Brock brothers during the Sif's Golden Blonde incident and dedicated to Odin. These dwarf brothers are like Hephaestus and the Cyclops of Khaos, possessing extraordinary forging skills. In addition to Golden Ring, Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is also one of their masterpieces. Can a decoration be hidden in Odin's treasure house? Asked casually, Ryan was not too surprised that the ring in the myth had been destroyed. It might be a replica. In the eyes of the world, the golden ring is just a precious treasure that can replicate itself to set off Odin's glory and greatness, but in fact, it is a derivative of exploring the highest realm of alchemy. Faced with Ryan's doubts, Mimir immediately explained. One of the ultimate achievements of legendary alchemy is to master the core of material change. In the eyes of that kind of being, there is no difference between a handful of earth and a piece of magic metal. Of course, the gold-gathering ring cannot do this. It can only complete the transformation of things, such as turning stone into gold or replicating itself. Turn stone into gold. But I can easily do this with my divine power. Recruiting the gold-gathering ring, Ryan didn't know much about alchemy. He only knew some specious principles passed down by later generations. As for the so-called changing physical properties, immortality, and soul creation, he can do it himself, so naturally he has never been interested in alchemy. This is different. Changes caused by divine power are changes caused by external forces. The amount of divine power consumed is different between converting a bowl of running water into gold nuggets and converting it into spring water containing magic power, but alchemy is different. Theoretically, when you understand the most fundamental principle, the changes in everything will make no difference to you because at a certain level, everything is equivalent. After a brief explanation, Mimir finally explained, "But this is just what I know. In fact, I am not good at alchemy." I can see it. Nodding, Ryan put the gold-gathering ring on his finger. Equivalent exchange. Perhaps the so-called ultimate in alchemy is to equate matter, energy, and information like the world, from 3 to 2, from 2 to 1, until we grasp the original source. But probably no one or God can really achieve this step. After all, this means that his wisdom can already understand the root, which is something that even I can't do. Next, whether the so-called supreme alchemy exists or not is still a matter of debate. As for the ultimate of gods, Ryan can already see it and is on the road to it. Therefore, this ring is of little use. It is just a primer. At least for now, Ryan has no intention of studying this mythical world's technology from scratch. In addition to these 2 treasures, there are 6 other items in the treasury. 2 small bottles containing unknown liquids, and a crystal box filled with leaves. Ryan could recognize this without asking. They were young leaves of the world tree, probably the remaining materials from the production of original code. There is also a box sealed with gray mist, a sword with a scabbard made of purple-green crystal, and a broken stone tablet. The sword's name is Revedin, which symbolizes victory and destruction. It was once a proton sent to Asgard by the Vanir Protoss, and the sword of Frey, the god of sunlight and fertility. I heard that it was later lost to the giants. In my hand, I didn't expect it to appear here. Looking at the sword, Mimir was a little surprised. Who knows, maybe Odin saw something too. Reaching out his hand, Ryan immediately grasped the hilt of the divine sword. The palms of the hands met, and a hot feeling came from them. It was not the warmth of sunlight, but the scorching heat of fire. This reminded Ryan of a rumor. Frey, the god of sunlight, lost this sword in order to marry the giantess, and it eventually fell into the hands of Surtur, the master of the kingdom of fire. The leader of the fire giants reforged this artifact, and eventually used it to kill Frey, who had no weapons in Ragnarok and even destroyed Midgard on Earth. This can also be regarded as a part of the fate of Scandinavian mythology. The sword of destruction in the hands of the god of fertility ultimately brought destruction to himself and the world. But obviously, in this 9 kingdoms whose fate has changed, the first half of the sword is the same as before. It fell into Surtur's hands, but the second half is not the same. No one knows what happened in the middle, but it ended up in Odin's hands. Generally, even after recasting, it only reaches the lower limit of high-level artifact. As a weapon, it is already rare. Even Themys's Sword of Judgment cannot match it, but it is of no use to me. Commenting softly, Ryan's fingers grazed the edge of the sword, and a slight tingling sensation came. With a flick of his hand, the divine sword passed through the space and merged with a stone sword embedded in the blue stone. That is what the core priesthood of the sun god depends on. However, although the original stone sword was extraordinary in nature, the object it was attached to was just an ordinary stone, but now it has changed its carrier. From then on, its power was not only stronger, but also possessed part of the power of victory. Of course, in contrast, the difficulty of using it has further increased. Not only is it a curse that burns the body, but only those recognized by it can hold it. For others, it is just an indestructible stone. Go on. What's in those 2 bottles? The space rippled, and the stone sword and the stone platform it was on were moved into the heart of the sacred mountain of Sinaya, near the source spring pool that nurtured many artifacts. After all, it is an artifact from the outside world. It needs a period of transformation before it can become a part of the spiritual world. This is the case for most of these foreign objects. The 2 bottles contain a poison and its antidote, Mr. Lane. It was made from the refined spring water of the spring of Wagmere, the blood of the original giant Ymir, and some terrible things. Its toxicity is unparalleled in the 9 realms, and almost nothing can contain this poison. But the gods of Khaos are different from yours. Expecting a dose of poison to kill the gods is probably too much. Looking at the 2 bottles, Ryan felt a faint sense of threat. Of course, this is actually an illusion. The unknown liquid can only threaten his divine body, and the body is the most insignificant component of Ryan's strength. But despite saying that, Ryan still put away the 2 vials. The effects of toxins are often long-lasting and insidious. Perhaps when the time is right, they can also play some role. And the last 2 pieces. What is that stone tablet? The incomplete steel and unclear text make it difficult to identify its origin. But as a collection in Odin's treasure house, it cannot be just an ordinary stone tablet. But this time, Mimir failed to give him a satisfactory answer. I don't know its origin either. It may be Odin's own collection. At least in my long life, I have never heard of anything like it. As for the gray mist, it should be the resentment left behind by the death of the original giant. It was supposed to turn into a curse, but it was eventually trapped here by Odin. The original giant Ymir is a creator-like character in Scandinavian mythology. However, the only meaning of the existence of this creation god is to give birth to a group of giants and gods, and then be killed. Even dwarves and elves were transformed from derivatives of his body after death. He tapped the stone tablet lightly with his fingers, but found nothing, so Ryan had to put it aside for now. As for the gray mist, there is no use for it for the time being, so I simply put it away. Finally, Ryan looked at Mimir's skull, the alien giant he brought back to the spiritual world. The other party also looked at him nervously. The giant knew that the role he could play was over. I took you away from Asgard, and you answered my questions. Now that we are clear, is there anything else you want to say? Looking at the half-human head, Ryan asked calmly. He didn't need such a head to serve as a staff member, but he didn't intend to let him leave. After all, Mimir has witnessed his gains along the way, and it is better to stay in the spirit world. And even though he is so submissive to him now, there is a high probability that he is not an honest guy. If possible, I would like to stay in the spirit world and do something for you in return. As a defenseless head, Mimir knew nothing about chaos. He only knew that the place he was in now was the spiritual world, the kingdom of the gods in front of him, just like Odin to Asgard. Although Ryan was polite along the way, Mimir treated others by himself, so the other party would not let him leave on his own. What's more, he doesn't think that as a head, he can live a better life outside. However, I hope to get a body that can walk, instead of staying like this forever. Of course you can stay. As for what to do, since you were once a wise giant, go and take care of the knowledge. I will build a library in the third spiritual world, and you will be the gatekeeper. By the way, you can also compile your past memories into a book in your spare time and store them together. As for the body. After pondering for a while, Ryan finally gave an interesting answer. It's up to you to find a way to obtain your body. I will open the library to the outside world, and anyone who puts knowledge in it will be able to obtain equivalent knowledge from it. Any life that comes to the door, you can't take the initiative to hurt them, and of course, they can't hurt you either. This is the rule I set. But you can make an exchange with them. As long as they voluntarily lend their bodies to you without deliberately deceiving them, then you can become the owner of the body. Everything is fair, isn't it? You are right. I am willing to accept this result. It's a bit disappointing, but it's not bad. Compared to being able to only have one head in the Golden Palace, now Mimir at least has a chance to move around. I just hope that more people will come to this library in the future, instead of not seeing a single person for many years. Very good. Since you agree, the agreement is made. I will also visit you when I am free in the future. Ryan nodded and pointed. In the Temple of Severaz on Mount Sinai, countless pieces of knowledge were extracted from the artifacts that store the memories of living beings in the fourth layer of the world of spirits, and then turned into books. Under the influence of invisible forces, they are displayed one after another in a circular library generated out of thin air, arranged in a spiral, with no end in sight. During this process, Mimir's head was also sent to the hall of the circular library. From then on, he became the administrator here. With a wave of his hand, the library disappeared from sight in the folded space, and then appeared somewhere in the third spiritual world. A kind of fateful attraction is added to it. From now on, any life that desires some kind of knowledge may come here inadvertently, leaving behind what it has and getting what it wants from it. At this point, the chores were completed, and Ryan finally focused on the dragon egg he brought back. As a god who has created more than one life with his own hands, Ryan can easily detect the characteristics of these dragon eggs. They have not yet been finalized and may change at any time due to changes in the external environment. If Ryan had not isolated them from interacting with the spirit world, this change might have already begun. Undoubtedly, the better the environment, the stronger the power absorbed during the hatching process, the stronger the new dragons will be, and even further, their offspring will also become stronger. As the core of the spiritual world, Sinai Mountain is actually an excellent breeding environment, but the power of the spiritual world itself is very complicated. If it is allowed to breed on its own, Ryan does not know what kind of dragon will be born in the end. In this case, how to shape these dragon eggs more specifically has become an issue worth considering. In terms of power and purity, the three powers of spirituality, reincarnation, and order are definitely the most suitable in the spiritual world. However, the power of order is not unique to Ryan and Khaos. For some reason, reincarnation is also not suitable to become the original power of the new dragon clan. So looking at the two most powerful dragon eggs in front of him, Ryan undoubtedly needed to find another suitable authority. After thinking about it, it was perfect to have a semi-finished product. Time. It's been a long time since I got it, and the artifact it transformed has not yet been born. It will take at least one more era before it can be born as a creation artifact. This is perfect. Let authority have its corresponding race, which will undoubtedly help its evolution and perfection. What's more, time is the origin closest to the great level in the spiritual world, apart from spirituality, order, and reincarnation. No matter in terms of strength or development, it is worthy of being one of the choices. In this case, lucky guy, you're the first time dragon in the world. He stretched out his hand a little, and one of the two dragon eggs in front of him instantly changed its position. It appeared in the hinterland of the sacred mountain, next to a dark golden light group. It was the artifact embryo that had been conceived for an era. The power of time began to infect the dragon egg, adding a few dark golden stripes to it, and the breath of life was also stimulated. At the same time, the power of the spiritual world began to wash away the origin of the dragon egg, completely turning it into a member of the spiritual world before it was born. Before life is born, it is the best opportunity to change its source. Artifacts and dragons will be a complementary pair. In the future, the time dragon will be able to travel between time, pick up time fragments and return them to artifact embryos, or personally influence certain major events and create historical nodes to speed up the birth of artifacts. In turn, the stronger the artifact embryo is, the more complete the time authority in the spiritual world is, and the Time Dragon clan will gain greater power. There may be many dragons in the future, But Ryan believes that the time dragon bound to the creation artifact must be the most powerful among them. As for those with a slightly weaker aura, you can do whatever you want, which should all contribute to the diversity of dragons in the world. After all, carrying power also requires potential. Except for the two best, even if Ryan can find suitable authority, they will only be like Odin, who cannot inherit the complete run rune and can only obtain a small amount of power. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 197 Surveillance. Time cannot be tampered with at will. The more powerful the world is, the more powerful beings it involves, the more so. Therefore, before reaching a certain height, by killing the past and then killing the present, it is actually much more difficult and costly than killing one's enemies head-on. Therefore, although the time dragons in the future can travel through the past and the future, they cannot change what has happened at will. They observe the future, but they cannot know which future is real, or what they see is not real. It is just a slight possibility that is not even a prediction. They have insight into the past, but it is more like looking at a future. A film, even if it involves beings too much beyond themselves, can lead to a blurring of the film. But this is limited to the main body of Khaos. After all, there are too many gods here, and the laws are too strict. If it were elsewhere, it should be much better. Ryan's eyes passed through the layers of obstacles and saw the void outside the present world and within the world. As a god who was deeply involved in the process of integrating the 9 kingdoms into the world, even if he did not actively predict it, fate still gave him a feedback. He could vaguely notice that the small 9 realm fragments that were absorbed by Khaos from the beginning have begun to evolve. As time goes by, they may become some scattered small planes, anchored to the main body of the world. Compared with the current world, the rules of those small planes are weak, and it is difficult to give birth to powerful life. For such places where high-level power does not exist, the time dragon can undoubtedly do whatever it wants. Not surprisingly, that will be their main activity place in the future. After all, as dragons, they're already powerful enough. But in the world of Khaos, the gods are the masters of the world. And you. Ryan turned to look at the other dragon egg, which didn't need to be considered. Spirituality itself is the power best suited to it. What you really need to care about is how much it can withstand. The palm of his hand gently brushed the surface of the dragon egg. In an instant, the originally dark eggshell turned white, and the whole body changed from a pure entity to an illusion. The purest spiritual power is continuously injected into the dragon egg along Ryan's fingertips, providing strength to the unborn dragons inside. It begins to get rid of the state of matter and changes towards a form between virtual body and entity. Once the transformation is completed, it will not only have a powerful body common to dragons, but also be able to travel between the mind and consciousness and even control elements to see the future. Of course, this is limited to itself. As the first one, it is always special, and its kin may not have this ability. Suddenly, Ryan unexpectedly discovered that perhaps because spiritual power had significantly enhanced the consciousness of the dragon egg, it had already acquired a vague ability to think even before it was born. It begins to convey a vague message, roughly seeking a name. Originally, as Nidhogg's creation, every dragon should have a message, originating from him as its unique name in the future. This is both a title and one of his anchor points. But now, the dragon egg transformed by the spirit world has been stripped of this influence, so it instinctively needs a name. Do you want a name? Don't worry, it's official. Since it hasn't been born yet, just call it by. After looking at the eggshell that turned white, Ryan said casually. The dragon egg didn't know whether it was satisfied or dissatisfied. It just shook it twice. Then I'll assume you are satisfied. Smiling slightly, as the 2 dragon eggs began to be gestated one after another, some rules of the spiritual world also changed. Ryan had no intention of turning these 2 powerful real dragons into roles like dragon mothers, but there was only one of them, so naturally another method was needed to give birth to the same kind. Ryan's idea is very simple, Just use someone else's shell to lay eggs. From now on, the same kind of these two dragon eggs will not be born through reproduction, but through the convergence of time and spirituality. They may appear anywhere, and the greater possibility is that they may appear directly in the dead eggs of other dragons and directly replace them. However, compared to the kings of their respective ethnic groups, these weak fellows are inevitably far behind. Like by Mirai's kindred, they only have spiritual power, and their elements and destiny will have nothing to do with them. For this reason, Ryan also gave them a unique name, Psychic Dragon. It seems that it will take a long time. Then, let's wait. It will still be some time before the dragon egg is born, but this will not last long for the gods. If the passage of time here is accelerated, then it is expected that Bai will be able to break out of the shell before the bronze humans are destroyed. So Ryan gently raised his hand and distorted the time on the sacred mountain. In this case, he planned to wait for more than 10 years after this spiritually conceived dragon was born, before considering its much weaker brothers and sisters. During this gap, he took out Odin's broken weapon, the barrel of the divine spear Gangnir. More than 10 years, in the chaos of time and space, were probably enough for him to deal with this treasure from another world. Ryan has no intention of repairing or retaining this artifact. After all, Gangnir has lost the spearhead that penetrates everything, and its own power is not highly valued by him. Lane had another use for it. The Mount Olympus, the palace of the God King. Not a short time had passed since he punished humans. Sitting on a seat in the palace, Zeus gently rubbed his eyebrows. In recent days, his headaches have become more and more obvious. The God King knew what was going on. Her daughter is about to reach adulthood, and she can't wait to come into this world, but as a god, she still needs a process of birth. But Zeus was not a goddess after all, and it was impossible for him to give birth to her. Therefore, her power began to conflict with her father. Regarding this matter, Zeus actually has no solution. As an immortal god, it is not human, so the worst thing is to cut open the body and let her be born. But in fact, the God King didn't really want her to come out. Just as the prophecy said, one will surpass the mother, and the other will surpass the father. This unborn child not only divided most of Métis's wisdom, but also made Zeus feel that his thinking was not as clear as before. Even this newborn has other divine powers. Undoubtedly, all this indicates that she will be an extremely powerful true god. But this only made Zeus more suspicious. After all, for such a daughter, it would be fine if she was very obedient, but once she held a grudge against her for devouring Métis, she might have an enemy. And on the other hand, the God King thought of the wisdom that had not been granted not long ago. Could it be that this daughter had already seen something before she was born? She didn't want wisdom to become the cause of human destruction, so she refused to call on authority? Maybe I'm overthinking it. No god can understand the outside world before he's born. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus seemed to be letting his troubles go. With several of his brothers and sisters as comparisons, Zeus knew exactly what an unborn god could do. Perhaps her refusal to invoke her authority was just a coincidence, or perhaps it was an instinctive reaction to the divine authority of wisdom. Zephyros. Pressing the thoughts in his heart, based on the current situation, this child will not be born immediately, so the God King is preparing to deal with the affairs that have been accumulated recently. Following Zeus' call, a breeze blew by, and the god of West Wind, who had been reused by the God Kings of the two dynasties, came to him. Your Majesty, what are your orders? With a respectful expression, Zephyros asked in a low voice. How did you do with the things I asked you to do before? Although everything had been arranged, Zeus asked himself that it was not time to sit back and relax. He is not like he was later. There are many things in this world that he needs to take into consideration. Therefore, after the gods left, he asked the god of the West Wind to explore the changes in the human tribe and the attitude of the late-awakened Epimetheus, such as whether he had any complaints against the God King. And, most importantly, he asked this god who is good at exploration to track the goddess Hecate. In today's mortal world, she is the biggest uncertainty. After all, Zeus still remembers clearly that when she fought against him, this goddess was not a god. It was quite astonishing to defeat the true god in his prime state without borrowing his divine power, even if he was still very weak at that time. Your Majesty, I may still be lacking in strength, but in this aspect, no one can compare with me. His expression remained respectful, but Shephero's words seemed very confident. As a spirit who had secretly spied on the Lord of the spirit world, Lady Yi and Mother Earth, even the God King could not compare with him in this regard. What's more, the gods' power now is limited on the earth, and their perception ability has also been further reduced. Under this situation, Zephyros doesn't think anyone can detect his existence. Your Majesty, humans are as arrogant as ever. Even though the gods have let them go, they still use the name of the gods to deceive their fellow humans and make them obey their orders. What a bunch of ridiculous mortal beings. However, I found that under the deception of those who claim to be priests, the faith of the mortals did not seem to decrease too much because of the loss of the divine gift. Although some mortals became unfaithful as a result, many became more pious. Speaking of this, Zephyros was a little confused. He could see the result, but he didn't understand the reason. Why did some mortals' faith in God become stronger, even though there was no gift? What about Epimetheus? There was no thought of explanation. Zeus expected this. After all, mortals are different from gods. When dealing with them, you cannot blindly give benefits. While listening to the report of the god of wind, Zeus couldn't help but think of the guy who prayed to him for eternal life, but didn't even have a trace of faith. That mortal's name seems to be Ao, but that doesn't matter anymore. His soul will be forever imprisoned in that charred body, enduring eternal pain and torment from thunder and lightning. In a sense, this can be considered a kind of eternal life. Your Majesty, the god of hindsight is as stupid as the rumors say. I even overheard him saying that Prometheus wanted him to stay away from the gods and humans before leaving, but he did not listen to his brother's words. He lives very well with that divine creature, and they even have a daughter. There was some disdain in his words, and Zephyrus felt that if Epimetheus was half as smart as he was, he would not be reduced to a pawn without knowing anything. What about the clay pot that Hades sent? Zeus didn't pay much attention to Epimetheus, and he only asked the god of the west wind to take care of him just in case. What really matters to him is Pluto's gift. Hades voluntarily bore the name of destroying bronze humans. As long as someone disobeyed his instructions and opened the jar he gave, the gods under his command would use disasters and plagues to solve Zeus's troubles. As for the price, he demanded that from now on, the corpses of all those who did not believe in the gods would belong to him, and the god king agreed to this request. But for some unknown reason, his ambitious and talented second brother also participated. Poseidon said that he would also participate in the destruction of mankind. Zeus felt that he probably thought that this kind of behavior could make humans fear his power. But he never thought that he was not the only god. Hades lived in the underworld for a long time, and humans did not like the power he had. It was understandable to give up a positive image, but what about Poseidon? But thinking about it this way, it seems difficult to say that his choice was wrong. After all, his second brother probably is not very capable of playing the role of a majestic and just good god. The gift given by His Majesty Pluto was well kept by Epimetheus and Pandora. They didn't do anything extra, they just picked it up and looked at it occasionally. Standing in front of Zeus, Zephyros said, "That I know, I will solve this matter." After a brief reflection, since pure curiosity and desire to explore can be suppressed by reason, Zeus decided that it would be better to add a desire for comparison. He believed that he and Eurynomy's 3 daughters would be able to accomplish this well. What's more, the Jar God King was actually very interested in the gift from the goddess of the moon. Where's Hecate? What did she do again? Finally, the God King focused his attention on the unstable factor. He still couldn't figure out Hecate's attitude towards him, nor did he understand how the other party weaved the magic web. But she is a powerful artifact that possesses power that is very different from the gods. This is something Zeus is sure of. The magic web goddess, she and the moon goddess Selene, went to the ruins of Mount Otus.
They seem to have done something there.
After they left, I went there to have a look. After hesitating for a moment, Chef Eros still told the truth. Because I couldn't use my divine power, I couldn't break through the barrier left by the goddess. It seemed to be connected to the mountains, rivers, and land there, and connected to the magic network, so I don't know what they did. After that, they headed for the stars. It doesn't matter. It's normal that you can't do anything with the things she left behind. In the current world, there are few gods who can do anything to her. Zeus was quite satisfied, as long as Hecate didn't wander around on the ground at the stall. It would be troublesome if she suddenly became interested in bronze humans. You have done a good job. When the next generation of humans is born, I will allow you the right to spread your faith among humans alone. This is my reward in advance for you. During this period, you'll continue to be responsible for monitoring the surrounding areas of the human tribe. As you command, Your Majesty. With a smile on his face, Zephyrus knew what Zeus's promise meant. Today, the Olympus Pantheon's belief in humans is still in a state similar to that of big pot rice. As long as the powerful gods who know the secret of belief are built in human tribes with different specifications according to the level of their respective divine powers. Temples of different sizes. But in the next era predicted by Zeus, it was definitely not the case. There is no harmony among the gods. If they're forced to live in peace, the conflict will only point to him, the God King. It is better to let them fight each other. Moreover, although some gods are very powerful in terms of power, they are lacking in wisdom. Like Poseidon, Zeus felt that if he relied on himself, he would not be able to get any followers. In this case, let the gods be responsible for their own profits and losses. Moreover, with the belief and deception of bronze humans, the gods gradually discovered that humans who mainly believed in a certain god and only respected other gods would generate far more faith than those who believed in many gods at the same time. This further intensifying the idea that they are separated from each other. Speaking of which, this discovery is also Prometheus' way to death. Because the reason why the gods can discover this phenomenon is that some humans only believe in the Creator, and their belief in other gods is superficial. But these originally had nothing to do with the god of the West Wind. In the God King's plan, only those gods who played an important role in the divine court were qualified to spread faith alone in the next human era, and Zephyros's position was very embarrassing. Although he became the head of the wind god with the blessing of the God King, and also took on many of the responsibilities of the original god of weather, he barely stepped into the middle level of divine power. In theory, he is a member of the higher god, but this power the God King can take it back at any time. Now, after receiving Zeus's promise, he was completely relieved. After receiving the order, the god of West Wind exited the palace and disappeared into a stream of air. Behind him, Zeus couldn't help but nodded secretly. The authority of the wind god is indeed useful in gathering information. After all, even if the divine power is imprisoned on the earth, it cannot prevent the gods from transforming into their true form. Presumably neither Hecate nor Epimetheus noticed his surveillance. In this regard, the rainbow goddess Iris, who also often conveys orders for him, is far behind. Therefore, in recent years, the God King has asked this goddess to serve in front of the Queen of Heaven instead of always following him. I hope there won't be any accidents. I don't know where my previous intuition came from. Just before, and after pushing Prometheus to the East China Sea, Zeus was a little uneasy, so he accelerated his plan. He was so eager to create Pandora and give it to Epimetheus that he was actually a bit eager. But not long after, as the master of Olympus, the God King once again had an inexplicable intuition. He felt as if something was approaching this sacred mountain, and there was some kind of close connection with him. For this reason, Zeus spent a lot of time exploring carefully, but in the end, he found nothing. Maybe I should change my approach. Maybe intuition can lead me to the goal far better than divine power. With a slight movement in his expression, Zeus decided that once the matter with the bronze human was over, he would let his instinct guide him and see what caused his reaction.